the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get everyone in Nigeria with a suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs
Good morning. You're tuned into the breakfast show right here on the BDTV channel. It's a beautiful Thursday morning right here in Lagos City, and we have enough to keep you going this morning. A lot is packed for you this morning, and I'm excited to be here this morning. My name is Elizabeth Musa. And of course, with me on the show this morning is
Onyeka Valentine.
Destiny Mama.
Absolutely. So good to have you both in the studio this morning. Thank you. Thank you. Independence. So just repping green. It's even beyond independence. Also about just tapping into fertility, tapping into great things coming, abundance, you know. So there's just that thing that green does, and they say green is money. So so just channeling all of that.
The fact you said fertility. I mean, this is the right time for anyone to wear green in this country.
Exactly.
We have the right manure as a country. What we need is the right, cultivation and begin to blossom. So green it is. Maybe I should think about lemon green as my next gear.
Is this lemon green, Destiny? This is not lemon green. This is just green.
The fact that it's green, it's olive, it's sea green, ocean green.
Yes, with fringes.
You guys are making me feel out of place.
All right, let's see what we have on the show lineup today. There's a lot packed for you today. Of course, we'll see what we have on the headlines, and then we'll see what we have on the front pages. Of course, then we'll go to Business Morning with Destiny, and then back to the big story with me, of course, and then the social listing as well with Valentine. A lot is packed this morning, but first, let's start with the headlines this morning. Nigeria to refinance its $1.1 billion Eurobond due in November. That's the news this morning on the channel. Also, as well as Nigeria eyes $40 billion global cannabis oil market as NDLEA okays regulated exports. That's the news this morning. Again, OML 18 NNPC Sahara launched 2.2 million barrel floating vessel. Poverty rising as 10 million more Nigerians slip into poverty in 2025. We'll take a quick break and we'll be right back. Well, still on the headlines this morning, Nigeria to refinance its $1.1 billion Eurobond due in November. Again, Nigeria eyes $40 billion global cannabis oil market as NDLEA okays regulated export. OML 18 NNPC Sahara launched 2.2 million barrel floating vessel. What does this mean for Nigerian NNPC? Again, World Bank sees poverty rising as 10 million more Nigerians slip into poverty in 2025. Now, let's start off with the first story there. Nigeria to refinance its 1.1 billion Eurobond due in November 2025. I think, firstly, this might signal a little bit of positivity because the IOU that we currently have, Nigeria, if we're unable currently, what this means is they are now planning to borrow to repay this Eurobond that they got. So if they're planning to borrow, it's two things. And in this sense, borrowing is not a bad idea. So when they borrow, it's to signal a little bit of investor confidence into what we're doing, that the economy is now stabilized. So that's why we want to borrow, because we don't see it as the time to pay out of pocket. So instead of paying out of pocket, they now want to borrow.
But the thing is, why the Eurobond? Why the borrowing in foreign currency? I mean, what's the difference? Like, of course, definitely, if they're borrowing from international countries, they definitely will be borrowing from their currency. But then again, the whole back and forth. What is it about? I'm sure it's about. Valentine has a lot to say about it.
Why I smile, it's not, a smile of a victory, but of a bit of worried thoughts. Again, like you said, it's good to borrow. Again, you've now said, why the borrowing? Look, whether we're borrowing or we're not borrowing, truth be told, we are going to pay back this money. And now, this is not the first quarter of 2025, neither is it the second quarter. We're heading towards the fourth quarter of 2025. I was talking about borrowing. You know what this means? It means that before our budget, or rather, income for the country starts kicking in from 2026, we already start paying the debt that we have incurred so far. Now, whether or not it is the Eurobond or whether we're facing World Bank or, as the case may be, money is still money. It will need to grow interest. So the question is, where do we go from here?
The thing is, the repayment measures, are they always good doing this? Are they always good or happy knowing that, the pressure in, having to repay these loans are not always easy? It tells on the citizens. So where are they drawing the balance? And where is the motivation to always, want to borrow? And why the borrowing? For what project exactly is it borrowing for? Is it for the coastal road? Or what project is it for the rail in the north? What is this borrowing presently for?
People will agree and some will disagree that the borrowing is important for things like rightly said, the coastal road. But there are other pressing areas. Like I said before, if you're going to borrow to make sure that we don't borrow again in the future, get it? Borrow to make sure we don't borrow again in the future. I can agree. I will accept. That way you know that you're borrowing to invest in key 7-point agendas that will generate money very fast. One, the power sector. Can we be able to generate power to give to neighboring countries and then they pay us and then we use it to service the debt and sort it out? In that case, debt is good. And borrowing is good. But where it becomes bad is if we're borrowing to lavish. Eurobond to lavish. We're only digging the hole deeper.
I don't think it's too lavish. Let me just read out a few points I'd already written here this morning. So firstly, this borrowing is actually not too lavish the way you talk. We're actually taking advantage of the cheaper borrowing rates that we currently have, and that's to actually, because if you can borrow at this time, so that already signals that the economy has stabilized. At least one thing we've seen is that the naira has rallied over the past few months. So now if we're borrowing, so that investors think that means it seems like everything is leveled, right? Instead of taking out of their pocket, because now the interest rates are cheaper. So instead of you paying out of pocket, now it's like, this is a good time, let me borrow, right? Taking advantage. So that's one thing. Also, it also helps us to repay the our old debts. So we have like $1.1 billion due soon. So that's also one thing. Also, it's to bring in. Also, it's to bring in new currency, new foreign currency actually to support our economy, because we know how much foreign currency actually impacts the economy. Also, to give a little bit of confidence to the investors that Nigeria is back on the global financial scene. Because if we're not borrowing at the time, so borrowing is not the negative completely for this case. So yes, that's it. So it's not like we're borrowing from the World Bank or trying to do something. This is a case of Eurobonds, a case of foreign currency. Let's do this now because the interest rates right now are cheaper. So
that means
there's a rate cut
into the future, right?
Yes.
I mean, every country, one way or the other, is either owing, right, or facing issues where they have to, like rightly said, refinance. But we want to be sure. So, what's more of a concern as a business, group? The point is, while this is going on, can we make sure that these monies with the S don't get into lost ventures where at the end of the day we cannot be able to now track it? It's a huge sum of money. Again, with the S, monies with the S, because it will shock you, And so I'm more worried if we borrow and we now want to delay for it to not incur more interest.
We always have more repayment time.
That's my thing. So the longer it stays, due to level of corruption or level of
corruption,
whatever you call it, and then the transparency is not clear. I tell you, it will take a longer time. So if, for instance, And this is just normal mathematics. If they tell you, we are going to give you this Eurobond, whatever it is, and then in 6 months or 1 year, come back to us with, the funds as agreed. If they now spend 3 years, what this means is that interest could have been incurred on top of that. On top of that loan or whatever you want to call it. So, which puts us in a very tight corner. Where would the interest money be collected from to pay? How will you save that interest? It will come out of our economy, thereby making Nigerians to suffer. However, like I said, if the money is going to get into capital project that will yield money, like I like the fact you said the coastal road, but the question is, our economists, those who advise our president, is that road, they should be able to tell us, they create a forecast to say this road in 2 or 3 years will generate this amount of money. It will ease up the burden of business such a way that money can be made out of it. They tell us that. I want to hear that. Not just so people can move from Lagos to Calabar, back and forth. What is the economic value? With that now, I'll be at rest.
Is to free up foreign reserves and then we'll be good.
Like you said,
it will.
Renewed hope.
Renewed hope. Well, let's move on now and talk about the $40 billion global cannabis oil market that we're currently eyeing. Nigeria is currently eyeing this $1 billion global cannabis market as NDLEA okays regulated export. When you say why, it's like it feels like, why are you shocked?
I am shocked because the proposal of this has been on for a while, and then our NDLEA, or should I say, the Nigerian government has been against this, while others are saying that they could do a lot of investment with this, and other countries are taking advantage of the fact that it's medicinal, you can do this, you can do that, you can add to the GDP of the economy and all of that. And then for us to start embracing it now, what education, did our government just have to have them embrace this? It's actually shocking because a lot of people have had this wish that it will come alive.
No, I think it's actually a step in the right direction because we see countries like Canada, we see countries like South Africa, Lesotho actually really benefiting from this cannabis market, because when we think cannabis in Nigeria, we're thinking illegal drugs, but the thing is it's treatment for anxiety, pain, skincare as well. The other day we spoke about the how many $1 million skincare markets that is available in Nigeria. We had the event the other day, right? So we have all of that happening. So the country is thinking, okay, instead of what was the norm, business as usual, let's tap into this market, but we regulate it, with NDLEA, regulate it. So in this case now, it's not like when you're exporting or importing, it's like you're or importing, it's not like you're bringing in something that is illegal. So in this case now, you understand, it's well regulated, it's well monitored.
People that want to use it for illegal means. Why? Because a lot of productivity has come into play on this, that it will be used for good. The use will be for good more than the other way around, the other illegal way of using it. And I think we'll be the better for it because, just depending on just the oil sector, depending on, limited sectors, when we know that we are rich in resources,
exactly,
we should embrace all untapped resources
so we can make more money,
so that we can make more money, and then ease up some sectors so they don't feel too important, because just like we know that every part of our body is important, right? You can't say, oh, I don't need my eye when I have my nose, I don't, so that's how every resource that God has blessed this country with is important. The only thing we need to do is to tap the untapped potential of these resources, and we'll be the better for it.
So just right upon that, these are great analysis and great points you ladies have made. Just to add to that, I think that if we are moving forward with this, it means that we've understood on the global market, right, that look, we have something to bring to the table. Yes. Now this is the catch now. who can we trust to now say, as we decide to grow and cultivate cannabis, and we want to export it as local content out to the world, to those big farmers, when I say farmers, I mean pharmaceuticals, who can now, make it to become, transform it and then use that as raw materials for drugs. Who can we trust to make sure this person doesn't actually sell it on the black market? It's very important, because see, if we go into huge, agricultural business with this thing, it will mean one thing, which is a major revenue for Nigeria. Are we going to have individuals also having farms? If that be the case, then we see big room for drug abuse.
No.
And so hold on.
Drug abuse. Okay.
I'll come somewhere. What I mean to say is, license should not be given to individuals to actually grow this thing.
So it's only for licensed farmers.
I'm thinking that they should not even allow individuals. It should be government as a whole to regulate. In fact, I would prefer if NDL say, look, NDL are the ones in charge of this thing. Do you know why? If this thing is allowed to grow in large scale, meaning to say that if you don't get the right market out there as an individual, you want to go sell in the black market. This way you are funding, or rather you are fueling on one other corner, right, illicit use of these drugs. However, having said so, the economic value will be great. Canada, for instance, they have their own where people can just walk into shops and it's controlled because it has a medicinal factor there.
It's
Now,
very good to also know that, right? I'm sorry to cut you on this, but it's also very good to know that the cannabis thing is not, it has oil.
Exactly.
So these are extracts.
And this oil extract does it has a whole lot of benefits.
And guess what? If with what you said right now, we actually put in place industries to actually refine this local content instead of exporting, we'll make more money, because then we'll be able to export the byproduct.
I think what they've succeeded doing is to okay the exporting of it,
exactly,
and opposing the local use of it. But by doing that, I think there's still a breach.
It's important for me to also add that the what regulation means is that it's just licensed farmers that have the okay. Well, that's a story for another day. But obviously, in a normal sense of it, if regulators are following up on it, then we should know that we should believe and trust the process. So, and it's only licensed farmers that are allowed to produce specific strains of cannabis.
So now,
do you understand?
And
specific strains.
A lot of arrests was to be made from illegal use of it.
Maybe to an extent.
Not, right?
Maybe to an extent.
So for me, I just think that whenever we're about to push this thing and let it start really be rolling, put this way, when there's real production, I'm more concerned about we creating industries and use these things to get those byproducts. Guess what? It will create jobs. Two.
It will create jobs, a lot of jobs.
Already okayed the use of cannabis and the extract, and the benefit of the extract that comes from it.
To create opportunities.
That will tell you the benefit of these things that, again and again, you begin to wonder why the government has not really accepted this. For something to be abused, it means there's something in that thing that can actually help. I mean, that there's a resource in that thing that can actually go a long way to bring about, a whole lot of use, development, you name it.
So we are all for it to be,
legalized. So far it's properly regulated and controlled, and I think we're good to go, because we need to tap into the market. Well, let's move on now and see what's happening with OML 18. NNPC Sahara launched 2.2 million barrel floating vessel. Also, World Bank sees poverty rises as 10 million more Nigerians slip into poverty in 2025. That one is not shocking.
It is not at all.
I really don't trust the World Bank for anything. It's my opinion. Reasons given is this. Remember I said something before, weeks ago. When they don't have you coming to them cap in hand, first and foremost, these organizations were created without even asking Africa. So why are you including us in all these things? Why are you putting together different statistics that will make us think we need to come to you to come and borrow money? Once you come to World Bank and all those big institutions to borrow money, you become their slave. This is not, look, you don't even need a soothsayer to explain to you. So even when the economy is doing well, trust me, they don't like it. They want the economy to do bad so you can come and borrow money. So yes, we have poverty problem in Nigeria. We also have it in other countries too. Remember, what is poverty? It is when you cannot meet your daily needs because the economically you haven't reached that level, and your spending power is not enough to take you through the day. You are poor towards some certain things, right? Again, they say poverty is a mindset. That's for those who are, morally, who have this moral compass and who are life coaches. That's separate. But speaking as it is and saying the way it is means that we address the elephant in the room. Why is it that if the World Bank doesn't get what they want by you coming to them and borrow from them, because they always have money to give to you. If you want 1 trillion, they give you the money.
Okay, now you're saying that you're tilting towards the fact that it was World Bank that actually said
it is a strategy.
So now, Valentine,
yes, please.
I mean, from everything that they've said, are they actually lying? Because if you watch the humanitarian sector, how many charity works do you see going around as much as it used to be? Do you hear about the IDP camps anymore? Do you hear about AIDS going to people anymore? These things have reduced because people are barely managing. Even the so-called rich in our country are feeling the growls and everything that is happening is affecting everybody. So let's not even lie about what World Bank is envisaging or concluding on, because we see that different sectors are suffering the setbacks.
So it's good that you can mention this, and you've made some great points. So my own input is this. Yes, the economy is not favorable. Yes, but we have not tanked. And we will not tank. But the big question now is, what is in for the World Bank? Remember, what keeps them going as a business? Come and borrow money.
I agree with you completely, Valentine, on that one, but it doesn't take away the fact that we actually have this Nigerians slipping into poverty. I think while I see your point, it doesn't still take away from the point still that we're seeing the reality of what's happening. That's because I always say on the show that honestly we only have 2 classes. There's no longer a middle class. It's either the upper class or lower class. Let's just be honest. It's a sad truth. It's a sad truth that we just have to just accept and just hope that things get better so that we can, and that's why, like we say in Nigeria, everybody's eyes is tricking. Like right now, everyone's eyes is tricking because it's a little illness, a little this here and there, and then you just sleep. So, we have to move on now. Let's take a quick break and be right back for the newspaper review right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Do stay with us.
Viewers, and welcome back to Today in History right here on Business Day television, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, October 9th.
On this day in 1962, Uganda gained independence from British rule. The country had become a British protectorate in 1894, 32 years after the first European British John Hanning Speke set foot in the country. Milton Obote became the first Prime Minister of an independent Uganda. And on this day in 2024, Ratan Tata, a former chairman of Tata Group who was widely admired for his personal ethics and philanthropic activities, died in Mumbai, India.
And that is all we have for you in our package Today in History right here on BDTV. I am Norma Obodna. Keep watching BDTV.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol.
We get very for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Welcome back, still the BDTV Breakfast Show right here on Business Day, and we are ready to see what we have on the front pages of the paper this morning. Of course, as always, we like to start off with the Business Day paper because this is Business Day. Let's see what we have on the front pages this morning. The big story here on the front page of Business Day paper says FTSE to upgrade Nigeria in boon for capital flows. The writer goes on to say equities market rallies on approval news. Again, on the front page, still on the front page, it says economists fault opacity in federal government's borrowing plans. This one will excite Valentine. On page 31 of the paper this morning, page 30 says World Bank flags Nigeria's rising revenue collection cost, says nearly half of the population now in poverty. Just what we're saying, debts to GDP seen dropping to 39.8%. That's on the front page of the Business Day paper this morning. And on page 30 of the paper, it says unlocking Nigeria's industrial base, how border closure weakens manufacturing sector. Those are the stories on the front pages of the paper this morning. Let's see, any takers? Which one do you want to speak on?
If I have to go what has World Bank said, I'll probably be sounding like a broken record. But maybe I should just even touch it even more.
Even more than what we already did.
Okay, let's leave it.
Yes, maybe we should talk about the economists faulting opacity in federal government borrowing plans, or perhaps this one on the manufacturing sector, how the border closure actually weakens the manufacturing sector. I think we should speak on that one.
Well, so I read that story this morning. I said to myself, okay, there are some pointers there, right? Because if the borders are closed, most definitely some certain raw materials that we need to, if at all, to use to run some other manufacturing things to get byproducts off, right, might be on the high. Because then, especially if it's banned, but if it's not banned, it has to go through due process, it has to go through, which is normal, go through all the checks and balances. So time runs fast, and those raw materials don't get to the factories on time. So the ones they have there become scarce. And when things are scarce, the price goes what? Goes up. So I can understand that too. But however, to see on the flip side, when the borders are closed and consumables like rice don't get to the country, we're 200 million Nigerians strong. Rice is our staple food on the daily. For some people, they eat it like 3 times a day. And so this it might sound strange, but it will actually favor Nigeria more. Why? We will be forced to make sure we produce what we eat. And I tell you, if we stick with...
And that's not bad, is it?
Of course, not bad. If we stick with closed borders by saying we don't want rice to come into the country, the middle belt will feed this nation and not only become the basket of the nation, rather become the barrel of the nation. Such a way that every other person will be able to say, look, for what it's worth, let's get that rice from there. But this is the challenge now. Will the production of the rice itself be be enough for Nigerians as a whole? Of course, the answer is no. But if the borders remain closed, it will encourage local content to grow. It will encourage our leather market in different areas. It will encourage our bar market, especially now that Aba is experiencing almost 24 hours power supply. Kudos to Governor Alex Oti. I must say this. I hardly say, give politicians a thumbs up, but I must give him a thumbs up for this. I don't know how that has been possible. He has broken the jinx. He has made it clear to people, look, the economy can run if power is constant. That's a different topic for a different day.
I wouldn't like that they're enjoying it. It's free.
Of course, you're paying now. But even if you pay for something and you're getting it, I'll be encouraged to pay more because it's better for me to pay and get my service than than pay and start frowning. And another thing is that you might have the money, you're looking for this light, you don't see it. You get me now? Anyway, so give and take. I think that on the flip side, if the borders are closed towards some certain things, yes, it might weaken some certain area in the economy, but at the same time to encourage. Remember a saying I used to say here. I said, look, and I keep on saying it. Hard times create strong men. Strong men create good times. Good times create weak men. And that's the funny part now. And weak men end up creating tough times.
Okay. Do you want me to say it again?
So how does that apply to this? The borders are closed. We might feel some pinch, but it will wake up our creativity. It will wake up. Yes.
For the period that the border, has been closed for, can you classify or even specify or even, give an accurate value that we've gotten? For the period that the border has been closed for, can you begin to enlist the values that we've gotten?
Definitely. Look, first and foremost, let's look at our local content when it comes to our own Ankara or our own clothing line, our fashion line. Can you see that people are now saying, yes, just look, wait a minute, to look in our cultural attire gives you more courage. Even though all of us here were all dressed in Western clothes, but I tell you, I think we should have a day for cultural dress.
Absolutely. Tomorrow is a good day.
And I tell you, the more we do that, guess what? People watch at home. Wow, I want to go buy my own traditional dress and look like these business, wonderful looking ladies and gentlemen. Why? Because they see us as role models. What does that tell you? We'll be inspiring the local content.
You're also shaping the narrative.
But I thought that in this, acceptance of our Ankara, people abroad, when you give them gifts with Ankara, they appreciate it more than any other.
That's my point.
And they have actually accepted it more than even we that are here in Nigeria.
Because our prints are really rich. One thing Africa has is this rich heritage. Everything about Africa is really colorful. So when you're giving an African print out, you don't see a boring African print. It's beautiful. It's rich. And when you see us on those global stages with those hats and then the African attire, it just looks different, beautiful. Look at you, your gray suit. No shade.
Because
no shade. Literally and figuratively, actually, no shade. Like no shade. It's just it's just gray. But imagine you putting one really nice agbada. Do it for us tomorrow. Let's come back here.
We're probably the biggest people to have it.
What?
Right.
You're right.
He does the arts thing, like
the art gallery.
The art gallery. He has where he samples his art.
He's an art curator.
Yes, and each time he's doing his thing, each time he has to visit, his place or he's doing his thing. You see how African he looks, and then it's so good.
It's so beautiful. Do you see Madam Nikki herself? She has the gorgeous gele.
The senator attire, we've already seen deeper, but because I'm from Bielsa, I know how deep. People wear this kind of different styles. Now his is from, how a banner will flow to the ground. Yes, he is a senator. It will flow to the ground, and then you have these beads that they use. I don't know. It's so fine.
That's the local content we're talking about. Yeah. So if the borders remain closed to some imports of this kind of our fabric, maybe
But let me just give us a little bit of some more statistics. It says during this period, data from the Nigeria Bureau of Statistics show that inflation spiked from 11.2% to 15.7% when the border was reopened. And also
was reopened.
Yes.
What am I saying?
Also, the FDC, which is the Financial Derivatives Company, in its report noted that import restriction is a cure worse than the disease. So that's very telling. And also, they also gave us a little bit of a more insights, talking about the illusion of protection, saying that historical data show that every major round of import restrictions from the 1982 Economic Stabilization Act to Obasanjo's 2002 measures and Buhari's 2019 border closure was followed by sharp inflationary pressures. So that tells us something, that instead of insulating this company, these policies consistently eroded purchasing power, distorted market, and entrenched inefficiency.
Right. Flip side and flip side, like they say.
All right. So it always unlock Nigeria's industrial.
Yeah, and it also might not say that manufacturers often think that they gain when borders are shut. But that's only one side of the story. Said, like we had during Muhammadu's Buhari's government, a few manufacturers control the local market, but the sector stagnates due to lack of international competition. End of. I think that says it all.
Okay. What else do you have?
Let's move on now. Still on the front page of the Business Day paper, but this one we'll speak more on it on the business week. Did I say business week? Business news. So we have FTSE to upgrade Nigeria in boon for capital flows, and equities market rallies on approval news. So stay tuned to Business Day TV. We'll speak more on this on the business news hour. But let's move on now and see what we have on the Vanguard paper this morning.
On the Vanguard, looking by a bit interesting. Let's jump into it. 139 million, I beg your pardon, Nigerians living in poverty despite reform signs. Again, 139 million Nigerians living in poverty despite reform signs. Again, World Bank came through with that. You already know my stance with World Bank, so I leave it at that. Page 8 says, Senate summons defense minister. And of course, IGP, we have COAS, of course, over insecurity in Kwara South. It has been like back to back. It's crazy. My resignation, not admission of guilt, says Naji. Again, he says, my resignation, not admission of guilt. You remember the story, that broke that he had some certificate forgery and all that stuff. But again, some will argue that he did the honorable thing by stepping down, and then let's now look into the issue.
But he's saying that it's not like, it doesn't mean that because it stepped down, because then people would think suddenly then that means you forged. But he's saying that doesn't mean you forged.
So I think for me, as much as it might sound strange, he's being honorable by saying, look, if there is some misgivings regarding this, let me step down first and foremost. All right, it's not about the post, it's about making sure integrity, that I can set a great precedence for young people to follow. So let's see how that unfolds.
In his shoes, which I know I won't, but I'm not even saying or agreeing that he has such scandal or not. But if something like that, it's happening, the only way out is to prove yourself rather than step.
Which I think is not. Well, again, in doing that means you only elongate it, creating a lot of loopholes and gray areas. I think normally what people do globally is, once there's a scandal, whether it's a sex scandal, whether it is a certificate issue scandal, just do the honorable thing first. That's how they say you are honorable. Let's see.
Step down.
Let's see.
Here in Nigeria. Who will allow you to come back in when there are lots of people?
The truth of the matter is that
out there to take that position, or even are in the position when you are already seated, and then you now let go, and then you're thinking that you want to do something honorable.
So it's about come back. So it's about power now, to remain in power. Is that it?
I just want to understand what's going on.
Well, he did the honorable thing by stepping down first. And let's not do the remaining investigation and see how.
So I think just as Atiku has urged the probe of Tinubu and other cabinet members, I think this is a sign for them to actually really probe hard and find out what is what and what is not. But the truth is, I want to use the proverb that he who is in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. But yes, let's keep our fingers crossed and see how it all pans out.
All right, so very quickly, the other one here says, I support 80% of Tinubu's reform, but says Sanusi.
There's a but.
We already know what the but means. The major writer here says, Tinubu to, before then, I'll say new INEC chair for Council of States preview today. There's new INEC chair for Council of States preview today. Tinubu to present nominee at today's meeting. Of course, it says President in firm control of nomination process. And again, how politicians try to force choice of nominee and APC chairman institutional impute. That is a supporting story for the major one.
Okay.
We jump over to the Punch to save time, or you want to talk about this?
I think we can just take a look at one last story from the NESG. That's the one over global order losing. You know, the NESG is really important. The Nigerian Economic Summit. So that's been happening for the past couple of days now, and I mean every. I wanted to say every policy maker, you know, the who is who, they've been in Abuja for a couple of days now, so I don't think we should just keep over that. We should, so it will definitely be back and give us, you know, some insight, download some of the things that they had gotten and download it to us, hopefully. So yeah.
All right, so global order losing empathy. Nigeria must produce for itself. But I could have taken this story initially. I keep saying, look, the day we say to ourselves that being a producing nation should be 100% the better for us. Produce what we consume and consume what we produce. And I tell you, our economy will just turn around for the good. Why? Manufacturing will increase. We will have more reason to use that Eurobond and those borrowing to invest in, you know, industries, invest in manufacturing, and then use what we have from agricultural input or output, put into those industries, put into those areas, and get great byproducts from them. Then guess what? Sell to Nigerians.
And it's actually good to see that it's the coordinating minister of the economy, Mr. Wale Edun, that is saying this, you know, talking about the global order losing empathy. I mean, every time you talk about World Bank, you don't trust them, it still goes back to all of this, you know, the world's powers, they're losing empathy. So we must actually really produce for ourselves at this time. We have the resources, we have everything, we have to be self-dependent. Exactly, expanse of land, a lot, rich weather.
Yes, and we have a lot of people that have this knowledge of very rich agriculture. So what is happening? Is insecurity still playing a major role in making this not happen?
In fact, I will tell you, look, that we are losing, or put this way, they're losing empathy towards us is a good thing, right?
Yes.
So that they should stop coming to us to want to borrow, give us money. We don't need their money. Yes, don't have empathy for Nigeria, so that we can wake up again. The day Nigeria wakes up, Africa will never be the same.
You know how they say that a lack always creates ingenuity. So it just makes you look within and see how you can actually, you know, help yourself, how you can actually get things done.
The proverb that says that hunger is the best gift from God to mankind. You know, the hungrier you
because if we're not hungry, we would never even have found vegetables and say, okay, we can make this thing to a foriro.
Or who even invented vitamin soup?
Exactly. So things that, but
let's away from the food thing. But if you're not hungry, you'll not be able to be innovative. You'll not be able
you won't innovate,
to be productive, or even result oriented.
Absolutely.
That's why it says mother of all invention, right?
Necessity is the mother of all inventions. Absolutely.
So very quickly, let's move into the Punch newspaper because of time. And the front page says here that Nigeria lost 10 billion naira to Northeast conflict.
This is from the UN.
That could be very accurate.
The United Nations in page 7. And on page 19 says opposition slams governors as states IGR soars by 50%. And here says Christian killing. The federal government disagrees as the Christian Association of Nigeria backs U.S. Senator. All right. From here says the Dangote refinery engineers on warpath over redeployment. And that story could be gotten from page 10 of the Punch newspaper. And the big story here says the presidency rejects World Bank's poverty report.
Thank you.
And I think that Nigeria
I'm smiling.
Poverty rose from 115 million in 2023 to 139 million in 2025, according to World Bank. But the presidency disputes this data and defends reform, saying that World Bank urges action on inflation as well as poverty. And at the downside of the Punch newspaper, it says strike federal government ASU in high stakes talks. What do you think could come out of this?
I think I want to speak on the big story firstly. When the presidency rejects World Bank poverty report, it's nice. It's nice to hear, but the truth is, we need to speak with facts and figures. If World Bank has the facts and figures saying that, we've slipped into poverty, 10 million Nigerians or whatnot, we cannot just be speaking based on emotions, saying that, okay, there have been reforms, there have been this, there have been that. The people are the ones feeling, we are the ones feeling it. I'm seeing the poverty, I'm smelling it, I'm feeling it. So so we have to speak with facts. They should come, presidency should come and say, oh, XYZ thing happened, this is this, 10 million, we minus this from, we're at this point before, we're now at this point. Not just speaking emotionally. It's nice to say, it's nice to hear, just to give us a little bit, the citizen, a little bit of confidence that okay, it's not that bad. Because when you hear this as a citizen, you might feel a little bit oh my goodness, you're a little bit worried. But then let's face the facts. What do the statistics say?
Saying that dollar has reduced, and then things keep skyrocketing in the market, and then you begin to wonder, for people that are buying building material, they will buy things even more expensive than when the dollar was higher. So what is actually defining this thing?
So what I think is that there are two sides to this coin here. You have World Bank that is not on ground in Nigeria, giving their statistics based on the amount of money that we are owing and how fast we are paying the money and the interest that is building. So with that now, they come into conclusion with their own statistics. That's what they're doing. They don't really have hands-on ground. Now, the federal government
Are you speaking from facts?
No,
or you're just speaking from
this is fact.
I don't agree.
So I will explain to you why. Now, remove emotion out of it. Okay? If the federal government that is in control of 700 and something local governments, right, with different words, right, are telling you that this is how they've covered the different areas, and there's no way that
they won't have
exactly they will have facts and figures. Now, let me not shock all of us. You see, any international economist or analyst can simply just say this thing that haven't seen how much we are owing in the bank because the indices are there, the numbers are there, they're owing World Bank. So they do their numbers, they are the professionals. They do numbers, okay, which means in the future, their expectation is this, that. In other words, so Nigeria is now falling deep into poverty by their own data and analysis. But on ground, the federal government is in charge of states and local governments. Wards answer to them. You have different councillors. They are getting direct information regarding that. I'll continue some other time.
But from this point, before we run out of time now, let's just take this to that story before we go into the cartoon of the day.
But we have to go actually.
All right. But the fraud story says that Interpol arrests wanted Nigerian in Argentina, and LP senators shrink to 4 as Chukwu joins APC.
Wow. Let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day this morning on the BDTV breakfast show. Very quickly, that one is a woman flying on a broom and it says Iyaloja, and then you see people Edo Market women meeting, so you can see those are I think that's is that the attire for the Edo women? Yes.
Maybe I'm not agreeing with the terms of this whole politics in the market or how they are going about it. Like in Lagos State, they don't want the policies that I mean, that the market is having in Lagos to extend to Edo, right?
So what does it mean for her to be flying on the broom and then you see bats also above her head? I think it's there's a cryptic message there that we all know.
It looks all gothic in nature. But
we all know what that is, but I don't want to channel or.
Well, I mean, it's a creative work. It is what it is. The cartoon of the day. The idea is to give some level of sarcasm of what's going on. Also, give us some in-depth, or rather surface.
But the pictures,
but to explain this,
what they say, pictures have it to tell a thousand stories. So make of it whatever it is you want to make of it.
Or for what it's worth, I would say this, right? They are not smiling. They do market women garden. They are not smiling. They all have their staff of so-called office thing. But I think it was the men that pulled that stuff, not the women. However, right, truth be told, is he being imposed or like imposed on them? That's the question. I don't see the market women wanting. Yeah, but I don't. Maybe that's part of
Destiny. I think it's for you to interpret it however it is you want. Like we say, pictures tell a thousand stories. So however it is our viewers want to interpret it yourself. But that's the cartoon of the day this morning. Quite interesting one, really. But that's where we wrap it up this morning on the newspaper review segment right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is Business Morning with Destiny Momo. Do stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
In September, the Nigerian Economic Society held its annual conference in Abuja. All sessions took place at the NAF Conference Center in Kado. The theme was Rethinking Africa's Development, Pathway to Economic Transformation and Social Inclusion in a changing global economic landscape. The gathering focused on how Africa can grow stronger and ensure more people benefit from that growth. The president of the society reflected on his long journey. He reminded participants of the mission to advance growth, shape policy, and build the next generation of thinkers. He also opened the induction and fellowship ceremony, welcoming new members, honoring fellows, and celebrating award winners.
This is the 16th annual conference of the Nigerian Economic Society, and it's the biggest conference we ever had. We had over 3,000 participants, including 500 students, and the theme of the conference is Rethinking African Development. This is the time we start looking at, given the various global challenges we have, how should Africa reposition ourselves? There's climate change, there are debt crisis, shifting geopolitical wars, there are all kinds of things going on. So how should Africa reposition itself? That is the theme of the conference. Yeah, again, just like the last panel, one of the speakers mentioned that. And they said, look, debt is not the problem. Most of the countries that develop today, they use debt to develop. And if you look at China, look at the debt GDP ratio of China and other countries, they use debt. So debt is always part of what every country needs to develop.
Good morning. You're still watching the Breakfast Show on Business Day Television. This is Business Morning segment. I am Destiny Momo. And very quickly, let's bring to you news in details. Nigeria is planning to reissue its $1.1 billion Eurobond due November this year as part of its total Eurobond sale plan of $2.3 billion by the end of fourth quarter of 2025. Now, this is according to a letter written by President Tinubu to the Nigerian lawmakers on Tuesday to raise $500 million of sukuk to be issued externally for the first time alongside the other amount. Nigeria's Eurobond average yield dropped by 5 basis points week on week to 7.80% from 9.8% at the start of the year and over 11% at the peak of the global tariff war. And now, according to reports, this drop in yield to its current levels makes it affordable for Nigeria to issue a new Eurobond. And moving on, Nigeria will soon join the League of Major Exporters of Cannabis Oil, a chemical found in marijuana, largely grown in large quantities in Nigeria. The global cannabis oil market is reportedly considered to be huge at $7.2 billion currently, with projections to hit $39.7 billion by 2034. Chairman Chief Executive Officer of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, Buba Marwa, said the agency is considering controlled and regulated export of cannabis oil to countries who desire it while remaining opposed to its local consumption. Marwa acknowledged that cannabis oil may have medicinal properties worth investigating, while warning that it also carries health risk, potential for misuse and implications for public safety. And still on, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, Sahara Group, Aeroton Exploration, a production company, and Bilton Energy Limited have jointly commissioned the nation's first wholly owned 2.2 million barrel capacity floating storage and offloading vessel. The vessel, named Carlton, is designed to drive sustained oil production, enhance crude export reliability, and even bolster Nigeria's energy security and sustainability. A statement sent by Head of Corporate Communications at Sahara Group Limited, Bethel Obioma, on Wednesday stated that the vessel is Nigeria's first crude oil terminal to be commissioned in 50 years. The report revealed that christened Carlton, the floating storage and offloading terminal, is designed to enhance crude evacuation from Nigeria's OML 18 and nearby assets. The World Bank has revealed that more Nigerians have fallen into poverty as economic stabilization and growth momentum have yet to improve the livelihoods of citizens of Africa's top crude producer. And poverty levels are projected to hit 61% in 2025 as 139 million people slipped below $3 per person per day compared to 129 million people last year as weak growth and high inflation eroded purchasing power more sharply since 2019, reflecting pre-2023 policy missteps and external shocks. And then the Apex Bank urged authorities to bring reforms gains home to Nigerians by reducing food inflation, improving the use of public resources for development, and even strengthening the social safety net to protect the poor and economically insecure. And now let's go on a quick break. When we are back, we will be discussing the business morning in detail. Stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, This is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
Welcome to the cast. Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
You're welcome back to Business Morning. Right now, let's go straight to the first conversation for today. Nigeria's financial system is awash with liquidity hitting levels never before seen in the country's banking history. Nigeria's banking sector has actually witnessed a record liquidity surge, with system balances rising to 5.73 trillion naira, up from just over 4 trillion naira days earlier. That's the sharpest jump in months. Analysts say the development reflects a wave of monetary and even fiscal inflows, including recent FAAC disbursements, lower policy rates, and adjustments to the standing deposit facility window. According to data from the Central Bank of Nigeria, commercial banks have increasingly preferred to pack funds with the CBN rather than lend to the private sector and taking advantage of the safety and steady returns offered by the SDF. Now, in the first half of the year alone, banks' deposits with the Apex Bank surged more than sevenfold, rising from 8 trillion naira to over 67 trillion naira by August. And that figure had crossed 79 trillion naira, signaling what experts call excess liquidity under economic uncertainty. Now, while the surge reflects strong system liquidity and bank profitability, it has also triggered concerns about credit stagnation despite record cash holdings. Lending to small businesses and productive sectors as they remain subdued, with interest rates still hovering over 28%. Now, economists warn that if the excess liquidity does not translate into new loans and investment, Nigeria risks missing out on the growth momentum that lower inflation and even eased monetary policy could bring. Okay, lastly, the central bank, meanwhile, insists the system remains stable and resilient, noting that monetary operations are being carefully and calibrated to balance growth and inflation risk. Joining us this morning to unveil this trend is Mr. Adegboyega. He is a veteran financial director expert, and he is a university-trained economist with 25 years structured finance and investment banking career, consulting need, and internationally certified trainer. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Destiny.
You're welcome.
Thanks a lot.
As always, thank you for beating the, so much traffic just to be here this morning to give us this detail.
Yeah, well, it happens at times. You've just got to try to plan ahead with Lagos and give that room, build that redundancy to be there. But it's great to be here.
As always, your golden voice is gracing Business Morning this morning to give us a very intelligent part of the discussion. Now, concerning the expert context for policy and economic overview, what specific policy changes have actually contributed most significantly to the recent liquidity surge in Nigeria's banking system?
Well, let's go back a bit to prior to the new leadership or the existing leadership of the central bank. The previous leadership has been pointed out to been doing a lot of printing of money, and that led to so much cash in the system. A lot of people, and when I say a lot of people, I mean the man on the street typically will say, where was all the cash in the system? We remember when there was no cash. But yes, there was excess cash, and there was so much naira going after dollars, and that continued to put pressure on the naira. The main aim of the current leadership of the central bank was to mop up as much of that as possible. And you will realize that since the leadership came in, the monetary policy has been tight. And it's difficult to even imagine that we've had a tighter set of policy factors ruling the economy since then. But yes, it has worked. We've seen inflation coming down. We've seen, yes, banks have restricted their lending because of the high cash reserve ratio. And what that has led to is an improvement in terms of the value of the naira. Because the exchange rate is a matter of demand and supply. So when you talk about what policies have led to this, it's the deliberate effect of the central bank making sure that as much of excess liquidity in the system has been mopped up. That's why you have almost 6 trillion in the standing deposit facilities right now.
Wow. So, Veteran Adebajo, how do these shifts reflect the central bank of Nigeria's broader monetary strategy in stabilizing the economy?
Well, for one thing, by keeping that cash out of the system and out of the hands of speculators, what you have is there's not going to be so much pressure on the naira in terms of that much naira demanding dollars. But there's some kind of trade-off where that is concerned, because the other side of it is how much credit is then available for lending to organizations. And this is where the World Bank has expressed certain reservations in terms of the use of open market operations. OMOs tend to be pretty much short-term by definition, but we've been seeing the central bank issuing government securities with a longer-term maturity, with foreign investors coming in, and most times these government securities are oversubscribed, so to say. So that's keeping money on for a longer time. At the same time, the central bank has kept cash reserve ratios for banks pretty high. Right now, it's about 50%. So that means for every 1 naira you put in a bank, only 50 kobo can be lent. So that's pretty much restrictive. And then when you think in terms of what they have sitting in the banks, instead of even trying to lend to the sectors, they've put that in the SDFs, in CBN, because that's a guaranteed return. It's a risk-free investment. And so it's much better on their books. Banks are indeed concerned. We have inflation. It's still high. Yes, it's come down 5th consecutive month, but it's still over 20%, which means that probably in about 5 to 7 years, you're going to have prices doubling at that rate. So it's a tough one for companies operating in that sector, and you don't want to lend and you have an instance where that lending becomes a non-performing loan. In the first quarter of this year, non-performing loans rose to about 6%.
Okay.
Typically, the idea is don't let it get anywhere close to 10% or more than that.
Correct.
So that has caused a restraint in terms of credit advancement.
All right then.
by banks.
So now, in what ways has this liquidity, the liquidity increase affects credit availability to the private sector and even to maybe SMEs?
Well, it's not going to do anything as such at this point. Like we just pointed out, 6 trillion held up in SDFs. It's not going to be available for lending.
Okay.
Interest rates are still high. Corporate rates are still hovering around 28%. MSMEs will get at least 30% or more. And that is still a tough rate of interest with which to do business where we are. So it's not going to have that much of an impact yet. I think companies still need to be as resourceful as they can. If they can approach the capital markets rather than the money markets, they may be able to get the funds they need there.
So is such a short-term policy outcome or a sign of a structural financial improvement?
So that's the key thing here. So are we looking to the long term to see what's going to happen to the economy, or are we concerned with the short term impact of what's going on right now? I think the central bank is actually doing a very, very interesting balancing act.
Okay.
Economics is pretty much tricky because sometimes what you expect to happen may not happen, and it may be due to some other external factor, global factor. For instance, a war could suddenly change the price of crude oil, and that's going to affect the inflows of dollars. So for the CBN, it's a balancing act. They need to curb inflation first. And once they feel that there is a chance, they would actually ease off in terms of monetary policy and try to spur some growth. Now, that's not to say companies aren't growing now, but the environment is a tough one for growth.
So now, how sustainable is this level of liquidity under current inflation and interest rate conditions?
Well, it's a hazard to keep that money locked up in there for so long, and I'm pretty sure that the central bank is very much aware of that. Well, I said a hazard. Maybe a hazard is a bit too much of a strong word, but it's not economically efficient to have that amount of money in there locked up. Like I said earlier, there's a balancing act in play, and I feel when the indices are right, we're going to start seeing an ease off in terms of monetary policy.
So now, what role do digital banking and even fintech innovation actually play in shaping this liquidity landscape?
There is practically no impact at all, and I'll tell you why I say that. The fintech guys have achieved one thing, pretty much what the deposit money banks haven't been able to achieve, and that's financial inclusion. So they've been able to reach wide. Now, to that extent, a lot more people are able to access funds easily. What they've also done is they have lowered the cost of transactions. So I don't have to physically go to a bank to transact, to do a transfer. So the cost of transportation and all is out of it. So the costs are much lower in transactions. So that's one thing fintechs have brought into it. But think about it. The credit they tend to advance is short-term consumer-based credit, not longer-term productive inclined credit to agriculture and manufacturing. So yes, we'll give them a thumbs up for payment efficiency, but in terms of credit impact, it's pretty low.
All right, then for the open market operations, how effective has the central bank and the cash reserve ratio been able to bring policies that are moderating the liquidity levels?
Well, again, earlier I spoke to this in the sense that the OMOs have been in terms of much longer maturities. It's typically an instrument that is supposed to be based on short-term money, mopping it up for a short time and putting up. But one thing that has happened with the drop in the MPR rate and with the amount of money in this SDF has been that interbank rates have dropped. So the rate at which banks trade money between themselves is a lot lower now. And so those policies have done that. Again, with a high cash reserve ratio, if you're flush with that much cash, you don't want too much of it to sit there and not earn any interest. Because let's face facts, just 1% of 6 trillion is a significant amount of money. And the tier 1 banks are holding at least 80 to 85% of this 6 trillion in the SDF.
Oh, wow. So lastly, so how might interbank rates and even treasury yields react to this record liquidity level?
Well, again, the impact is pretty low because a lot of the money is held up. But trading continues because bank treasury departments need to be active. And as you well know, putting money in the SDF doesn't mean banks mustn't keep some cash available to give customers who wish to withdraw to lend as they do business. So there's still a sizable amount of business going on between banks in terms of rates, overnight back rates. And these rates they're low as they are. So one thing you can say about what has happened is that the liquidity is actually pushing rates down, but within the banking system, not outside the banking system.
Oh, wow. So Business Morning has been opportune to be talking to a veteran Adegboyega Adebajo. He is a financial expert, an advisory expert also, with a vast knowledge in financial records. Thank you so much, sir, for your
welcome,
time.
Destiny.
Thank you for joining us in
Appreciate it.
Business Morning this morning.
Thank you
We truly
for having
appreciate
me.
your stance on the liquidity policy. But then again, we will be right back after this break to start with the second conversation on Business Morning. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us. All right.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
You're welcome back to Business Morning on the Breakfast Show. Now let's move to our second conversation for today. We're talking about why Very Dark Man's vision venturing into solar energy might face Nigerians' powerful solar marketers. You know, as Nigeria power crisis deepens and citizens seek alternative to erratic electricity, social media activist Martins Vincent Osei, popularly known as Very Dark Man, VDM, has unveiled his plan to make solar energy affordable for ordinary Nigerians. His intention to sell solar systems at zero profit has drawn wide public support, with many describing it as a people-driven solution to Nigerians' long-standing energy poverty. But while his mission is noble, the solar market in Nigeria is not a friendly ground for idealism. Beneath its bright promises lies a complex web of fake products, profiteering distributors, and entrenched middlemen who thrive on confusion and lack of accountability. As someone who has spent years within this industry installing, analyzing, and even leading advocacy campaigns across radio, television, and community platforms, reports have it that some have seen how quickly genuine initiatives can be undermined. Now, the solar sector in Nigeria is one of the most under-regulated markets today, and there are thousands of distributors importing substandard products with little to no after-sales service. And many Nigerians have fallen victim to these fake systems, purchasing so-called 24-hour power kits that fail within weeks. Installers and technicians are often left to bear the backlash, while the real culprits, usually foreign suppliers or even dishonest importers, walk free. Now, VDM's vision of a zero-profit initiative will test not only his integrity, but his endurance. And this is not activism or social reform, and this is a deeply technical field that demands precision, quality control, and even structured management. It is an industry where one faulty batch of batteries for a single warranty dispute can destroy credibility built over years. A Very Dark Man's strength lies in his influence and credibility. But to protect that, he must draw a clear line between activism and solar operations. Mixing both under the same platform or name will create confusion. And the easiest way to lose public trust in the solar industry is to attach personal identity to a technical product they cannot directly control. And it will be wiser for them to act as a facilitator between manufacturers and distributors, while a separate technical structure handles the operation. Now, joining us to unveil this trend is Yakubu Yunusa. He is a solar analyst, an installer, and renewable energy advocate based in Abeokuta, Nigeria. He is the front runner of Light Up Solar campaign and a trained media analyst. His advocacy focuses on solar education, youth empowerment, and even promoting renewable energy awareness. Good morning, Yunusa.
Yeah, good morning.
Thank you for joining us on Business Morning on the short notice. Now, talking about market dynamics and even competition, how could Very Dark Man's entry into the solar market, particularly through Chinese partnerships, reshape competition among Nigeria's major solar marketers?
First of all, I will first appreciate this opportunity for being on BDTV to share my little opinion.
You're welcome.
We all know that Nigerians have been battling with epileptic power supply and high cost of fossil fuel currently, and it has been in an errand currently. VDM venturing into solar is a thing of celebration, is a thing of joy to someone like me as an analyst, because VDM coming into solar energy industry is a bigger awareness to this industry, and I believe is going to regulate some irregularity between the solar installers, the manufacturers, and the companies. So if someone like VDM is coming to solar energy industry, as said in one of the video which was posted on his page that is coming into the Nigeria, market with his own branded solar product. I first of all appreciate this kind of idea, but I want VDM to be aware that I'm not against his idea. I'm in full support of his idea. But Nigeria solar energy market is a market filled with the cartels, the bars of those who want to enrich the pocket. So those kind of people who are benefiting from this ongoing saga in Nigeria solar energy industry by bringing out both imperial, to the solar community, and a lot of unknown, innocent citizens are falling victim of all these products, and they are making gain. They will not fold their hands watching very dark man to crash the market for them. With 0% interest, with 0% interest in making profit, I think this is going to assist the solar community to grow faster and provide electricity to the common citizen of Nigeria who could not afford the fossil fuel or the epileptic power supply for their daily usage of electricity.
Impact might Chinese imported solar products have on local manufacturers and even distributors, like in terms of pricing and even market share?
Well, in my own humble opinion and based on my research as a solar analyst, Chinese companies, based on what I know from their manufacturers, they hold two things. They hold the stand for both the superior product, the quality product, and the inferior product. So it is the manufacturers that goes to them, tell them what they wanted to buy or what they wanted them to manufacture for them. The Chinese companies are open to every individual. In as much you have the money, you are free to import whatsoever you think you want to import into this country, because I believe those in charge that are supposed to be looking into this sector to verify what they are bringing into our country as Nigeria, they are not doing it enough, because a lot of us are facing this issue of different Chinese products. What people know Chinese product for is commonly call it fake or this. No, I don't stand that kind of chance. Both the quality and the inferior is there. One thing I want to tell very dark man is this: solar energy community industry is quietly beyond activism. It is a technical field which I want him to look deeply into it, about the product which he wants to bring to Nigeria. You understand? The product which he intended to bring into Nigeria. What is the quality of the lithium-ion battery coming with this battery? What is the capacity? And also to buttress this point very well, the hardest people to deal with in solar community are the last citizen of this country, which very dark man wants to focus on. On the product I saw in his analysis, he said he wants to focus on the students, the community and co. I can tell you that these are the hardest people to deal with in solar community, and very man has to an office widely different from his activism office to tackle these technical issues, because a lot of his antagonists might see this as a loophole to attack it, because this is an electronic component that can damage, that can have technical fault at any time. Don't be surprised. A lot of these marketers, they might also go back to those Chinese people to produce, these products and be selling without BDM being aware. So I will advise BDM that all the products which these companies are manufacturing is either two things. Is either BDM stand as intermediary between this Chinese company and the Nigerian citizen, allow Nigeria and guides them on how they can, sell to the common Nigeria and be the spokesman between the common citizen and this Chinese company. Or if he intended to bring it by himself, he should be ready that there's going to be a lot of technical challenges. There's going to be a lot of opposition, decision. Some people will even buy this product and willingly damage it just because they want to use his name to trend, and they might be looking for one way or the other, to attack it.
That would be very, very educative. But do you foresee a possible market monopoly or price war emerging from this move?
Well, based on what I'm seeing in this, if VDM can be transparent enough, as said, it's going to be, it will be tougher in the beginning, but it's going to crash a lot of things because currently, solar energy market, those who have the money, they are the one taking the decision. Imagine buying a product of maybe $30, bringing it to Nigeria to sell about $120. That is what BDM wants to do. He wants to crash these prices, so that at least by the time you calculate the shipping cost with the cost of the product, the amount of the money is going to be a little bit different from what we have been common know. And also, there are some companies currently in Nigeria, you understand, all in the name, they are doing instrumental to all these common citizens of Nigeria. A product which they manufacture, they are aware of this product not costing more than $30 or 30,000 naira. Selling it to these people at the price of 90,000 on instrumental basis. With this movement, is going to crash this monopoly, market in solar energy industry. It will crash it, and it will make everybody to adjust themselves. So that because we have a product with a man which we are known with integrity, and everybody wants to adjust themselves, it's going to crash the monopoly in the solar energy market.
Quality and regulation, given the influx of cheaper Chinese solar products, what quality assurance mechanisms should Nigeria's energy regulators enforce?
Well, based on my experience and research, we have different organization body who's supposed to be in charge of all these products coming to Nigeria. There are some countries, whereas you can't just import anything, it must meet with the standard. But in Nigeria, reverse is the case. We have a lot of products in the market. We have a lot of installer has fallen legal victim because of all these products. All the organization body, the government organization body are into practice. This will reduce the challenges we are currently facing in solar energy market. If VDM products want to stand, to be at the first runner in solar energy market, I would advise him to check the quality of the battery which is coming with this product. He should make sure that the battery coming with products are grade A lithium-ion battery cell, and the type of solar panel coming with it is enough to charge this. And another thing I want BDM to take correction into is this: it should not rely on the hours of which these manufacturers give to him. Let him practicalize, let him unbox this product, let him teach, teach people, let people see practically how these products can last longer with so appliances. We all know that Nigerians, we Nigerians, we are very common with something. We are mostly hungry for energy. So when we buy a product of maybe 120,000, 70,000 naira, we expect it to be powering our AC water pumping machine. We don't mind using it to power our freezer. So if we have regulator, we have advocacy campaign, we have to after-sales technical knowledge, to educate people about this, it will reduce, the challenges which we'll be facing with all these products.
Economic and industrial implications. Could VDM's solar importation strategy actually undermine local solar assembly and installation businesses, or could it stimulate the sector's growth through competition?
Well, if I should say, based on my own personal opinion and my analyst, if VDM can carry along the existing technical field of solar markets, I mean the grassroots solar installer, solar technician, is going to be a win-win. So that it should allow the Chinese people to come from their country to train our local people. This will provide employment opportunity to the locals in Nigeria, and also is going to stabilize the irregularity between this the solar community. And another thing which I think is that it's going to increase the economical value of Nigeria. When we have our locals being in team together, this should be a teamwork. It should not be a self-centered vision. Since his aim is not to make this. So I want BDM to carry along. If he can open a repair center, maybe in area like Abuja, Lagos, Port Harcourt also, so that we can have the grassroots people to work along with BDM. This is going to boost the economic impact of Nigeria.
In the area of policy and sustainability, what role should the government play in balancing foreign partnerships with domestic renewable energy growth?
In my own view, if governments can create more technical centers to train more certified and qualified PV installers and engineers, I think this will also contribute. And another thing, those government parastatals in charge of product importation to Nigeria should assist us to look into this key feature, because we have a lot of videos circulating online. Today we hear different story of maybe one house catching fire due to substandard products. If our government parastatals can assist us to look into this, monitor what is coming to this country, and put a regulation into the standardability of the products to be used in Nigeria, I think this will assist us, by growing our GDP.
Like a future outlook, let's give it a future outlook. In the long term, what market trends could emerge if more firms follow Very Dark Man's model of importing solar technology from China?
Well, like I said, one person will surely start the movement, and when other people follow, it's going to ease it. And a lot of importers, a lot of these cabals in solar marketers, they have been enjoying monopoly. They know how much they are purchasing this product from the factory in China and how much they are paying per shipping costs. But they decided to sell to make more profit from the common citizen. The common citizens are the ones who are paying for this cost. And this is what someone like BDM wants to do. He wants to crash the market. He wants the common man to have access to clean energy at a low cost of amount. So if we have more people like BDM, this will, reduce the level of the rich people taking the decision of how much to sell solar products in Nigeria. I believe what BDM is trying to do is not coming to compete with anybody. We have a lot of people bringing solar products, different solar products exist in Nigeria, but it's to make it more simpler, more accessible to the common citizen of Nigeria. A lot of people, they won't be happy with what BDM is doing. If we have more people like BDM, I think this is going to reduce the epileptic reliance of common citizens of Nigeria on this fossil fuel and the national grid. Everybody will have access to clean energy at low cost of amount, and also a lot of businesses, they will be able to run their business with affordable solar energy system. So we need more people BDM. We need people to support BDM opinion, but I want BDM to be aware that it won't be easier. It won't be easier because these people, they won't fold their hands. They won't fold their hands looking at him to crash the market for them. So he should just be prepared. He should prepare because there is going to be a lot of challenges, that is why I say try to have a technical center in Nigeria. Allow these Chinese people to come into Nigeria to train a lot of the locals that they can work with him. We have a lot of installers in Nigeria. If BDM can carry them along, they are the one closer to customers. So this is going to reduce risks of the technical fault of this product. So if we have like more BDM in this field, I think it's going to crash the market and make the Nigerian economy boost in terms of solar sector.
I see you're a strong follower of Very Dark Man's policy on this stance. But then again, what strategic advice would you give to Nigerian energy entrepreneurs to remain competitive in this evolving solar landscape?
What I will advise the Nigerians, who are willing to dive into, or who are in the solar sector, or who want to dive into solar aspect is this: the easiest way to damage your integrity is to venture into the solar sector. That is the easiest way to damage your reputation. But if you can be consistent, be transparent, and bring quality products, stand by your word, give warranty, and when there is technical fault, your after-sales services provided them the warranty. This will boost. A lot of companies has come and they have left this country because they could not withstand the truth. Solar energy industry in Nigeria is a pure tech, is more than business, is more than just mere way. It's when you face it, it's when you are seeing it, that is when you feel it. So that is my own humble opinion. This whole thing.
Okay, so now how can such large scale ventures be aligned with Nigeria's national renewable energy and even the energy efficiency policy?
Well, like I said, a new system to move us. And, since when you see someone like BDM venturing into solar, I think this ranks a lot of things in people's common mind. Oh, I think we have this kind of product, in to be used. But what I'm trying to say in essence is this: there are some things that need to be done for we to have effectiveness of this solar energy in Nigeria. Government should assist to reduce the cost of tariff on all this solar importation and support the establishment of solar manufacturing plants in Nigeria. If we have local manufacturing plants standard, this will open the market to the citizens of Nigeria.
Shall ripple effects on employment and skill development in the solar sector.
Can you check it again, please?
I said, lastly, what are the potential ripple effects on employment and skill development in the solar sector?
Okay, see, there is one thing I want to ship in. There is difference between solar products. You have a quality solar product. But if you have unskilled professional to install this product, it will be a disaster. So both the importation, both the product quality and after-sales services and skill development should be considered. A lot of Nigerians, they don't know much about solar energy system. I want the government also and private individual to create more enlightenment on this aspect of how people can use alternative solar energy system to solve their daily energy needs. If we have the support of the government in all this advocacy to tell people to set policy for the right usage, right measure, a lot of people are claiming to be a solar installer after watching maybe a video online or attending a day class. So all these are part of the policy which I want the government to also look into, to standardize the training, organize community awareness about renewable energy. As we have somebody like Very Dark Man, bringing a cheaper product, we should have the relief of something like that from the government also. So collectively, if we do this together, this will reduce the cost, the monopolistics in the solar energy industry. And another thing I want everybody to be aware is that the moment you are trying to speak out about what is happening in the solar energy industry, it might be a bit risky because we have a lot of things happening in the solar energy industry. I personally have purchased an inverter of 7.5 kVA before, and after losing that inverter, maybe due to the technical fault, I'm seeing 5 kilowatt capacity in that inverter, but the casing is 7.5 kilowatt. What about the substandard, all these panels, all these panels? If those panels are working, I believe these people will not bring it to Nigeria.
Exactly.
But
all right, Yunusa, you've made your point, and I can see the passion in your voice. To make this solar energy development cheaper for Nigerians, and I can see your support for Very Dark Man's stance on this as well. And I want to thank you so much for joining us on the short notice. Yakubu Yunusa is a renewable energy and a solar expert all the way from Abeokuta. Thank you so much for joining Business Morning this morning to educate us on the solar energy sector. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you. Have a great day.
And that's it for Business Morning today. Thank you for staying with us as we tracked the latest trends shaping markets and the economy. Remember, business decisions are stronger when backed by the right information. I am Destiny Momo. Do stay tuned for more updates on Big Story with Elizabeth Musa. And join us again tomorrow for another edition of Business Morning on The Breakfast Show. Good morning.
watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we explore the conversations shaping our world. Today we're looking at how artificial intelligence is changing the face of education, from personalized study tools to AI-powered tutors. Technology is transforming not just what we learn, but how we learn. Joining me to unpack this morning is Paul Adams, is a seasoned software engineer with over a decade of experience building high-performance digital systems. He's also the founder of Writing Nova, which is an AI platform that helps learners and writers improve their work through intelligent content support. Welcome to the show, Paul.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
It's great to have you this morning. Let me start by asking really how you see AI changing the way people learn and create in today's world.
Okay, so AI is really doing a lot. AI is redefining creativity. It is also redefining learning from being the usual linear process to a process that is now very interactive, a process that is now very personalized. So we are gradually moving from this system where learners tend to memorize a lot of things to the system where you don't need to memorize things, but then you are assisted during the course of learning. So it's now this new system where like the learners gets to learn through a system that understands their goal, understands their pace, understands their style. So and good thing is a lot of tools are now implementing this system to help learners learn. Tools like Writing Over, for instance, has also like amplified this system by helping students to turn raw ideas into structured and expressive content, which will then empower them to learn through creation and not just through repetition or memorization.
Of excitement right now and even some anxiety around AI in education. In your view, are these tools helping or hurting the learning process?
I would say it is helping. So it is helping, but it only helps when it is designed to assist, to augment, and not to like automate the entire process. So the anxiety comes when we treat AI as a shortcut instead of a scaffold, instead of an assistant. So when used right, AI enhances comprehension, it reduces learning friction. It also opens access to quality support at scale. For example, Writing Over isn't replacing thinking, it is guiding it. So it helps the learner express themselves more clearly. So it's not necessarily changing your idea, it's just giving you the ability to express it even more, express it clearly while you still engage, while you still engage whoever you are, whether it's the learner or whether it's even the audience, while you still engage them with like the original idea.
Right, and you happen to have built large-scale tech systems. Really, what do you see as where's the role you see here, and how developing for education differs from other sectors? You know, like fintech or e-commerce. Are there differences?
Yes. There are a lot of differences. So education requires a lot of empathy. So it is empathy first engineering. So in fintech or e-commerce, success is measured by transaction. But in edtech, it is transformation. So you're not just designing for clicks, for conversion, for sales. You are designing for curiosity, for growth and confidence. So the system you are designing is meant to help the learner, in this case, to build their curiosity, to improve their confidence. So the feedback loop is more human than technical. So at Writing Over, we had to build AI that feels like a coach, not a calculator, like the typical transacting app would feel. So one that it really needs to understand tone, it needs to give encouragement, it needs to understand the learner and also the learner's learning intent.
And you happen to have worked across different countries and contexts. Do you think that African schools and students are actually ready for AI-based learning tools?
Yes. Africa is more ready than people think, honestly. Not because of infrastructure, but because of mindset. Young Africans are already learning through WhatsApp, TikTok, and YouTube, which is like the modern learning tools. Um, and these platforms blend interactivity, creativity, and community. So the opportunities to channel that digital energy into structured learning through AI-driven tools that speak their language, that is relatable, so that also like respects their realities and reduce the gap between like access and aspiration. So, and we also like build Rising Over with that inclusivity in mind.
And so you really don't think that these platforms can be distracting as against impactful for learning?
Uh, no, I wouldn't say it's distracting. Like I said, it depends on how you use this platform. It depends on like your mode of approach. Like as long as you see this platform as an assistant and not as not a shortcut, not a system to help you bypass the regular system, but something that would assist you to go through the system. I think it's pretty much safe.
And Paul, we've seen that in recent times, educators are afraid that AI will actually replace teachers or make students overly dependent. How can we actually strike the right balance? Because I'm also even a little bit afraid, if you ask me.
Yeah, I think everyone needs to really pay attention to it and see how they can use it because the truth is AI should amplify teachers and not replace them. So the goal is really a hybrid model where AI handles the repetitive or administrative parts. So grading, personalized feedback, content adaptation, all of that. So why the teacher focus? So now, so imagine if this kind of system exists. Now the teacher has like more time to focus on empathy, mentorship, creativity. They have more time to focus on the students. So it's about turning the teachers into learning designers and giving students more ownership of their journey. So the balance comes from design, really. It's so all of our fears really comes from the way the AI systems are being implemented in all of these areas. So, and they should be implemented in such a way that they really come in to amplify the teacher's efforts. So the AI should be a mirror and not like a crutch.
So let's talk about a little bit about access now. AI solutions. We're talking about inclusivity now. How can these AI solutions in education, how can they remain inclusive and not just for a privileged few?
So I would say the inclusion begins with design and distribution. So we can't build AI system that assumes perfect grammar or Western learning context. We need lightweight models, offline support, and multilingual interfaces. So something that meets the learners where they are. So it really needs to be built in such a way that it fits the right audience. So an example of that would be one of the things we have in Retinova's roadmap is to include support for low data usage and local languages because innovation means little if it can't reach the people who need it the most.
Let's bring it a little bit in and talk about institutional setup right now. Where do you see governments and institutions playing a key role, especially in setting these ethical standards for AI in classrooms?
Okay, I think the government should focus on guardrails and not necessarily gatekeeping. So their role is to ensure transparency, data protection, equity, making sure that the AI tools are safe, unbiased, and accessible. So, but they should also create innovation sandboxes where startups and schools can co-create responsible solutions because the future of learning um, the future of learning really depends on this system. So you necessarily cannot eliminate it. So like policies should be built with educators and technologists, and these policies should just serve as guardrails, and not just stop innovators from building. Because for real, this is the future.
Mm-hmm. Let's move now beyond writing and study support. Where do you see AI's next big impact in education? Where are we looking at right now?
Honestly, for me, I think it is. I think the next wave would be adaptive mentorship.
Mm.
So the AI doesn't just teach content, but helps you grow in skill, in habits, and in confidence, most especially. So we would see a lot of virtual mentors that would understand the learner's goal,
Mm.
that would understand the learner's learning process, that would also even understand the progress the learner is making. So, and then you would see all of this adaptive mentorship
Mm.
helping learners bridge the gap between knowledge and execution. So education will evolve from what you know to what you can build.
Mm. From what you know to what you can build. And when we're talking about what we know and what we can build, what are some of the skills that students should be focusing on in this AI-driven era in order for them to actually stay competitive?
So the most important skill right now is learning how to learn.
Mm.
Because even with the availability of all of this tools, you still need to learn how to you need to learn how to use them, learn how to learn basically.
Mm.
So beyond that, critical thinking, creativity, very important. Collaboration, because the AI can do tasks, but it can't replicate human judgment or imagination.
Mm.
So students who can prompt well, who can ask questions well, will basically lead the future because they will get the best out of the AI systems that are available. So think of the AI as a musical instrument. The value lies in the player's creativity, not the tool's capability.
I think if there's something I took from what you just said now is you saying one of the important thing right now is learning how to learn, and I'm going to take that away with me. But before I let you go, if you were to describe the future of the classroom in one sentence, what would it look like?
I'll say the future of the classroom is personalized. So for almost like the typical kind of learning we know is where everybody needs to learn at the same pace. Everybody needs to learn with the same style. Everybody are taught with the same method. So, but I think the future of the classroom is personalization. So, and then with the help of AI, like this is going to happen sooner than we can imagine.
All right, thank you very much for joining us this morning on The Big Story. Paul Adams, the software developer and founder at Writing Over. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Well, this has been The Big Story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car, protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
true strength? What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony? At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Celebrate Identity Abuja by the national management, the event important entity for inclusion and national development. President Bola Tinubu, represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, praised NIMC for enrolling over 126 million Nigerians and clearing a 2.5 million backlog. He said the NIM SIM linkage had reduced fraud, improved national security, and made NIN central to services like pension, healthcare, student loans, and elections.
We are today united in spirit and purpose to celebrate this year 2025 National Day of Identity. I'm supposed to recognize the exceptional leadership of Engineer Dr. Abishoye Koka Odushote, the Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the National Identity Management Commission. In just over 1 year, she has transformed NIMC into a world-class institution through innovation, discipline, and vision. From clearing backlogs that once frustrated citizens to expanding enrollment nationwide and in the diaspora to safeguarding our systems with global security standards, our impact has been both profound and enduring.
NIMC Director General Abisoye Koka Odusote spoke about reforms under her leadership. She mentioned mobile enrollment devices, stronger partnerships, and better staff conditions.
As an institution mandated by the National Identity Management Commission Act 23 of 2007 to establish, maintain, and regulate Nigeria's national identity database and ensure the issuance of legal identification to all citizens and legal residents. The NIMC is dedicated to expanding its national identity database and enhancing inclusivity through innovative technology. At the heart of this effort is the integration of PKI, which ensures the security, privacy, and accessibility of personal data, laying the foundation for a digital economy that benefits all Nigerians.
Minister of Interior Olubunmi Tunji Ojo said digital identity is key to national security and economic independence. He highlighted investments in data centers, public key infrastructure, and the new technology complex.
Me as your minister, with what I've seen, I know I believe in your capacity, I believe in what you can do, and I know you have the will and the zeal to deliver. So NIMC, my last charge to you, your ministerial charge, go, deliver, keep making us proud, let Nigeria be greater for it. There we need hope, not be a dream, let it be a reality, an identity journey. God bless you.
Chief Executive Officer of Verify Me Nigeria has highlighted the critical role of digital identity in driving Nigeria's economic growth.
national security and development planning.
The significance of today really is to anchor us to the fact that digital identity is key and it's the foundation of our economy, our security, and also our capital planning as well. So, every September 16th is obviously an international day. We come together to really assess the infrastructure that we're building and talk about where we want to go and what we want to do with digital ID, whether it's within our country to power financial inclusion or for cross-border interoperability or for whether it's a digital public infrastructure. Really look at those things together, talk about those things, and also celebrate our achievements, on this day. The famous person said, I'll take nothing from my journey now. It's really been a great journey to work with the team in Nigeria, the government, the civil servants. It's great to see so many, I would say, inspired people inside that really want to do something great in the country. Particularly this time, in this tenure of NIMSI, I do see a significant tightening in terms of security and seriousness in terms of lack of proliferation of identity data and bringing in experts. So this is a very welcome change, and we obviously continue to support and promote that. There's always room for improvement, and they have an implementation plan for that improvement. So as you can see, there's NIN-auth repositories for more security. They have a more intelligent framework than the last time to allow for industry growth and allow for industry private sector players like us to build products. So the advice I would say is just continue to do what you're doing to work with private sector. We're a real partner, and I think that I can say that we're seeing that, so I'm very encouraged.
Other speakers agree that NIN is now a must for national planning, business registration, and social programs. They called for more investment and partnerships to ensure every Nigerian is captured in the system.
Well, the day itself, I think, is to create awareness. It is also to celebrate progress, and very importantly, it is also to evaluate what we can do better. Because in all things in life, what you find is that you do need to ask yourself 3 questions. What have you done right? What could you have done better? This is the learning. And of course, you have to now look forward to what do you think is next. So I think this is part of the idea behind National Identity Day worldwide. In the old days, when you go as a trader from somewhere to a village, nobody knows you. So somebody has to stand up and say, oh, I know this person, or I know his brother, or he has come here before. Somebody has to vouch for you so that you have that trust. And everything we're talking about revolves around that single word, trust. Now, in the modern era, if you have a trader in Malumfashi and another trader in Kigali, Rwanda, certainly they may not be able to meet. So you need a different mechanism, and that mechanism is the PKI. And the way it works, think of it like a padlock with 2 keys. You have a public key which allows any of us to create the message and lock the message so nobody else can see it. But no other person except the person with the private key, one single key, can unlock and read and receive the message. And that way you are enable trust. And again, it's back to what the underlying purpose, very similar to NIMSI's underlying purpose, which is, are you who you say you are? I will not trade with you if I'm not sure about you. Neither will you trade with me if you are not sure about me, and so on and so forth.
The regulators need to do a lot more in terms of awareness. That is given. And then also the citizens need to do a lot more in terms of listening. It's not that the awareness campaigns are not there. It's just that people tend to prioritize convenience over security, which is it's just a natural way of doing things. But it's important for every citizen to understand that once you expose yourself digitally, you never know where your records will end. We've had instances, I'll give you an example of people who have taken nude pictures, for example, and say, oh, is it my phone? You don't know where your phone is going to end up with. You don't know when your phone is going to get missing. The same thing also, to have that kind of awareness whenever you're dealing with the digital environment. If you're putting out your personal data out there, ensure that whoever is taking your personal data has some form of responsibility on how to manage your personal data. And if you're uncomfortable about how your personal data data is used. Maybe, for example, you give it to company A, and all of a sudden from nowhere company B contacts you, and you don't want the contact from company B. Don't just ignore it, because it's going to continue escalating. Complain about it to company B, and where you find out that company B has done nothing about it, complain to the appropriate authorities, and in this instance the Data Protection Commission. So it's important for us to understand that your footprint on the internet hardly ever goes away, so you have to be careful where you put that your footprint and who manages that identity for you.
By the close of National Identity Day 2025, the takeaway was: a secure and trusted identity system is Nigeria's pathway to opportunity, development, and
You are watching Business Day Television.
You're still watching the BDTV Breakfast Show right here on Business Day. This is the social listening segment. This is where we bring to you some of the stories making the rounds across social media. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and joining me this morning is...
Onyeka Valentine.
Absolutely. Let's begin in Plateau State today, where Governor Caleb Mutfwang has publicly adopted Nigeria's First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, as his mother. The governor made the declaration during a visit to Jos for the flag-off of the Renewed Hope Initiative Women Agricultural Support Program. He described the First Lady as a mother figure whose passion for women empowerment aligns with his administration's goals. In response, Mrs. Tinubu thanked him for the warm gesture and promised continued federal support for women farmers in Plateau and across Nigeria. Well, since this conversation came on social media, obviously there's been a lot of comment here and there, reactions, staring with this conversation, because really it's not every day you hear a sitting governor publicly adopt the First Lady as his mother. Do you see this as a sincere act of respect or a calculated political move?
Look, so I don't even need to think about it twice. Let's be honest. It's just a political move.
Is it?
Which in many ways, the moral compass around it is just not, in the right sport.
I think it could be a sign of respect anyway.
With the same respect, I will say this to him, with due respect to him. He's a grown man.
So
right?
you can't have someone, you
If
can't
he
adopt
says-
someone else as his mother.
Well, again, let's be honest. If he says that he missed his childhood, we'll understand that. There are many ways that we can have him visit a therapist or something. But to now say that you want to adopt the First Lady as his mother, first and foremost, look at him. Are you sure he's not even close to her age to start with? And then secondly, right, as much as it sounds funny, truth be told, it doesn't put him in a light like that.
Why do you say so? Motherhood, firstly, it's not about age. It's about you see something worthy of emulation, worthy of saying that this person, wow, I've adopted her as my mother because they played a motherly role. Maybe in this case you might be saying, oh, how has she played a motherly role? Does it stay in the same house with her? But it's just in the things she does as a leader and whatnot.
Okay, so let's call a spade a spade.
Okay.
If, for instance, they leave office, and probably they don't, probably come back as return, to come and her husband. That's our president. They don't come back as president and first lady. So what happens then? Will he still say that she is his adopted mother?
You have to leave it till then. You can't be preempting.
So
Let's talk about the
What I'm
now.
trying to say in essence is that, look, politics should have its, silver lining.
Okay.
Let's know where to draw the line in such a way that you don't look in a very strange way. For me, it's just, I hate to use this word, but it kind of looks like a buffoonery kind of thing, where you say, I'm adopting someone as my mother. If you need to adopt somebody, why must it be your first lady? Why not someone else? So that you can at least take care of the person.
I think you are veering off the point now, because whoever it is I choose to adopt, I'm speaking
And
for
then
Governor Mutfwang.
how does this even make, add value to the economy? Is it that he's trying to get, that's where I'm coming from, is it that he's trying to get more sentiment to his state so that they can have more allocation or what? Or he's hoping that she would now, talk to the president to favor them more.
Well, she has promised continued federal support for women
After the adaptation.
farmers in Plateau State and across Nigeria. Definitely not just Plateau State. She has promised that. So if you say after the adoption, well, then that means it's working. That means it's working. You don't get to tell me who I should adopt as or who I should call my mother or my father.
But funny enough, I thought it was the other way around. To say no, the woman will adopt a son to say this is my son. Well,
no. There's no.
Whichever it is.
There's no.
But what's the economic value now?
No, let's leave economic value. And I just mentioned, if you're looking for economic value, there's some things that are just social and emotional. So if I tell you, oh, good morning now, are you going to ask me, oh, what's the economic value in my good morning? Some things are just basic. But if you want to even mention that, if you want to say, oh, there is, it's a calculated move, and then what does it bring? She has promised the support. Maybe this will make her, say, oh, you know what, we have to put extra effort to Plateau State. I really don't think that we can tell a grown person who they should call whoever, whatever, any title. If you say, if you wake up this morning and say, oh, I'm adopting this person, good for you. I'm adopting this person as my mentor. Good for you. Maybe because you use the word mother, then that's what the problem is, because you're looking at, but have you not seen siblings that the older one is just 3 years older?
I think he's just an opportunist.
I've seen siblings that the older one is just 3 years older, and they'll say, oh, she like this, she's playing the role of a mother to me. But I understand that you might say that, oh, that's a different scenario, because we don't know the dynamics of the things that happened.
Undertone going on in this.
But you're saying this is political undertone. Okay, let's see some of the comments and see how Nigerians are reacting to it. Maybe there are some people that will tilt to my own side or your side, but let's see how they are reacting to this conversation on social media. Youth in Process says, respect is fine, but governance mustn't blur into family loyalty. Leadership isn't inheritance, it's accountability. When citizens vote wisely and guard ballot, no leader feels entitled to rule as father or mother. A nation matures by choice and not by sentiment. Hashtag get your PVC. Omo, I love it. Cardinal Station says, Omo, this level of psychophancy ongoing in Nigeria must be a new course in politics offered by Nigerian universities. It has never been this awful. Lord Foster, also known as Wax Digital, says, imagine a whole state governor talking like this in public. While his people are struggling, he is busy flattering the first lady just to stay in favor. Leadership in Nigeria has become about praise singing and not performance. No wonder nothing changes. Too many leaders knew where they should stand. Do we have one more reaction? Unjoku Lulu says, when a governor speaks from the heart like this, you know it's genuine. The First Lady's kindness and quiet impact go beyond politics. Well, we see somebody that is seen in a different light.
Goes beyond politics. I'm sure that person that, the last person who dropped that comment there is probably not seen clearly. Look, a grown man says that he's adopting another person or woman, yes, definitely as his mother. First and foremost, one, he's not hungry. Two, he is a public figure. Three, he gets his own FAAC, federal allocation. He gets it. Four, the state is running well. And then five, more importantly, is the fact that people look up to him as their own father. So now, what this means is that they will now say, oh, we now have a new grandmother. Come on, man, let's be honest.
It's very interesting. It's very interesting the way you're taking this. I'm just looking at it and I'm saying, it's not that deep. Can we relax?
I mean, the man came out in front of everybody in the public eye, on public TV, now said, look, that he has now come to the realization that he's not complete without a mother, right? So he needs a new mother.
He didn't say all of these things you're saying. But you know you're adding salt and pepper. Are you a script writer?
But let's look at it now.
You only said one thing, then you've added salt, pepper, and sugar to it.
So now, I don't want to be sarcastic, but or maybe add, like you said, add pepper or salt to it.
Okay.
But he said, I'm adopting this wonderful woman as my mother, right? Now, I have no quarrel with her.
It's good you said wonderful woman.
Yes, no, she's a wonderful person. I've not said anything bad about her.
Exactly.
Right, our first lady.
Yes.
All along, she has been great in the eyes of the people. She knows exactly. I mean, the move with the library thing, I give her kudos to me for that. Big time. Saying, look, don't bring gifts my way during my birthday. Put that money together. Let's go fund the library. Kudos, first lady.
But I thought you had it. Let's not go to that conversation. Right. You spoke against that thing, and now you are coming here now. Politician, is that you?
What I did was this. I mentioned it was now saying that, look, in this vein, see they could do that. Let's do something like that also to fund health, to fund. I remember everything I said. Well, we have those records.
Is that okay?
But then again, so in this whole matter of adopting someone as your mother, the question is, you are doing well already. You're not hungry. You're not starving.
Exactly. So that means for you, so before you can adopt or say something, does it have to be that you want to get something from the person?
Does it mean that
it could be about the ethics? It could be about the leadership. It could be about what they represent. Leadership. And you say to yourself, this person, I want this person to be a mother figure to me.
So can we now?
It's beyond the things that money can buy.
So as it stands right now, will he be expecting to get his monthly stipends from his?
That's what I'm saying. You're still talking about money. I'm talking about the things that money cannot buy.
Okay,
it
so
could be,
what,
I love this person's
so
empathy,
this
and I want to this person to be a mother figure. I'm learning this from her, and I want to be this attached to her. You know, I'm just trying to play devil's advocate. I'm just trying to also just see a different side to it. Like, it's not that deep.
So if she now says, if after all this, I see it, go fund so market women in that state, go fund so this in that state to make the state better, and economically we begin to see some viability,
right?
We begin to see some expansion in businesses, and the state is getting better regarding its own internally generated funds. Then I would say, look, you know what, I'm next in line. But in this case,
next in line for what? Don't go there.
But in this case,
I will drag you.
But in this case, it's not going to happen. Why? Because she has another 36 more states to be mother of. So
exactly.
I think he should just go and relax. Whether or not he says, I adopt her.
Did he tell you he's not relaxed?
So she's already the mother of a lot of people.
I think you're just taking Panadol for someone's headache.
But we should.
It's my comment. It's comment.
But
I'm adopting person as my mother.
Broadcast.
No problem.
If we say anything in public, we will come and talk about
no
it.
issues. And that's why I'm also saying good for him. I'm sure wherever he is, he has moved on with his day.
He hasn't moved on. We will not let him move on until we see the GDP of that state.
The same you that says if you see anything increase, then you are next in line. Is the line for me? You're next in line. Look at that. From saying no, so you next thing I'm going to hear you say this.
Double standard is allowed.
Is it?
Sometimes.
Oh my goodness. All right, let's move on now. Speaking on motherhood, let's now move away from Plateau State and see another story where in Abuja, widows of fallen police officers have taken to the streets accusing officials of demanding sex before processing their benefit. Quite unfortunate. Now, the women, many of whom lost their husbands in active service, gathered at the National Assembly complex holding placards and chanting for justice. They say they faced years of harassment, extortion, and neglect while trying to claim their late husband gratuities and pensions. According to the protesters, some officials exploit their vulnerability, turning their grief into an opportunity for abuse. You know, I'm just like, the inhumanity here. Where's our humanity? People who have lost their husband, you know, trying to get the gratuities for the work that their husbands have done, and instead of you doing what needs to be done, or if it's beyond your power, leave it at that and just try to push for what is accrued to them, what is theirs. But instead of that, you are harassing them, you are neglecting them, you're taking advantage of their vulnerability. Where is the humanity here? It has to be so bad, because if it's not so bad, if it wasn't so bad, these women will not decide to go and take to the street to protest these things. Because, you know, accusing officials of demanding sex, these are older women, so they might as well. It's not like maybe some younger women where you're saying, oh, maybe they're just trying to look for attention. But this is a very big, it's a very serious issue that we must look at, because who are these men?
Truth be told, it's unfortunate that we can, this time and age hear things like this. I mean, people know me most definitely that I like to, throw in one or two funny sides to some certain things. Look for the funny side of a different story, just as we had in our initial story. But in this case, there's no funny side to it, and I probably will sound a bit boring like this, but I will say it. Whoever is asking a widow, right, for sex to be able to process their late husband's gratuity, for them to take care of their families, should not only be removed from the force, but also be persecuted and jailed and made a good example of. This means saying publicly and clearly. I'm not even beating around the bush.
I'm actually really sick of this. What's going on? How would you? I'm actually really, really, really pained right now, because whoever it is, just like you said, they need to be brought to book. But then
these are widows.
I'm even feeling helpless, because I'm like, who's going to hold them accountable? Because we know how the system in Nigeria is. Who's going to hold them accountable? Because things like this happen. It's not one person, it's a system.
I still believe in the system. I will tell you why.
I don't.
When Tafa Balogun was brought to book, whoever thought it was going to happen, that then the sitting IG at the time, right, having embezzled money, could have been brought to book and disgraced in the way that he was disgraced. So I still believe in the system. I still believe in the police force. I still believe in our forces, the army, the navy. I still believe in this country. Why? In many ways, although we have our challenges, although we have our misgivings, although we have our shortcomings, however, those misgivings, those shortcomings and challenges do not equal into losing my patriotic flow towards it. Which one I'm going to say this. One, if we have some good eggs, which we do in the police, we have a lot of them. Some friends of mine who are in the police, if you hear them talk, I want to spend time with them. Why? Intelligent and smart ones. And they tell you, look, their hands might be tied, but they know what to do. And I tell you, I pray such fine, gallant, and intelligent officers get to the point of leadership. They will change things around. And this kind of story that you hear, where you hear, protesting widows complain
again, that's what I'm saying, because there's a system that fights these people. No doubt, there's always good eggs where there are plenty bad eggs. You know that for sure. But there is a system that fights them. These people are not going to get their voices heard, because it's looking like when a system is corrupt, and you are the voice for what should be. I'm the voice for what should be, and the system is corrupt. The system will stifle, shrink.
It will shrink you. So most of the time, it closes the barrel that can speak. But even at that, they say that goes this way. They say, look, the drum beat of pain, right, is heard from a far distance. They have gone out, they protested, right? I'm very sure that even within the force there, people who are still saying, look, the most we can do, we've done. Go out and protest.
Well, let's just check out look at some of the reactions on social media. There's no funny side. There's nothing to even laugh about. I can't even help it. Tap to End says these allegations are serious. Widows claim some officials demanded sexual favors before paying gratuities. If true, it's a grave abuse of power. Proof and proper investigation are needed before drawing conclusions. I agree with that. Anyway, while we are getting a little bit of emotional, they need to do their, what's it called?
The due diligence.
Due diligence, right?
Run a major cross-check.
Yes, investigation.
Investigate and find out.
Investigation needs to be done. Johnson says, unfortunately, these sexually victimized widows have gone to report at a wrong place. He has a point, and that's what I'm talking about, a system. It's a system. We have a systemic problem.
So is he expecting them to go to the international community to go complain about
No. It's just being honest. It's not like he's expecting, but it's just unfortunate because I've seen it. I'm saying it because I'm speaking from experience in certain things where you think, where you expect, because I'm not talking about this particular, I'm talking about in general, where you expect that, oh, this is what should happen, this is the ideal thing, this is the right thing to do, and you feel that, oh, let's report to this person or this because you think that is, but because they're part of the system, not when we say people are part of the system, it's not saying that they are the ones that are perpetrating that act, but because they condone it for reasons best known to them, because they try to hide, have you seen a corrupt system? They try to hide the things they don't want. So you go to the wrong, I'm very passionate, I'm sure you don't see me this passionate. You go, it's like you just wasted your time. So then you are left, you are just left to find a way to just have a way around it. So when that person says they're going to, that's what it means, because it's like they're not going to do anything. They are not going to do anything, and it's the truth. But let's see some more reactions and see the conversations on social media. Joseph Isibo says officers that were employed to fight bribery and corruption are neck deep in it. Rotten system. Again, that's what I'm saying. It's a systemic issue. Systemic.
Truth be told, we are not wrong in any way. And this is not just right here in our nation. Across the globe, especially is even worse in the US. Let me tell you, the corruption within the police force in the US, you need to ask yourself, if it can happen there, what are we talking about here? Right? But again, we're more concerned about our country, what's going on here in Nigeria. But however, You see, corruption is not a spirit. It's not. It doesn't happen, right? And then you cannot pinpoint it. No, I think for a security organization like the police force, they have everything they need to be able to not even mitigate self, check, investigate, and get this people out. But like you said, in an event where the man who's responsible for carrying out major decision for disciplinary act finds out that the person who is spearheading such terrible, heinous, plan or whatever it is on those widows might just be someone who is his friend, and so his hands becomes tied. Then they will not leave the idea of the force must take its, make its decision to is our own guy. Let us mushroom that. Let us put under the carpet. So these are the areas that we need some external people. I don't know if they have such plan where you have, okay, within a particular force, you get some external people to come in and then run some other checkup regarding that, because this happens across everywhere, right? Remember the death of what's it called again? Is it Floyd? Not Floyd. This guy that was killed in the U.S.
Floyd, yes.
Remember how that whole story went? Look, the truth of the matter was, if that person who recorded was not there, that would have been swept under the carpet.
Yep.
But that simple 45 or 1 minute video changed a lot of things. And a lot of other stories came out from again. Now show the whole world that look, the police system in the US is rotten. They call them boys in blue, right? The racketeering, the back and forth, there's a lot going on. So in every country they have their own. So it's not just peculiar to Nigeria.
Absolutely.
However, in this case of saying, how do we get those responsible for, trying to do this to these widows? Look, it also lies in the same police force.
Look, I don't even care at this moment. Mine is at this point because when a system, if there's a systemic issue, it's always hard to correct because it's not an issue of one man. It's something that's been entrenched. When something is entrenched, it's hard to because if you want to change it, it's there are a lot of losses that you take. You know how Gen Z will say, you take your L. There are a lot of losses, economic losses, emotional losses, social losses. So I think sometimes it's not that sometimes people don't want to carry out the change, or the people in positions where they can correct stuff. It's not like they don't want to carry out it, but is that when they think about the burden of the losses that will emanate from such. Do you understand? Because it's like you're trying to rebuild. So they just let it. So they just let it. Do you understand? So, and that's why it's like when the Bible says if the foundation is faulty, what can the righteous do? The foundation has to be solid.
Well, again, like you rightly said, there are bad eggs every.
There are, but we have to move now. I think we have one last comment. If we could just take that last comment and just see. But in absence of a last comment, I think that's where we wrap it up this morning on the social listening segment. It's been a packed show from the start of the show. We saw what we had on the headlines. Of course, Eurobond spoke a little bit also about borrowing, and then obviously then World Bank also saying that we've moved into the multilateral poverty in Nigeria, which you also pointed fingers at in some places. And then we of course saw what we had on the front page of the paper this morning, from BusinessDay to Vanguard to the Punch, and then we moved to the Business Morning with Destiny Mom. Of course, the big story speaking about AI to the classrooms and how AI is changing the face of learning. And that was a good one. Very great conversation. And of course, the social listening segment where the governor of Plateau State has decided to adopt the first lady of the country as his mother, which I think is interesting. I think it's good.
To each his own.
I'm not being sarcastic. And finally, to this unfortunate situation. But at the end of the day, we're being emotional about it. But I think investigation must be done, and these people need to be given what is what is their rightful, what is meant for them. They need to receive it. But that's where we wrap it up and close the curtains this morning on the BDTV Breakfast Show. We hope you enjoyed the show. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
I'm Onyeka Valentine.
Keep watching BDTV.
morning and thank you for joining us on the BDTV Business News Hour. I'm Glory Brown, and here are today's top business headlines. World Bank flags Nigeria's rising revenue collection costs. NUPRC unveils gas deployment roadmaps, attracts $4.9 billion capital expenditure investments. Federal government disputes World Bank's poverty report on Nigeria. Economists fought opacity in federal government's borrowing plans. Federal government scraps revenue collection deductions, pledges fiscal transparency. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the World Bank has raised concerns over Nigerians' rising cost of revenue collection, warning that it is limiting the government's ability to invest in critical infrastructure. Says nearly half of the population now lives in poverty, while the country's debt to GDP ratio is projected to drop to 39.8%. Nigerians' cost of revenue collection has more than doubled in recent years, constraining government spending on key sectors needed to drive growth and reduce poverty. According to the World Bank's latest Nigerian Development Update, high collection costs estimated at over 40% of total revenue weakens fiscal efficiency and reduce funds available for education, healthcare, and power infrastructure. The report urged the federal government to improve tax administration, enhance transparency, and reduce leakages in the system. Analysts say that unless reforms are implemented, Nigeria may continue to struggle with limited fiscal space, slow growth, and deepening inequality. And moving on, the Nigeria Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission has unveiled a comprehensive gas deployment roadmap aimed at unlocking over 55 trillion cubic feet of uncommitted gas reserves and attracting billions of dollars in new investment across Nigeria's gas value chain. According to the Commission, the initiative has already attracted about $4.9 billion in capital expenditure investment within Nigeria's gas value chain. The Commission has approved over 25 non-associated gas field development plans, unlocking nearly 9,719 billion standard cubic feet of reserves and attracting over $4.9 billion of capital expenditure investment, the agency said. Speaking at the third Gas Investment Forum held in Lagos, the Commission Chief Executive Engineer Gbenga Komolafe outlined the Commission's strategic focus on driving gas development, monetization, and infrastructure expansion to secure Nigerians' energy future and support economic transformation. In other news, the federal government has disputed the latest Economic World Bank report, which estimated that 139 million citizens were living in poverty, describing the figure as unrealistic and detached from the country's economic realities. The federal government, through President Bola Tinubu's special advisor on media and public communication, Sunday Dare, in a post on his official X handle on Wednesday, said that the poverty figures must be properly contextualized within the limits of global poverty measurement models. Dare explained that the 139 million figures were derived from the global poverty line of $2.15 per person per day, set in 2017 using purchasing power priorities, and should not take actual head count of poor Nigerians. He further noted that when converted to nominal terms, the $2.15 benchmark equals about 100,000 naira per month at current exchange rates, which is well above Nigerians' new minimum wage of 70,000 naira. The World Bank Country Director of Nigeria, Matthew Verghese, on Wednesday expressed concern that despite Nigeria's recent economic stabilization effort, about 139 million Nigerians are now living in poverty, warning that the countries risk losing hard-won reforms gained if policies are not translated into tangible improvement in citizens' welfare. Still on, the economic experts have raised the alarm over lack of transparency in the federal government borrowing plans, warning that the country risks plunging deeper into debt. In separate interviews, economics Professor Danjudi Tella and Professor Akpan Epo, who spoke to BusinessDay, expressed strong reservations about the government request for parliamentary approval to raise $2.35 billion in new refinanced external loans to partially fund the 2025 budget and redeem a maturing Eurobond. The president had in a letter read by Godswill Akpabio, Senate President, at the Wednesday plenary requested approval for a fresh borrowing plan. The federal government is seeking to implement 9.28 trillion naira borrowing plan, including 1.84 trillion naira in foreign loans. However, both experts question the necessity and the transparency of the request, especially given the administrator's claim of achieving its revenue targets. Away from that story, in other development in 2025, African stock markets have delivered remarkable returns for investors when measured in US dollar terms. Driven by factors such as stable currencies and renewed investors' interest, several exchanges across the continent have outperformed their emerging market peers. BusinessDay has reported strong performances across key African stock markets, attractive to global investors in 2026. The Nairobi Securities Exchange gained over 22%, supported by growth in banking and telecom stocks. In Nigeria, the NGX all-share index rose by 18%, fueled by reforms in the foreign exchange market and increased participation for institutional investors. Meanwhile, the Johannesburg Stock Exchange posted a modest 12% gain, while smaller markets like Ghana and Rwanda attracted attention for their resilience and policy stability. Analysts say the continent improved investors' confidence stemmed from lower inflation and better fiscal discipline in several countries. Experts believe sustained reforms, transparency, and stable currency policies will keep African stock market attractive to global investors in the coming year. To end the Business News Hour, the federal government has announced plans to permanently halt deductions for the cost of revenue collection paid to agencies such as the Federal Inland Revenue Service, the Nigerian Customs Service, and the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, among others. The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of Economy, Wale Edun, disclosed this on Wednesday in Abuja while speaking at a panel session after the launch of October 2025 edition of the World Bank's Nigerian Development Update titled From Policy to People, Bringing the Reforms Gains Home. Edu revealed that following a presidential directive, several layers of deductions previously made before sharing proceeds from the federal government account allocation committee have now been scrapped to improve fiscal transparency and ensure that more resources reach three tiers of government. And this is where we wrap it up on today's Business News Hour. Thank you for staying with us. My name is Glory Brown. Stay tuned and keep watching BDTV.
Business Lagos. The team was shaping Nigeria's AI future. It brought together AI professionals, technology experts, business people, and journalists, including Ladi Asuni, Charles Emembolu, Tumi Akinade, and many others. It was sponsored by BusinessDay, KPMG, Digital Equity Africa, Olaniwun Ajayi, and Wigwe and Partners. In his keynote, Frank Aibogun, publisher of Business Day, said AI is reshaping industries and daily life, but warned that more than 60 million Nigerians are still offline.
We all as a country participate in the global AI revolution. We must also seek ways to be at the forefront.
Ladi Asuni, partner at KPMG, explained that AI has been with us for decades, from face recognition on phones to YouTube recommendations. What's new, he said, is how widespread it has become. Tools like ChatGPT are now making governance and regulation even more important.
When we talk about AI being on the horizon, I think it's important to really try to bring it home to saying, with all the possibilities that come with how AI is reshaping our lives, the question that really comes to mind is, what then happens if you are able to scale innovation without carrying everybody along? What's the impact of that? Or how do you innovate at scale without really having any guardrails around governance, around inclusion, or without trust?
The first panel focused on innovation, governance, and partnership. Emiadong Lawrence highlighted Nigeria's skill gap and said the country must train more developers if they want to compete globally. Tumi Akinade pointed to infrastructure as the backbone of AI growth, saying that without the right digital foundation, progress will be limited. Lisbeth Laini raised the issue of data, noting that Nigeria lacks quality data sets and still doesn't have a full legal work frame to regulate AI. Justina Oha emphasized preparing the next generation, calling for early AI education so that young people can lead innovation in the future. Charles Emembolu spoke on AI's risks and opportunities for Nigeria, warning that without local data and investment, the country could fall behind in shaping its own future. In a fire chat, Dr. Yetunde Anibaba explained that inclusion and human rights must be central in AI adaptation. She stressed that solutions could reflect the real needs of people across Nigeria, not just urban centers. The second panel looked at AI and the media. Fuad Lawal and other speakers said that AI is already changing journalism, speeding up workflows, reshaping audience engagement, and raising questions about what the role of a journalist will be in the future.
For AI to really thrive in any economy, the data foundation becomes very critical. In addition to the data foundation is also the need for the infrastructure. We all know that AI, processing of data for AI is very resource intensive, it's technology intensive. Now, the three things that the regulator or government can really focus on, one is around frameworks for open data. What's the framework within which organizations, government entities can safely share and collaborate on data assets to enable the development of AI that is suitable for the Nigerian or the African context. So that can greatly be enabled through open data framework. And we've seen this in different countries that are beginning to adopt open data policies. Secondly, it's creating investments around how to build our own data centers that would enable or lower the costs for organizations to really make those AI investments. If every organization has to invest in their own data processing infrastructure, it's going to be very expensive. The big organizations will be able to do it, but then when we talk about inclusive AI, what happens to the smaller organizations that also want to build AI? There needs to be access to shared infrastructure. And then the third thing that the government policy should be focused on, of course, is building the right skills. And as I said during my presentation, we're already seeing deliberate government efforts around building a talent pool that is able to help catalyze Nigeria's AI development through the minister's 3MTT program aimed at building 3 million technical talents for Nigeria.
Artificial intelligence is here to stay.
It's mainstream. It has to be approached with caution, but it also has to be approached deliberately. And that's part of why we're here as partners with BusinessDay. We already have data protection acts, right? What needs to be done now is how that is operationalized. That's one. Two, as we go about our journey in artificial intelligence, we need to clearly define where we want to go, how far we want to go, and that will naturally also help us determine the kind of data we need to start collecting, where we need to start collecting those kind of data, and the repositories where we need to store them. I mean, we partner with organizations as KPMGs, organizations that share similar values with us, and we are at the forefront of artificial intelligence and operationalizing it within Nigeria and Africa as a whole. We see that BusinessDay is also quite passionate about this, so this is one common ground and very clear reason why the partnership is important. I would summarize it in one word, and that's transformation, right? It will transform and revolutionize how we go about doing business, how we solve problems. Of course, there's work to be done, significant amount of work to be done, but in the next 5 years, things would have been significantly transformed.
Policies are very critical and important. The laws, the acts, and all the things around that are critical. But I think that what we lack the most from government, it's not just the policy development, it's the implementation, the funding, and that honesty of purpose to move those policy conversations from stages, from documents, to the streets and the communities of Nigeria. Today we have quite a lot of policy. We have the digital literacy for all, both locally developed and international ones. We have the talent development project. We have the ones for infrastructure that can support artificial intelligence. But the ability to move that from conversations to impact to the average Nigerian, to different communities, to the academic circles, to even the government itself, and then the private sector organizations is what is most required at this point. Today's event is very significant. There can never be too much conversations around AI, and my major takeaway is the fact that there are that AI, first of all, has a sovereign aspect to it, and that as a country, we need to look at it beyond a digital or technology tool, and look at it from also a sustainability point of view, and our ability to continue to further our national interest by adopting AI for the different sectors of the economy.
The summit closed with one clear message. Nigeria must not only adapt AI, but also lead in shaping how it serves people, businesses, and communities. This is Ifunaya Indigwe, reporting for BusinessDay Television. September, Nigerian IT conference in all sessions took place at the NAF Conference Center in Kado. The theme was Rethinking Africa's Development, Pathway to Economic Transformation and Social Inclusion in a Changing Global Economic Landscape. The gathering focused on how Africa can grow stronger and ensure more people benefit from that growth. The president of the society reflected on his long journey. He reminded participants of the mission to advance growth, shape policy, and build the next generation of thinkers. He also opened the induction and fellowship ceremony, welcoming new members, honoring fellows, and celebrating award winners.
This is the 16th annual conference of the Nigerian Economic Society, and it's the biggest conference we ever had. We had over 3,000 participants, including 500 students, and the theme of the conference is Rethinking African Development. This is the time we start looking at, given the various global challenges we have, how should Africa reposition ourselves? There's climate change, there are debt crisis, shifting geopolitical wars, there are all kinds of things going on. So how should Africa reposition itself? That has been the theme of the conference. Yeah, again, just like the last one of the last panel, one of the speakers mentioned that. And they said, look, debt is not the problem. Most of the countries that develop today, they use debt to develop. And if you look at China, look at the debt GDP ratio of China and other countries, they use debt. So debt is always part of what every country needs to develop. So the important thing is, how do you use the debt? So it's not the problem of having debt, but how do you use the debt? How do you ensure that you use debt to finance development, to build infrastructure, and to develop one capital that will be of benefit to the future generations?
The chairman set the tone for the technical sessions. He emphasized collaboration among African nations, stronger institutions, and long-term planning to secure inclusive growth,
which suggests that economists need to understand and employ political and social dynamics in their own analysis. To our fellowship recipients and award winners, your recognition today comes with the expectation of continued leadership. You are the torchbearers of our profession, and the nation looks to you for solutions to its most pressing economic challenges. As we proceed with today's program, from the induction of new members to the recognition of lifetime achievements, let us remember that we are not merely conducting a ceremony. We are strengthening the foundations of economic thought and practice in Nigeria. The future of our nation depends in no small measure on the quality of economic analysis, the soundness of policy recommendations, and the integrity of economic practice that emanates from institutions like the Nigerian Economic Society. Let us today mark not just celebration, but recommitment to excellence, to service, and to the noble goal of building a prosperous, equitable Nigeria through sound economic principles.
From the African Development Bank, the message was clear. Governance, leadership, and financing for development are essential.
Take home from this discussion is that governance is very important. Leadership, visionary leadership is very important. Financing for development is very important. Capacity building in skills and knowledge and education is very important. Education for development. Education that is contextual and that addresses the reality of our needs.
Officials also stressed the role of skills, education, and partnership in moving Africa forward.
So I'm so glad to be part of this conference this year. It's quite different from what we have been having in the past, and the level of engagement with private sectors, with international partners, and with academics is wholesome, in the sense that we are able to bring everybody together and be able to look at the topical issues that are raging in Nigeria today, for instance, of tax, public debt, and again, general reforms by government. And now we are looking forward to a kind of a partnership that definitely will bring everybody on board to see how we can move Nigeria together, and not only rethinking development, but also pushing the development level to a level where it has never been before.
It's different from other conferences that have been held in the past, in the sense that we are now thinking of an homegrown innovations, technologies, and policy that are peculiar to Africa and Nigeria in particular.
We know that some countries are going ape, that's what the United States has done. But also, we call for African leaders to look inward, develop internal capacity, competencies, and rely less on external aid.
By the end of the 4-day program, the message was clear. Africa must rethink its path, take charge of its own development, and build policies rooted in its own realities. This is Ifunaya Indigwe reporting for Business Day Television.
Meet your emotion. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Attention, want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day.
Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Nigeria is, it might sound paradoxical when you say that Nigeria is seeking to avoid conflicts, yet it is conflict prone, and everywhere you look there are some kinds of destabilization, unrest, either in a very subtle way or in an overt way. And this article particularly looks at politics and our attempts to try and avoid conflict and have a rancor-free political atmosphere, but we've not been able to manage that at all. Because the more you refuse to acknowledge the fact that conflict is a very strong part of politics, you will probably be applying the wrong solution to a present problem. Well, because the problem was never really addressed, we are always looking for easy way out. We've identified a problem. We have not correctly found out what is the root cause of the problem. It's one thing for you to know you have malaria. It's another thing for you to find out what type of malaria you have by investigating, going to do blood tests and going through the whole system to identify, okay, we have a problem. Is it unique to us? If it is not unique to us, how have others managed this problem? So essentially, we haven't looked for, in a very rigorous, deliberate way, why we are where we are, and therefore be able to find solution. On the other hand, we've been doing cutting and pasting from other lands, solutions that were not designed for our own political systems. I think that is why the problems have persisted. We haven't dug deep enough to get to the root of it. Again, is the same answer I would give you in the sense that we are more comfortable with quick and easy solutions. Ethnicity can be a plus because we are a diverse group of people, and each group has its own it's whatever it is that is strong, unique, that group is bringing to the table, rather than look for those things that we are contributing to the union. Our elite leaders are using ethnicity to divide us. The same goes for religion. Religion is a value-based system, and we could easily have looked for the values in all the religions and use those values to build a nation. But we have not done that. Rather, we have weaponized religion and weaponized ethnicity to fight each other in this ongoing war that never seems to end. I think that is why the problems have persisted. Well, if you have thrown everything into winning, it's like the American football, what they call football, the American football, where your goal is to get the ball to the other side at all costs. If you do politics that way, getting a win, it becomes difficult to think of any other thing, because you have invested so much energy, so much resources, and you have further divided the polity. Those who are for me and those who are against me are very clear, and therefore it's a perpetuation of that mentality that politics is war. You know, the opposition is the enemy. And if you are going to remain in power, because you know that the opposition does not wish you well, or you think so, just as you didn't wish the old ruler well, it becomes an unending war. You know, everybody is fighting. It goes back to the point I made earlier, which is that conflict in politics is a reality, and we have not reconciled ourselves to that. Because when we reconcile ourselves to the fact that conflict is a political reality, then we will find way to manage conflict, manage opposition, and have a singular focus. And that singular focus is the nation, the nation, the nation, nothing else. How do we get the nation to be better? First of all, is for politicians to agree that we are all rooting for the same cause. How do we develop our nation? And to reconcile ourselves to the fact that conflict is a reality in politics, and be willing to hear unpleasant truths when people are telling us unpleasant truths. The issue of agonism is a concept that was developed and pushed by Chantal, both a French political philosopher. And she's saying that, look, treat politics like a game, and don't treat your opponent as a permanent enemy, but as an opponent that you are involved in a game of, call it football, call it tennis, with, and be willing to shake hands and talk like civilized people after the context, and not be permanent enemies. That is the whole concept. And how do we do it? First of all, is by really interrogating this concept by Chantal Mouffe, and agreeing that yes, this is something that is worth doing. Let's bury our hatchets. Let's look for how can we use our differences to make the nation great. It's not something that we can jump into and say, yes, let's go and do it. No, it's something for us to say, is she right? Let's sit down and talk about it. Let's examine all the sides. Let's find out how we can work with other groups that don't necessarily see eye to eye with us. There was, I think it was Abraham Lincoln that brought into his cabinet all the people who opposed him, people he ran against. The former Liberian president, the lady, also did something like that, where you bring your opponents into the cabinet and get them to work with you for the development of the nation. Well, I'm not sure whether June 12th was ever reconciled, other than the fact that in 1998-99, the country said, okay, let's move to the southwest and get a president to compensate the Yorubas. I don't know whether that was deep enough a solution. Maybe it was the beginning of finding solutions and agreeing together and say, let's give it to the Igbos. They've been waiting, they've been outside in the cold for a long time. And let's see how they manage the leadership of the nation. Yes, of course, to your question, nothing seemed to have changed. If we look at the years of the last regime under the President Buhari, how everyone accused him, or nearly everyone accused him, of giving all the important position and doing everything in a particular direction that favored not just his political party, but the part of the country that he came from. The same allegations have been levied against the current president. And we should move away from such politics where we seem to be there to satisfy just the need of the part of the country that we came from. Everybody should be working towards the betterment of the nation called Nigeria. Most of what we have done, which is what we did with the presidential system, we went to America and borrowed the presidential system without tweaking it, except in places where it favors some of us, where it makes us more powerful, as we are experiencing, as America themselves are now experiencing. What has happened is that most of the time when we borrow, so going to Switzerland or Sweden or the Scandinavian countries, it's itself not going to solve our problem until we take what they have, look at it, examine it, and say, how can we make this work for us because of our culture, because of our language differences, because of our climate even, So we must domesticate anything we bring in from abroad. If we don't domesticate it, we will always continue to have a schizophrenic attitude to politics and life, where we are neither Scandinavian and we're neither Scandinavian, we are at the same time we're not Africans, because we have concocted a hybrid between what we borrowed and what we truly are, and it doesn't allow us to function well in either space. So yes, we can go across the world. There's a lot. Look at the Chinese. The Chinese borrowed versions of capitalism, but they remain true to their communism. You know, they've been able to prove that it is possible to have two ideologies work together because they accepted that, yes, we are communist, but there's something good that the capitalists are doing and we like it. And they took it and they modified it and it suited them and they're up and running. The Japanese did the same thing. They did not let go of their culture, but they took everything they could find from the West, and they made it completely Japanese. So people now go to Japan to learn the same principles that they themselves had learned from the West. So the world is always borrowing and tweaking and adapting and making them work for them. Africans, unfortunately, we basically borrow, and now people say that Africans have what they call pseudo-democracy, or some people call it electoral democracy, where you just basically keep the authoritarian in check and you go to the polls, give the impression that you are democratic, and then come back and you are back in your natural element. Yes, there's a lot to borrow. There is a lot that we can learn from, but there's a lot of work that we must do with whatever we borrow to make it authentically ours. Simple, one word: independence. Independence in mind and action. Independence in mind and action for the media, so the media does not align itself to a particular leader because that leader happens to come from the north or south or east. Independence for the judiciary. Put the book in front of you and say who is wrong, who is right, and make a very dispassionate decision on that. Independence for INEC, I'd say who won? Independence, the courage to make decisions that benefit the country, not decisions that benefit particular groups of people or those in power at the moment. Independence. Well, yes, it may look as if we are stuck, but voices, we need more voices, like the Yaba School of Thought and with the slogan of who is thinking for Nigeria. We need more people to call attention that nations are built by ideas. Nations are built on ideas. Nations are not built on cut and paste solutions borrowed from other lands that have not been examined or tested. So we need to begin this dialogue. It may look a longer, some people are calling for revolution, do this, do that. Revolutions don't solve problems. Ideas do. We're still talking about Marxism today or liberal ideas because those were ideas that some people put on the table and they were so powerful, not many people have been able to contest them. We can, Africans are very brilliant people, Nigerians particularly, and we can rethink the direction of our nation. We can rethink the direction of our nation. And we have rooms full of past thoughts from conferences, ideas from Vision 2010, and now we're talking about Vision 2050, whatever it's called. We need to now harness all those ideas, past, present, future, and put them together and work out an action plan, and therefore say, yes, this is who we are, this is who we want to be, This is how we are going to go about it. Right now, if I ask you, who is a Nigerian? What is the Nigerian project? What are we about? What are our values? What is the ideology that keeps Nigeria together? What are the sectoral ideology of the various political parties? We have no answer because we've never sat down to consider such basic, very, very deep, necessary ideas that can help us shape our own identity, shape who we are, and chart a direction for the people that we claim we are. I think that's where to start from. We can't make progress until we have fundamentally examined the question of who we are and how do we go about getting to where we think we are going. The Yorubas have a proverb. They said, to get to the market, you must have several ways that get in there. So it cannot be one idea. It has to be a combination of idea. First of all, it starts with a mind shift. A mind shift that politics need not be deadly. A mind shift that conflict in politics is a reality, and we must therefore learn to live with it. A mind shift that the nation is bigger than the sub-nations, and therefore we must put everything we have to make the nation do what nations do for the sub-nations, and make the sub-nations do what the sub-nations do for the success of the grand nation. So it's a combination of ideas, not one idea.
In September, the Nigerian Economic Society held its annual conference in Abuja. All sessions took place at the NAF Conference Center in Kado. The theme was Rethinking Africa's Development, Pathway to Economic Transformation and Social Inclusion in a Changing Global Economic Landscape. The gathering focused on how Africa can grow stronger and ensure more people benefit from that growth. The president of the society reflected on his long journey. He reminded participants of the mission to advance growth, shape policy, and build the next generation of thinkers. He also opened the induction and fellowship ceremony, welcoming new members, honoring fellows, and celebrating award winners.
This is the 16th annual conference of the Nigerian Economic Society, and it's the biggest conference we ever had. We had over 3,000 participants, including 500 students, and the theme of the conference is Rethinking African Development. This is the time we start looking at, given the various global challenges we have, how should Africa reposition ourselves? There's climate change, there are debt crisis, shifting geopolitical wars, there are all kinds of things going on. So how should Africa reposition itself? That has been the theme of the conference. Yeah, again, just like the last panel, one of the speakers mentioned that. And they said, look, debt is not the problem. Most of the countries that develop today, they use debt to develop. And if you look at China, look at the debt GDP ratio of China and other countries, they use debt. So debt is always part of what every country needs to develop. So the important thing is, how do you use the debt? So it's not the problem of having debt, but how do you use the debt? How do you ensure that you use debt to finance development, to build infrastructure, and to develop capital that will be of benefit to the future generation?
The chairman set the tone for the technical sessions. He emphasized collaboration among African nations, stronger institutions, and long-term planning to secure inclusive growth,
which suggests that economists need to understand and employ political and social dynamics in their own analysis. To our fellowship recipients and award winners, your recognition today comes with the expectation of continued leadership. You are the torchbearers of our profession, and the nation looks to you for solutions to its most pressing economic challenges. As we proceed with today's program, from the induction of new members to the recognition of lifetime achievements, let us remember that we are not merely conducting a ceremony. We are strengthening the foundations of economic thought and practice in Nigeria. The future of our nation depends in no small measure on the quality of economic analysis, the soundness of policy recommendations, and the integrity of economic practice that emanates from institutions like the Nigerian Economic Society. Let us today mark not just celebration, but the commitment to excellence, to service, and to the noble goal of building a prosperous, equitable Nigeria through sound economic principles.
From the African Development Bank, the message was clear. Governance, leadership, and financing for development are essential.
Take home from this discussion is that governance is very important. Leadership, visionary leadership is very important. Financing for development is very important. Capacity building in skills and knowledge and education is very important. Education for development. Education that is contextual and that addresses the reality of our needs.
Officials also stressed the role of skills, education, and partnership in moving Africa forward.
So I'm so glad to be part of this conference this year. It's quite different from what we have been having in the past, and the level of engagement with private sectors, with international partners, and with academics is wholesome, in the sense that we are able to bring everybody together and be able to look at the topical issues that are raging in Nigeria today, for the sense of tax, public debt, and again, general reforms by government. And now we are looking forward to a kind of a partnership that definitely will bring everybody on board to see how we can move Nigeria together, and not only rethinking development, but also pushing the development level to a level where it has not been before.
It's different from other conferences that have been held in the past, in the sense that we are now thinking of an homegrown innovations, technologies, and policy that are peculiar to Africa and Nigeria in particular.
We know that some countries are going ape, do not have that's what the United States has done. But also we call for African leaders to look inward, develop internal capacity, competencies, and rely less on external aid.
By the end of the 4-day program, the message was clear. Africa must rethink its path, take charge of its own development, and build policies rooted in its own realities. This is Ifunaya Indigwe reporting for Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at Noon. I am Amanda Imosibue. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Now, the headlines. Presidency rejects World Bank poverty claims. Tinubu approves 70 billion naira TED Fund solar power project for 12 tertiary institutions. Lagos threatens more demolitions at Trade Fair complex. America's top banker sounds warning on US stock market fall. Under 20 World Cup, Flying Eagles crash out after 4-0 defeat to Argentina. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the presidency has dismissed claims that Nigeria poverty level has increased to 139 million, adding to 10 million people to the number of poor people. Special advisor to the president on media and publicity, Sunday Dare, revealed that while Nigeria values its long-standing partnership with the World Bank and the institution's contributions to policy analysis, the figure quoted must be properly contextualized. According to the presidency, the estimate is derived from the global poverty line of $2.15 per day per person, a benchmark set in 2017 purchasing power parity terms. The presidency also called for caution against interpreting the World Bank number as literal, real-time headcounts. Moving on, the Tertiary Education Trust Fund has allocated the sum of 70 billion naira for the building of mini-grid power projects across 18 selected tertiary institutions to address the high cost of electricity towards facilitating research and learning in the country. Member of the TED Fund board, Danladi Abubakar Sani, revealed this at a 3-day town hall meeting for TED Fund beneficiaries institutions for the Northeast region in Jalingo, the Taraba state capital. According to him, the Aminu Bello Masari-led board was committed to addressing critical issues in Nigeria's institutions for growth, innovation, and development. In his words, the board was determined to create a knowledge-driven industry that would foster innovations within Nigeria's institutions, generate employment, and contribute to the nation's economic growth. Still on, the Lagos state government has threatened to demolish more illegal buildings within the Trade Fair complex of the Ojo area of the state if traders and owners of such buildings fail to regularize their titles within 2 weeks from now. The State Commissioner for Fiscal Planning and Urban Development, Oluyika Olumide, revealed this in a statement today, adding that the government's enforcement was backed by the Supreme Court judgment of 2003, which empowers states to control fiscal development within their territories except in areas under exclusive federal use. Olumide also said that the government's stance was in line with its mandate to ensure a safe, orderly, and sustainable fiscal environment and targeted at any ethnic group. The demolition exercise at the trade fair area had been perceived as targeting a particular ethnic group by some aggrieved residents. Also, President Bola Tinubu has revealed that the government is holding advanced discussions with Ogoni leaders to resolve long-standing disputes that have hindered oil production in the area. Tinubu revealed this on Wednesday while speaking at the formal commissioning of Otatikpo crude oil export terminal in Rivers State. The president said the oil and gas industry will continue to play a dominant role in the world's energy supply for decades to come, despite a global shift towards cleaner energy. The president, represented by the Minister of Petroleum Resources, Senator Henikin Lokobiri, said new projections by the International Energy Agency have underscored the enduring relevance of oil and gas to global energy security, with the agency acknowledging that the world must commit about $540 billion annually to upstream investment over the next 25 years to avert energy crisis. To end the local news, Nigeria's economy continued its upward momentum in September 2025 as the Purchasing Managers Index rose to 54.0 points, indicating stronger expansion in business activity across key sectors. According to the latest PMI report released by the Central Bank of Nigeria, the index increased from 51.7 points in August, marking the 10th consecutive month of expansion. The improvement reflects broad-based growth across the industry, services and agriculture sectors, reflecting sustained economic resilience in the third quarter of 2025. The composite PMI growth in September, alongside its three major sectoral indices, including industry, services and agriculture, indicated a healthy improvement in overall economic activity. We're going on a quick break now, and we will bring you the foreign news in details.
Meet my all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Welcome back, and thank you for staying with us. On the foreign scene, the head of JP Morgan has revealed that there is a higher risk of a serious fall in the US stock than is currently being reflected in the market. Jamie Dimon, who leads America's largest bank, revealed he was far more worried than others about a serious market correction, which he said could come in the next 6 months to 2 years. The bank boss also revealed that the US has become a less reliable partner on the world stage, cautioning that he was still a little worried about inflation in the US, but insisted he thought the Federal Reserve would remain independent despite repeated attacks by the Trump administration on its chair, Jerome Powell. Also, US President Donald Trump has announced that Israel and Hamas have agreed to the first phase of a Gaza peace deal, marking the most significant step towards ending the devastating 2-year conflict that has gripped the region. The breakthrough comes after 3 days of indirect negotiations in Egypt, mediated by the US, Qatar, Turkey, and Egypt. The agreement, described by Trump as the beginning of a strong, durable, and everlasting peace, was confirmed by both Israel and Hamas. Trump revealed that the deal guarantees the imminent release of all hostages and the withdrawal of Israeli troops to an agreed line inside Gaza. Now to sports. Nigeria's under-20 side, the Flying Eagles, have been eliminated from the 2025 FIFA Under-20 World Cup in Chile after suffering a heavy 4-0 defeat to Argentina in the round of 16 on Wednesday night. Argentina made a blistering start, taking the lead in just the second minute through Alejo Sacco, before Maher Carrizo doubled the advantage in the 23rd minute with a superb free kick after Nasiru Salihu was penalized for a foul at the edge of the box. According to reports, the Flying Eagle had a strong appeal for a penalty turned down after a clumsy challenge by Ramirez on Salihu in the area. Osia Achihi was, however, a constant threat down the left flank, delivering dangerous crosses that forced the Argentines into desperate defending, conceding several throw-ins and corners. To end the news, Egypt have booked a berth at the FIFA World Cup 2026 with an easy 3-0 win over Djibouti in Casablanca that gave them top place in Group A with one game remaining. Liverpool star Mohamed Salah scored twice and Ibrahim Adel claimed the other goal for the Pharaohs on Wednesday, as they became the third African country after Morocco and Tunisia to book their place in the next year finals in North America. Salah has recorded 9 goals in Egypt's marathon qualifying campaign that began 2 years ago. Egypt have competed at 3 previous World Cups but failed to qualify for the 2022 edition in Qatar, where Morocco had their best run as semi-finalists and Tunisia were knocked out in the group stage. This is where we wrap it up this afternoon on Business Day Television News at noon. I am Amanda Imosibiwe. Keep watching BDTV.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Nigeria it might sound paradoxical when you say that Nigeria is seeking to avoid conflicts, yet it is conflict prone, and everywhere you look there are some kinds of destabilization, unrest, either in a very subtle way or in an overt way. And this article particularly looks at politics and our attempts to try and avoid conflict and have a rancor-free political atmosphere, but we've not been able to manage that at all. Because the more you refuse to acknowledge the fact that conflict is a very strong part of politics, you will probably be applying the wrong solution to a present problem. Well, because the problem was never really addressed, we are always looking for easy way out. We've identified a problem. We have not correctly found out what is the root cause of the problem. It's one thing for you to know you have malaria. It's another thing for you to find out what type of malaria you have by investigating, going to do blood tests and going through the whole system to identify, okay, we have a problem. Is it unique to us? If it is not unique to us, how have others managed this problem? So essentially, we haven't looked for, in a very rigorous, deliberate way, why we are where we are, and therefore be able to find solution. On the other hand, we've been doing cutting and pasting from other lands, solutions that were not designed for our own political systems. I think that is why the problems have persisted. We haven't We haven't dug deep enough to get to the root of it. Again, is the same answer I would give you in the sense that we are more comfortable with quick and easy solutions. Ethnicity can be a plus because we are a diverse group of people, and each group has its own it's whatever it is that is strong, unique, that group is bringing to the table. Rather than look for those things that we are contributing to the union, our elite leaders are using ethnicity to divide us. The same goes for religion. Religion is a value-based system, and we could easily have looked for the values in all the religions and use those values to build a nation. But we have not done that. Rather, we have weaponized religion and weaponized ethnicity to fight each other in this ongoing war that never seems to end. I think that is why the problems have persisted. Well, if you have thrown everything into winning, it's like the American football, what they call football, the American football, where your goal is to get the ball to the other side at all costs. If you do politics that way, getting a win, it becomes difficult to think of any other thing because you have invested so much energy, so much resources, and you have further divided the polity. Those who are for me and those who are against me are very clear, and therefore it's a perpetuation of that mentality that politics is war. You know, the opposition is the enemy. And if you are going to remain in power, because you know that the opposition does not wish you well, or you think so, just as you didn't wish the old ruler well, it becomes an unending war. You know, everybody is fighting. It goes back to the point I made earlier, which is that conflict in politics is a reality, and we have not reconciled ourselves to that. Because when we reconcile ourselves to the fact that conflict is a political reality, then we will find way to manage conflict, manage opposition, and have a singular focus. And that singular focus is the nation, the nation, the nation, nothing else. How do we get the nation to be better? First of all, is for politicians to agree that we are all rooting for the same cause. How do we develop our nation? And to reconcile ourselves to the fact that conflict is a reality in politics, and be willing to hear unpleasant truths when people are telling us unpleasant truths. The issue of agonism and is a concept that was developed and pushed by Chantal, both a French political philosopher. And she's saying that, look, treat politics like a game. and don't treat your opponent as a permanent enemy, but as an opponent that you are involved in a game of, call it football, call it tennis with, and be willing to shake hands and talk like civilized people after the context and not be permanent enemies. That is the whole concept. And how do we do it? First of all, is by really interrogating this concept by Chantal Mouffe and agreeing that yes, this is something that is worth doing. Let's bury our hatchets. Let's look for how can we use our differences to make the nation great. It's not something that we can jump into and say, yes, let's go and do it. No, it's something for us to say, is she right? Let's sit down and talk about it. Let's examine all the sides. Let's find out how we can work with other groups that don't necessarily see eye to eye with us. There was, I think it was Abraham Lincoln that brought into his cabinet all the people who opposed him, people he ran against. The former Liberian president, the lady, also did something like that, where you bring your opponents into the cabinet and get them to work with you for the development of the nation. Well, I'm not sure whether June 12th was ever reconciled, other than the fact that in 1998-99, the country said, okay, let's move to the southwest and get a president to compensate the Yorubas. I don't know whether that was deep enough a solution. Maybe it was the beginning of finding solutions and agreeing together and say, let's give it to the Igbos. They've been waiting, they've been outside in the cold for a long time. And let's see how they manage the leadership of the nation. Yes, of course, to your question, nothing seemed to have changed. If we look at the years of the last regime under the President Buhari, how everyone accused him, or nearly everyone accused him, of giving all the important position and doing everything in a particular direction that favored not just his political party, but the part of the country that he came from. The same allegations have been levied against the current president. And we should move away from such politics where we seem to be there to satisfy just the need of the part of the country that we came from. Everybody should be working towards the betterment of the nation called Nigeria. Most of what we have done, which is what we did with the presidential system, we went to America and borrowed the presidential system without tweaking it, except in places where it favors some of us, where it makes us more powerful, as we are experiencing, as America themselves are now experiencing. What has happened is that most of the time when we borrow, so going to Switzerland or Sweden or the Scandinavian countries, it's itself not going to solve our problem until we take what they have, look at it, examine it, and say, how can we make this work for us because of our culture, because of our language differences, because of our our climate even, you know. So we must domesticate anything we bring in from abroad. If we don't domesticate it, we will always continue to have a schizophrenic attitude to politics and life, where we are neither Scandinavian and we're neither Scandinavian, we are at the same time we're not Africans, you know, because we have concocted a hybrid between what we borrowed and what we truly are, and it doesn't allow us to function well in either space. So yes, we can go across the world. There's a lot. Look at the Chinese. The Chinese borrowed versions of capitalism, but they remain true to their communism. You know, they've been able to prove that it is possible to have two ideologies work together, because they accepted that, yes, we are communist, but there's something good that the capitalists are doing and we like it. And they took it and they modified it and it suited them, and they're up and running. The Japanese did the same thing. They did not let go of their culture, but they took everything they could find from the West, and they made it completely Japanese. So people now go to Japan to learn the same principles that they themselves had learned from the West. So the world is always borrowing and tweaking and adapting and making them work for them. Africans, unfortunately, we basically borrow, and now people say that Africans have what they call pseudo-democracy, or some people call it electoral democracy, where you just basically keep the authoritarian in check, and you go to the polls, give the impression that you are democratic, and then come back and you are back in your natural element. Yes, there's a lot to borrow. There is a lot that we can learn from, but there's a lot of work that we must do with whatever we borrow to make it authentically ours. Simple, one word: independence. Independence in mind and action. Independence in mind and action for the media, so the media does not align itself to a particular leader because that leader happens to come from the north or south or east. Independence for the judiciary. Put the book in front of you and say who is wrong, who is right, and make a very dispassionate decision on that. Independence for INEC, I'd say who won. Independence, the courage to make decisions that benefit the country, not decisions that benefit particular groups of people or those in power at the moment. Independence. Well, yes, it may look as if we are stuck, but voices, we need more voices, like the Yaba School of Thought and with the slogan of "Who is thinking for Nigeria?" We need more people to call attention that nations are built by ideas. Nations are built on ideas. Nations are not built on cut and paste solutions borrowed from other lands that have not been examined or tested. So we need to begin this dialogue. It may look a longer, some people are calling for revolution, do this, do that. Revolutions don't solve problems. Ideas do. We're still talking about Marxism today or liberal ideas because those were ideas that some people put on the table and they were so powerful, not many people have been able to contest them. We can, Africans are very brilliant people, Nigerians particularly. And we can rethink the direction of our nation. We can rethink the direction of our nation. And we have rooms full of past thoughts from conferences, ideas from Vision 2010, and now we're talking about Vision 2050, whatever it's called. We need to now harness all those ideas, past, present, future, and put them together and work out an action plan, and therefore say, yes, this is who we are, this is who we want to be, this is how we are going to go about it. Right now, if I ask you, who is a Nigerian? What is the Nigerian project? What are we about? What are our values? What is the ideology that keeps Nigeria together? What are the sectoral ideology of the various political parties? We have no answer, because we've never sat down to consider such basic, very, very deep, necessary ideas that can help us shape our own identity, shape who we are, and chart a direction for the people that we claim we are. I think that's where to start from. We can't make progress until we have fundamentally examined the question of who we are and how do we go about getting to where we think we are going. The Yorubas have a proverb. They said, to get to the market, you must have several ways that get in there. So it cannot be one idea. It has to be a combination of idea. First of all, it starts with a mind shift. A mind shift that politics need not be deadly. A mind shift that conflict in politics is a reality, and we must therefore learn to live with it. A mind shift that the nation is bigger than the sub-nations, and therefore we must put everything we have to make the nation do what nations do for the sub-nations, and make the sub-nations do what the sub-nations do for the success of the grand nation. So it's a combination of ideas, not one idea.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities. With millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria, Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hi everyone, and welcome to this special edition of the Business Day Millennial Hangout. My name is Ethel Adonu, a social media strategist here at Business Day, and I'm honored to be your moderator for what I believe will be one of the most relatable conversations yet. Our topic for today is passion for profit, balancing work and entrepreneurship. I'll take that again. Passion to profit, balancing work and entrepreneurship. They often say, do what you love and the money will follow. But for most millennials, it's just not that simple. You are passionate about something and somehow you are passionate about your side hustle, but somehow you still need that 9 to 5 job just to maintain a stable paycheck. So the big question is, how do you manage your time and avoid burnout when trying to balance the both of them? And most importantly, how do you turn that passion into real, sustainable, and profitable business without jeopardizing your work and also your side hustle? That's what we are here to unpack today. And as you all know, I am not here alone. I have got with me 5 incredible business experts who are living proof that balancing work and passion is possible and doable. So permit me to introduce them to you all. First, we have Damola Richard Salvador Adebayo, a seasoned marketing professional with over 14 years of experience and a firm believer in disruptive thinking. He is the CEO and lead strategist at DigiSplash, an award-winning content-led marketing and advertising agency, and also he is the founder of Polar Reef Studio, a modern photography and video production company. Welcome, and it's great to have you, Damola. Thank you for joining us. Next, we have Temitope Okesenyi, a distinguished HR and tech specialist, AI strategist, and global talent consultant. She is the founder and CEO of Outnovately, where she leads groundbreaking HR and tech innovation. Also, she is the visionary behind the University of Freelancing, where she has trained thousands of professionals across the globe. Welcome, Temitope, and thank you for joining us this afternoon. Please, if you can hear me, can you say hello to our listeners?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here with us. We are also joined by Nkechi Alade, the principal business consultant at Elvard and consulting firm, dedicated to scaling business. Also, the founder of Higher Right Nigeria, a recruitment platform supporting medium and small businesses and also startups across Africa. Welcome on board, Nkechi. It's great to have you join this conversation today.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining us today. Also, we have Peter Michael, a visionary travel entrepreneur and a global business strategist. He is the founder of Fly Connect 102 Limited, an IATA certified and NCAA accredited travel and logistic company, as well as the creator of Rome Paddy, a fast rising tourism and lifestyle brand. Thank you for joining us today, Peter. You are welcome to the show.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me.
All right. And finally, we have Ebunoloa Opelami, who is a seasoned professional with vast and rare combination of experiences. She assists organizations in achieving extensive and sustainable business growth by formulating business strategies, driving business performance, and also identifying, nurturing, and developing talent. Thank you for joining us, Ebunoloa. All right. Thank you also, our viewers, for joining this crucial conversation. With the careful hand-picked panelists we have today, I can guarantee you that we all will be leaving this conversation today with a life-changing nugget. All right. Now let's kick off with the conversation with some very important question that is on everybody's mind. So I would like to start the Q&A section with, balancing, how to balance work and entrepreneurship. And again, I'll be asking the question in no particular order. So permit me to start with the last person, our last speaker, Ebunoloa. This question is for you. What practical strategies can help young professionals balance a full-time job with a side hustle or entrepreneur venture?
Okay, thank you very much for that question, and thank you for having me on the session.
Thank you for joining us.
Okay, and good morning and good afternoon to all speakers. Okay, so I want to start by saying every entrepreneur, it starts with you. It starts with you in the sense that you must know yourself. What are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? What are your goals? How are you wired? And by that, I mean, are you a morning person? Are you an evening person? Do you function better at night? All of those questions you need to answer clearly so that you can understand what works for you in terms of how you want to structure your daytime job with your moonlighting or your entrepreneurial journey. Because without this clarity, it will be a struggle. For instance, if you're an early morning person, you may decide to wake up very early in the morning, get some things done before going to work, and then you can work well and come back at night to rest or do some less intensive things can still get done later in the evening. But if, on the other hand, you're an evening person, you know that you have to work during the day, close early enough so that you can be back at home to carry out your entrepreneurial work by the side in the evening as well. So understanding yourself very well, what are your strengths as well? What are the things you do so well that you need to focus on? What are the other ones that you need to get help with? And sometimes when we say get help, depending on what stage you are on your business journey, you don't always have all the resources you require. But the thing is, we don't always need resources in terms of capital or revenue or money. Sometimes it's resources of people. What sort of network do you have? And when we talk about network also, I always like to lead with value. What am I bringing to the table? So take, for instance, I'm in a network, a pool of human resource capital people. what do I do well that can offer the other person, so that if I need the other person to do something for me too, I can get it done through them. So that way is a symbiotic relationship and not a parasitic one. So when you have clarity on all of this in terms of who you are, you can better structure things. And of course, equally important is understanding your goals. What are your goals in the next 5 to 10 years? Because understanding that will help you also set priorities per time. If you know you want to have your full-blown business in the next 5 years, you don't want to work for anybody in the next 5 years. That means your decision or priority on what kind of job, what kind of 9-to-5 job you're going to take would also feed into how you will structure your 5-year plan. Because you can't afford to take a job that takes maybe 20 hours out of your time. I mean, it can't be 20 hours, maybe 10 hours out of your time. You don't really have time for yourself. Your business is going to be suffering. Because when we talk about balance, most times, it's about understanding our priorities per time, really, because there's always a price to pay for everything we do. So you need to get it right. What is important to me at this phase of my life? I want to build my business. I have a family. I have a side hustle. So those 3 things are the balls you're going to be juggling, and one must not suffer for the other. So you are not going to be adding some other extra things. Maybe you need to cut down on socializing, partying, and those other things that you would have ordinarily done. But at that phase, you need to be clear on what your priorities are. Just to reiterate some of the things I've said, one is clearly understanding who you are as a person, because you're the one starting the business, and everything starts with you. You need to understand who you are, the way you are wired. What areas do you even need improvement as well? Because you are bringing yourself to the business. In terms of when we talk about organizational culture, I always say that it is the character of the owner of the business we are actually speaking to. Because it is you are the one that is going to transcend throughout the organization. Your behavior, your character is what people are going to pick on, that will then inform or form the culture of the business. So you have a lot to do on yourself in terms of your personal growth. That is if you're just starting up. And even if you've started after a while, there's always room for improvement. So know who you are, know how you are wired, what are your strengths, what are your weaknesses, what kind of network do you have in terms of people, and what value do you bring to the table? Then what are your goals? Clearly set goals. And what are those things you are prioritizing per time? So these are the key things I would say anybody who wants to juggle these 2 fits, which is possible, must first of all put into consideration. And I'll stop here so that I can allow other people to talk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ibunolo, and that was amazing. Thank you for setting the tone for our conversation today. So I would like to ask our next speaker, Peter. From your experience having to run 2 companies side by side, what are the biggest challenges in balancing work and entrepreneurship, and how can they be overcome?
Thank you so much, BusinessDay, for having me once again. We know that 9 to 5 and side also are both sophisticated, right? But what I tell people is you are the software, and you must learn to manage the software. How do you do that? First, your 9 to 5 is like what I tell people is your job is funding your future, and not the other way around. So once you know that your job is funding your future, it is then easy to know how to structure yourself. And so you learn everything on your job, every skill acquired on your job in your 9 to 5 to help create, a micro system that runs your business. So you're given the leverage on your 9 to 5 to understand how to run your own business effectively. And so what you need to structure your time, like, Eboluwa said, know when you function. Some are morning people, some are night people. Know when, your energy is, higher, when you're more productive. Channel your hustle into that. So you do your 9 to 5, that is, non-negotiable. But once you do your 9 to 5, at least 3 hours a day or 2, depending on how fast you want to go, how far you want to go, structure yourself in that way, and then begin to build little by little. And so when you build, you have the leverage, to test run. And it's almost risk-free, right? You have a backup system, which is your 9 to 5. You can begin to test run things. If they work out fine, you don't work out, you learn and then you move again. And so that's how to balance it. There is no particular system or structure assigned to how to balance, but you understanding your 9 to 5 perfectly well, understand the system and the software that runs your 9 to 5, then find a way to replicate that in your hustle, and then it's easy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter. Thank you also for sharing that brilliant answer, how to prioritize your time and energy while running your 9 to 5 and also trying to maintain your business. So let me ask, the next question is for Temitope. I mean, as a HR specialist you are, how should one prioritize time and energy between their career and also their business without compromising either of them?
Thank you for that question. And the truth is, you got the job because you needed the job. And you were employed because the organization needs your skills and your capacity. And I believe they are paying for that value. So we're going to be very honest here, because some of you are running businesses or you want to run a business and you expect to have people on board as well. My first advice always would be to give your 100% commitment to the organization that is paying your bills. Yes, you have dreams on the side. Yes, you want to start your businesses on the side. But what you've signed an agreement to give is what you should give. Except you are a 1099, meaning you're a contractor or you're a consultant working with that organization, there are some things that you are able to excuse yourself from. But because you are full-time, first let's establish that you need to give that attention to that. But you also need the attention for your 5 to, because now you've left 9 to 5, you have your 5 to 9 left, which is your business. You must audit your role per time. And what does that mean? Some of you are wives, you are moms, you are sisters, you are fathers, you are brothers, you're a CEO, you are an employee at the same time. There are many things you're doing. And different seasons of your life, you must prioritize what works, what must live. There are times that you give maybe 2 hours to social media a day. You know that in this season, I'm trying to build a baby, because that business, that idea that you have is a baby. You must give it time. As someone who's done business all my life and always been a corporate girly, because I started my business from the university day, I started selling bags. I remembered when my brother wanted to give me capital to start my business. I was in 200 level. That, have you surveyed around you in school what business you would love to start? I told him, no, I don't have the time. I want to build my CGPA, and I also don't want to do business. I don't want to be asking people for money. People can owe. But when I got to 300 level, nobody told me. I myself knew that, okay, I have built what I needed to build. Of course, I've lost access to the capital they wanted to give me, because they were willing to give me. They were asking me. I wasn't ready mentally. But by 300 level, I knew that I was ready mentally, but I was also ready physically to accommodate that. And by myself, I started the bag business. And I did that with schooling, came out with good scores, came out of school, started working the first year that I came out, running a fashion business. From there, I moved to freelancing online, running my own digital agency. I have 2 startups now, have a company. I still work at the same time. And I realized that the same attention that you give to someone else, you must be willing to give it to your work. So audit your role. What sacrifices can I make, in this season? And another thing that can help you is believing in yourself, because one of the privileges we have as adults and millennials is the audacity to believe in ourselves. Because if you don't believe in yourself, nobody will. That attention you give to yourself, that belief will wake you up at night, even when you're tired. Sometimes I'm getting back 6 p.m. Nigerian time. It's probably 12, just like it is right now, like 12 p.m. for my clients in another country. I need to get up to work. I'm tired, but I know that that is what I needed in that season. So you must believe in yourself enough. The conviction must be enough to drive you through that process. So that's what I think every millennial or every entrepreneur who is trying to balance both and trying to give their commitment, that's what I think they need to do, right? That's what I think they need to do. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Temitope. Thank you for, quickly sharing your moments with us, and also for spotlighting for us that, you have to believe in yourself first if you want to find a way to balance your passion and also your career goal. You have to find a way to believe in yourself and also audit your work properly, just so you are able to balance the both of them. So now let's look at how to manage productivity and also how to manage your time. So this question is for Damola. As a seasoned marketing professionals, I know you deal a lot with marketing tools and all of that. So what tools, habits, or systems have you found most effective in staying organized and also productive? I mean, having to have over 14 years of experience, work experience, and also building your company, DigiSplash.
Okay, thank you for having me. I hope you can hear me.
Hi, Damola.
Okay, yes,
I can't
said I
hear
hope
you.
you can hear me. All right. Can anybody else hear me? Oh yes, she says she can.
Hi, Damola. I think you're muted. I can't hear you.
No, I'm not muted.
Okay.
Everybody else can hear.
Okay, I can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, I think your question was on productivity. And
Yes, how
tips
to
for
manage productivity, to tools and habits that help you to stay organized.
Okay, I think the major thing is to, like some people have already mentioned, identify your, identify your majors and your minors. And I think prioritization is very important. So you need to prioritize what is important. You can use tools like Slack. For me, I'll say for work, Slack helps. Simple tools like just managing your time, your calendar, reminders, things like that help a lot. For me, since I do digital marketing, a lot of the tools that we use are more inclined with managing an agency and managing people. So I'll say the major thing is there are a lot of tools now, and it's not really about the tools, it's majorly about the person. Some people have tools, but they don't really use the tools that they have available. But in terms of tools, I think Slack is a good one. I think Slack is one that I've used over the years and has really helped in prioritizing times, setting reminders. And I'll say set reminders. I think those are the major things. Set reminders, set goals would be major things to do. Yeah, I hope that helps. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Damola. Thank you for listening some of the habits that help you to stay organized, setting reminders, getting yourself, your space organized and all of that. And also for mentioning some of the tools that help you to stay focused and balance your work. So my next question is for Nkechi Alade. How can entrepreneurs identify and focus on high leverage activities that move the needle? As a business consultant, I believe you should be able to give us some tips on how entrepreneurs can identify and focus high level activities and also, how to leverage them.
Okay, thank you very much for having me today.
Thank you.
And I do hope, glad you can hear me. Okay, so in terms of being an entrepreneur, so having worked with business owners and entrepreneurs, for quite a number of years, I've seen that it is very easy for people to do a lot of things in terms of just being busy, activity driven, but then they're actually not being productive. And that is because very few people are goal oriented. Lots of people are activity driven. So they just want to see that they're busy. But my first question to a lot of business owners is, what exactly is the outcome? What exactly is the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing? So one question I usually would ask is, does this task actually help you to bring revenue? Does it help you with growth? What does it help you with some form of scalability or sustainability? Or are you just looking to do something? And I'll tell you why these things happen. Now, lots of people go into business without having any formal knowledge about business or knowing how to work. Now, you think, working might just be waking up and going on social media and saying, come and buy from me. But if you don't understand the things you need to actually do behind the scenes to actually build a business that generates revenue, then it just becomes actually activity. So why I like the idea of this topic in terms of having a full-time job and then, being able to build a side business is that there are certain things that a business would task you with that you can only learn when you have worked in a formal environment. So when we speak about things like structure, things like systems, if you haven't experienced it before, you might not necessarily understand how to put it in your business. So my charge is this: in terms of being a corporate person, in terms of having a 9 to 5, ensure that you focus on what you're doing. It might look like, oh, what I'm doing 9 to 5 does not affect my business, but it does. Everything you're learning, it might be customer service, it might be operational, it might be administrative. You're able to see how it's done and then take those learnings into your business. And it helps you to see, okay, how do I prioritize these tasks? What do I need to do here? How do I ensure that the outcome is clear? So when I say don't just be busy, be clear on what these tasks are. I like to do things called deep work. When your high productivity hours are during the day, and make the most out of them. I always work with pen, and I'm a book and pen kind of person. So I always list out those things I need to do every day. So at the end of the day, it might be 2 or 3 very, very important things, but I ensure that I finish them. Because we live in a generation now where attention is very, very limited. It's difficult for you to just do one thing because there's so many distractions. You pick up your phone, you want to be on a call, you want to do something else, but you need to learn to focus. You need to learn to narrow in so that you're able to ensure that you get out the results that you want as a business owner. So it is very important. We don't have the leverage of time. Time is one thing that we all have. It's 24 hours every day. You can't have 36, I can't have 40, you can't have 2. And you can't take back the time of yesterday. So you have to ensure that you're doing the most you can every given point in time with the time that you have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nkechi. Thank you for, thank you for sharing your knowledge with us and also reminding us how to manage our time effectively. So let's just take the last question on time management. This would be for you, Temitope. As someone who has juggled many hats, running your business on the side and also being a corporate girly, like you said, what are the common time management mistakes? Like, do you think young entrepreneurs make, and how can they avoid it?
Thank you for that question. First, I think it's trying to overestimate what you can achieve within a time limit and also underestimate what you can achieve. And just like Nkechi highlighted, I'm also a pen and a note kind of person. But of course, we have digital notepads now. One of the mistakes that I see is, we want to do a lot of things, right? But you end up doing nothing. There's a lot of distraction. A lot of things are looking for your attention. And we also want to perfect almost everything as we're starting. But the idea is you must start from where you are. And because of the fear of maybe rejection, if I don't do it well, you end up doing haphazard work, half work here, and eventually you get nothing done. So you must realize that I must be accountable to myself. I create consequences for myself. That if I don't do this at the time I need to do it, this is the consequence. You must have release dates or deadlines for your work. And these are the things you also learn in 9 to 5, that you've learned structure, time of resumption, consequences if you don't come early or if you come late. You must apply that to your business. That this is the same thing. If I'm not able to do this, this is the consequence. So maybe I'm not going to get this for myself, this that I plan to do for myself, or this that I plan to do in the business, I'm not able to do it. The bigger picture must always be in front of you at all time. There's a word I call people like us who are, running businesses and also being in corporate is youpreneurship. So there is entrepreneurship, but there is youpreneurship. It's the business of you. So it is you that needs to be accountable. With that, you are able to create automations, you're able to create systems. But if you yourself personally, you're not efficient, trust me, it will show in the things that you're doing and in the businesses that you're running, because balls will begin to drop somewhere. And be open-minded to outsourcing. If you think you've grown to the level where there's a part of the business that you're struggling with and you can afford to pay, even if it is an intern, a volunteer, an assistant that can take care of that for you, you have to do it. I got to a point that my mentor had to say, Tops, you are doing a lot. And this needs your priority this year. You need to get it done. Get an assistant. That was like 4-5 years. I'm like, assistant. Even me, I'm an assistant to some people. But I had to. I got someone who could work with me with the budget that I had so that she can focus on some of the administrative things I needed to do. And I was able to deliver that project that year. I think that is how we must begin to think as business owners as well. You cannot do everything. If you need to outsource with the resources that you have, please go ahead to do it so that you can begin to create systems and a business that can eventually function without you and outlive you if possible. So that's what I think and how people can handle that.
Thank you so much, Temitope. That was amazing. Thank you for that, sharing that word with us, youpreneur. It reminds me that if I want to actually focus on pursuing my passion while maintaining my corporate life, I have to also, always know that this is about me, this is about my passion, and, try to do things that would get the both of them aligned. Thank you. Now let's look at the financial strategy and stability. So this question will be for you, Ebunoloa. How can one fund a business without sacrificing financial stability from their job? Assuming someone is passionate about a side hustle, how can they fund it without sacrificing their financial stability from their job?
Okay, thank you for that question. I think I mentioned earlier that sometimes when you're starting up a business, you need to have clarity on the kind of resources you need part time. Most people think it's financial resources that is the biggest issue they have, whereas it may actually be resources in people. And I cited an example earlier to say that you're starting up, you also have value you bring to the table. Do you have people in your own network that can do what you need for you without you paying for it? Which means that when they also need your services, you are able to pay back, right? With your own skills and strength or whatever it may be. That is one. But that doesn't still negate the fact that finance is required in the business. And at every point in time, you must know where you're at in your business journey, the maturity level of your business, and what is really required. I will go back to requirements again. So take, for instance, you are a startup. You want to go into the market. You know the value you are adding to your customers. But you can't start competing at some certain levels because you don't have what it takes to be there yet. So you need to be able to identify who are my target audience that I can meet their needs at this point in time. For instance, you can't say you're into consulting and from day one you want to compete with a KPMG, for instance. You can't meet, from where to where, on any level at all. But if what you are focusing on, for instance, is that you want to hire for people, you are going into hiring, make sure you are sound at what it takes to hire. You are leading with value so that when you pitch to your customers, your target audience, you are able to add value. They're able to pay you, right? The kind of resources they can at that time and even refer you. And gradually you are growing the business. Of course, when it comes to funding, there are various sources of funds, right, that are available now. But you must demonstrate value to those kind of places for you to even have access to those kind of funds. So I always say lead with value. What value are you bringing to the table? Don't go into the market to say, I want to make money. I need more money. I'm not earning enough. That's why I want. No. What are you bringing to, what value, what need are you meeting? And who are your target audience per time? Who are those you can effectively serve per time? Because having a clear understanding of the persona of your target audience really helps. You can't be aiming for people in blue chip companies from day one, right? And I'll just quickly share a story with you just to buttress this point. So there is one of these mentors of mine, right? He was telling us about when he just started his business. And from day one, he went into business strategy. And then they went to pitch to one man who owned a multi-million naira company at the time. And then they kept telling him about the business strategy and everything. And then the guy just kept looking at them like, okay, if you had those strategies and you've applied it to yourself, you won't be looking this way. Do you understand? Of course, they didn't get the business. But guess what? It was a lesson to him because they actually gave him the feedback. Say, hey, look at your car. Look at how you look at this time. And you're preaching business strategy to us. Go apply that strategy to yourself first, and then we can listen to you. But he went back to the drawing board. And I can say for free today that is number one in his line of business. I don't want to mention names, but if I do, I'm sure most of us would know him. Today, he's running a multi-million-dollar business. What am I trying to say? Come with value, lead with value. Value always attracts resources. So when you lead with value, when people can perceive or even they've stated what you have to offer, then they can pay you. Then you can also even access some funding sources, right? But you must always be clear on what value you bring to the table before thinking of money. Because a lot of times you think, oh, money is my problem. Money may not be your problem. It may be you yourself understanding the value you bring to the table, the quality of your work, your efficiency, your dependability, a lot of things, which still centers around you being the youpreneur, like Temi said earlier. Understand the value you bring to the table. That's how it will attract resources. Thank you. I'll stop here.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ebunoloa. Thank you for sharing that beautiful stories. It's funny how a lot of millennials are in this table because they first think of how to fund a business without really focusing on the value they want to deliver. And thank you for highlighting again that once you have a solid value, you're ready to deliver, then money will follow. Thank you. The next question would be for Peter. What key financial metrics should entrepreneurs track as they grow their business? I mean, having to scale your two businesses, what are the metrics that entrepreneurs should, always track as they grow their business?
Thank you very much. So first, cash flow is like the oxygen of your business. So first, cash flow. Always cash flow. And then you look at your profit margin, which is the second thing. So once you're able to track your cash flow, it's coming in, your business is going, then begin to monitor the profit margin. And then with your profit margin, you can know when to scale, right? So if you're not able to track your cash flow correctly to make sure that is working effectively, you cannot move from there. And so it is important that you understand how your cash flow works. Like Edwin said, value. Value brings in the cash flow. And as the value brings in the cash flow, what next thing you think about is how to create experience with that value. And so with the experience, you scale. And as you scale, your profit margin begins to increase. And as that begins to increase, then you begin to expand. And so you narrow everything down to three things. Number one is, which part of these three core areas of business am I? Are you the innovator or the initiator? Are you the aggregator or you are the executor? But of course, as a business owner, you can never be the executor. So you stay on top, right? You keep thinking, you keep redefining, you keep realigning, working with your numbers, working with your spreadsheets, your cash flow, and then move from there. Look at the aggregators. What are they doing right? What are they doing wrong? Look at the index. Understand what is working, what is not. Eliminate when necessary. Substitute when necessary, and then you begin to move from there. That is the key, to maximize, profits, to understand the metrics of the business. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter, for highlighting the keys to maximizing profits as a business owner, and also to how to know where and when and where to draw the margins in your business operations. Thank you. Now let's look at, how to make the transitions. I know a lot of people are often bothered with the situation of when to, say goodbye to their 9 to 5 and focus mainly on their business, or some are also of the emotion that, you can run the both of them side to side. So let's look at some questions in that area. The next question will be for Damola. How does an entrepreneur know when is the right time to move from part-time to full-time entrepreneurship?
Okay. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Okay, I don't think that it's like a time-based thing. I think it's more on the person and the opportunities that come. So for me, I only worked for another agency. I only worked for another agency for 2 years. And after 2 years, I just started mine. So I think that you also have to, you need to just gauge the opportunities that you get and how prepared you are as well. I'll say you also need to take risks as well. So the reason why a lot of people stay longer and some of the things that people do, they're afraid of taking risks. And I think you need to be brave. You need to evaluate the situation. Be sure what, like, people have spoken about value. So if you have value, things will be attracted to value. I think you can even compete with the big people, with the bigger brands in a short space of time. I don't think that it even needs time. What people just need to identify is value. So people notice value no matter when you start. Once they can recognize that you know what you're doing and you have results to prove it, then you get the customers. So for me, I'll say that once you have identified, for marketing, we'll call it your unique selling proposition. Once you've identified the opportunities that you have, so we see companies like Money Points, Flutterwave, that it didn't take them that long to compete with some of the biggest brands that we've known for 50, 100 years. The major thing that they had was value. They had value to give, and they scaled really fast because people are attracted to value. So if you can solve problems, and what's your business venture is going to actually solve problems, people will gravitate towards you. And once people have spoken about appearance and things like that, once perception is the most important thing. So you can be good, but people don't perceive you as good. And it's the same thing for a business as well. So you can have great ideas, you can actually be able to solve problems at a small stage. People need to perceive that value from you. So I think the days have gone that people are looking at how long you started. It's kind of like when you're hiring people today. It's not really about how long you worked. It's about the value you can bring. You meet people that, in a 1 year experience, they can do things better than people that have done things for 10 years. So I don't really won't focus on the traditional way that we evaluate when to start. I think it's different for different people. The major thing is you can have value at any time. So it's kind of like, maybe I will use football to explain it. There are players that can compete at a young age, even from 17, 18, 16. There are players that they need to wait to 35 for them to be good enough to compete at the highest stage. I think it's the same for businesses and even for an entrepreneur as well. So I won't say you need to wait for a long time. You need to get certain things in place. Because there's some things that first mover advantage will give you. There's some opportunities that you can identify early that you need to dive in and take. So for me, like people have already mentioned the word value, I'll say that's the major thing. Once you can identify the value that you bring and you can see the opportunities to take them, I think it's a good time to go. Some people will tell you wait 5 years, wait 10 years, wait 3 years. I just think that if the opportunities come in 1 year, you can move. If the opportunity even comes in 6 months. I have a friend that he resigned after 2 weeks. He started the job after 2 weeks. He resigned and started his own business, and he's doing great. So the major thing is, I won't say that's the general rule. It depends on the person. It depends on the things that you built yourself. So if you've taken your time to study, to train, things that you're doing in your own personal time, and you're equipped enough to start a venture, lead a business, go on your own, you have your proper plan in place to sustain the business, to sustain certain things. Looking at it, maybe a married person or a single person would have to evaluate things differently. because they have other people they're responsible for. So I'll say things like that, but I would say opportunity, just identify the opportunities you have, look at the value that you can give. And if the opportunity arises, I think that you should take it. So I hope that helps. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Damola. Thank you for already highlighting some of the important factors to look into before you transition. And also, I like the fact that, you mentioned, you kept on hammering on there is no such thing like it is this time. You can't just say, oh, it's 5 years or 10 years before you can transition to pursue your side hustle, your passion. Just understand your time and be confident with your value, the value you bring to the table. Then you're good to go. Thank you. Let's still look more deeply into some of the factors to consider. So over to you, Nkechi. What are the most important factors to consider before making that transition? Hi, Nkechi, can you hear me?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Yes.
Did you get my question? I should take it again.
Please, can you take it again?
Okay, what are the most important factors to consider before making career or that transition?
Okay, all right, thank you for the question. So first of all, right, I would like to really say that entrepreneurship, or rather full-time entrepreneurship, is not for everybody. There is no hard and fast rule to it. Everybody must not be an entrepreneur. The reason why I'm saying this is when you work a full 9-to-5 job and you're transitioning, it's almost like going from having your bath with warm water to cold water. You have been promised a paycheck at the end of the month. If you're not in sales, right, most of the time you have a salary every month, whether or not that business makes money. That is their commitment to you. Now, when you're going into full-time entrepreneurship, it's a different ballgame. You have to be someone who has discipline, resilience, someone who has grit, someone who's able to take no, keep moving, be vision-oriented, and the kind of person that has control over their mindset. So for you to be that kind of person and for you to be able to transition full-time, you need to, first of all, be honest with yourself. Am I an entrepreneur? Am I someone who is ready to commit to this decision for the next 10 years? Am I ready to continue to say yes to myself? Because entrepreneurship is really beyond earning money. It's beyond revenue. It has a lot to do with who you are as a person. So one of the major mistakes that I've seen with people looking to transition is quitting too early. You cannot make this decision based on feelings. It cannot be how you feel because your feelings are too fickle for you to make decisions with them. You have to be quite objective. You need to be able to see that, okay, this is where I am now. This is my plan for the next 60, 90, 120 days. This is how I'm going about it. Remember that as a person, you might have obligations, you might have a family, you might have dependents. And again, it starts with you. So you have to be ready to understand that once you're moving, right? So that is one thing I would say. So also in terms of mistakes people make is that they don't pay attention to the market they are going into. You can't go into business blinded. You have to be sure, okay, this is what the market currently is saying. This is how people are doing things. Imagine being in the business today of maybe entertainment, and then you start selling your own CDs or something. I mean, you're really, really, really competing with the past. So you need to know what exactly the market is saying. You need to be sure how much people are charging. What do you charge? What kind of people do you need on board? So there are certain questions you need to be asking yourself. You need to also understand how to do business. When you're running a business, you have to, of course, register it. You have to ensure your tax is in place. You need to ensure, your legal, any other paperwork that you need to have. You can't just go into it and just sort of start to wing it. We are in an age where you click of a button, find out what is required for you to start to render these services within a particular environment. So don't just rush in and close your eyes and say, oh, you know what, I'm going to do it right now. Yes, I believe you should take risks. I believe you should do it while you can. I believe you should have momentum, but doesn't mean you should do it without, putting in the right things in place, without doing your research. And of course, someone had also mentioned value. You need to ensure, what am I bringing into the market? How am I different? Now, you cannot compete right now by being the best or by having the best price because there are so many options available. So one thing that I always say to people looking to start new businesses is one way you can differentiate yourself is by being a human being. What is the human factor you are bringing into what it is you're doing? Yes, you're a small business. People might want to work with you because they feel like you are human. How can you be more human in your business? And another thing I would say is try as much as possible to aim for excellence. I didn't say perfection because perfection is a myth and it doesn't exist, but excellence. And one thing I recently learned is that excellence can be practiced. So you can every day become better at what you do or what it is that you're doing. So if you have that at the core of your mind, if you have that in front, as you're building the business, as you're hiring people, as you're speaking to clients, you continue to build and become even better. So that even if you have so much value to give, you're giving it in a way that is deemed excellent and you're able to retain customers and they're also able to refer people to you. And when people are bringing leads or leads are coming into your pipeline, they are able to convert. So I hope that has helped.
Thank you so much, Nkechi. Yes, that's actually answered my question. And thank you for, you have already set stone for the next thing that we'll be looking at, talking about aiming for excellence. Let's look at business growth and branding, how to properly brand your side hustle, your passion, and, any other thing that you have on the side that you're interested in building. So the question would be for Ebunoloa. What are the biggest planning mistake entrepreneurs make when starting or growing a business?
Okay, thank you for that question. I think one of the mistakes entrepreneurs make, and it may not be all their fault, maybe it's what has been shown as what matters the most. You want to look the part, fake it till you make it, dress in a certain way, be this, be that. But what the customers want goes beyond your looks. It's still about value. It's still about who you are, what you bring to the table, how you do things. Take, for instance, you have an appointment for 10 a.m., you are there by 9:30, not 2 p.m., and start giving flimsy excuses, forgetting that the people who you are their customer also have customers. Having integrity. I'm going to deliver by this time, and you deliver by that time, to quality as well. And all of these things don't happen by accident. There are things you need to build over time. And that's why I've said it, and a lot of us have also emphasized on you being that person first. Being a person of integrity, knowing what matters to people, the kind of customers you are serving, what is key to them, what kind of business are they into, what matters the most. Take, for instance, the competition in the market is fierce. So a lot of people they have to be on top of their game. And so if you are going to be supporting their business in whatever way with your services, you must also be at the top of your game at all times. So not focusing on the right things in terms of what quality means to the customer. Understand what the customer's needs are first and foremost, but paying attention to the way you speak or the way you look or, kind of dress you're wearing. That's, of course, people see you first before they see the value you bring to the table. I'm not saying that is not important, but I'm saying also that you must pay attention to how you deliver value. How do you communicate? So you can't even you can't make a particular time for some reason beyond your control, which shouldn't be all the time. You must communicate. At times you've given something to somebody, you're trying to get them on the phone, they're not picking up, and you're wondering what's going on here. And no communication, and probably they're stuck somewhere. Especially professionals, people who are learned, those kind of behaviors shouldn't be, be named amongst us, really. So we need to be able to differentiate ourselves with those seemingly little things, but they matter a lot. Like I always say, understand your customers' needs. What sort of business are they doing? What are their key requirements so that you can match up? If you're not matching up, then you're not delivering value. So those are the things I would say in terms of it, and that's your brand, really. Your brand can be, hey, that person that is always coming late, please don't even bring them on board. But that, hey, is that the person you're calling? Be sure that they will deliver. They are dependable, they are reliable. So those are the kind of values or descriptions that should be named concerning an entrepreneur who wants to excel. Really, not necessarily, she speaks well or she went to Harvard or, those things are good as well. But I'm saying pay attention to what really matters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ibnulua. Thank you for, urging us to pay attention to what really matters. And talking about building your brand and, maintaining a good reputation as a business person. Let's look at this question. That would be for you, Peter. How can millennials build a strong online presence and personal brand to support their business goals?
All right, thank you very much for that question. So first, what I would like to say is you are the brand. It is not separate from the name you give to your value. It is not separate from your product. It's not separate from the service. You are the brand. And so there's a book I'm writing. It's called Phones and Ring Lights, right? How to make your own noise for attention. And so whatever you do, particularly in this day and age, you need to learn how to make your own noise. You need to learn what language is required in your own industry. You need to learn how whatever value or product or service you sell is being accepted. Understand the old ways, understand the new ways. Now everything is crashing down when it comes to corporate branding, and all of those things. So everything is coming down to person, not to entity anymore. Entity can sort out your legal issues, your structure, your system, your approach. But when it comes to penetration, when it comes to reaching to your customers, when it comes to appearing as you should, it boils down to you. How do you show up? What language do you speak? Do they even understand the language? And so the new branding is you. And you must know what works for you. You must know how to express. You must know how to receive. You must know how to give. So you understand your customers. You know what they like. You know what they don't like. You know how to navigate things. And so everything comes back to you. So you see that even big brands now are using human beings as the brand. And so it's becoming difficult to make a merger between so-called ambassadors, influencers, and all with a brand. So the brand is now the human being. The brand is not the brain, pushing and, advancing whatever value you're advancing to the world. And so you need to pay attention to you. So you is the new brand. So you have to brand yourself. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter. Thank you for closing with that line. You are the new brand. So you have to focus on building your personal brand. Take it serious because, you are the face of your business. So let's look at the last question around branding. That will be for you, Temitope. What sales strategies or technique can help young entrepreneurs close deals and build a lasting customer relationship? Having to have scaled your business from an early stage.
Thank you for that question. So I'm not a salesperson and I don't brand myself as one. But if there is anything I always do in all of my expressions, and having done several businesses and still running several businesses, is to ensure that I understand the pain point of my customers. Now, sometimes people do a top-down approach. Some people do, down-up, bottom-up approach, which is, are you creating a product for a market you have identified, or you are, identifying the market and then you're trying to create a product? I don't like to waste my time on a product I don't know is going to sell. And it doesn't mean I've not made mistakes, that I put up maybe a product or a service or even a training. As a FOPS coach, I do a lot of trainings and coaching. And sometimes I put up a training because I assume that that's something that people would need. And trust me, cricket, no sound, like maybe one or two that I've had to refund. Like, guys, I'm not doing this training again. So I have had to make that mistakes in my business and in my career, but I don't do that anymore. I need to understand and see that there is a pain point somewhere. I listen first and then I sell second. So I identify the market. and then I go ahead to create the product. So I have a lot of online courses, for example. I don't just go to create, get a camera, get a ring light, start, creating courses and recording. No, create a wait list. I need to see the interest, that people are actually interested in this product that I'm putting together. So you must manage time and manage resources and conserve your energy to be able to channel them in the right direction. That's one of the things that we must do. The second thing is also to building trust. I realized in my EdTech, which is the University of Freelancing, where we teach professionals how to, freelance on the side with the skills and expertise that they have while still maintaining their 9 to 5. I realized that a lot of our students keeps coming back. So if you come to do AI today, you learn AI this month. By next month, they're coming back to learn virtual assistant. The third month, they're like, Coach T, I'm coming back to learn HR technology. What's going on? And before, we used to do a lot of art, put it out there because I thought the source was outside. Yes. But from data, I found that because data speaks, I found out that because we've built trust, our first line of new customers, they are our current students. So they've seen the value that we deliver. They've seen results. They keep coming back. So you must, as a matter of priority in the business that you're trying to do, as a sales technique, build trust. Because that helps you to deliver the value we've been talking about up front. Because you have built trust in them, they trust your brand, they can recommend. So referrals, because now the customers you have that you are looking for, we live in an age where bad news fly faster than good news. For your good news, you need to pay for it to be promoted. You will pay for people to carry it on the blog. But if it was a bad news, something bad happened to your business, blogs will begin to carry it without your attention. And you must now understand that it means that word of mouth, the testimonials from people, what people say about your brand, whether you are there in the room or not, it matters. Then that helps you to begin to think about the current customers that we have, the current sales that we're running or that we have. Where is the source? What is the data saying? How can we satisfy these people that they become the one, preaching the gospel of the good things that you're doing in your brand and in your business. And last but not the least, what I've said, and this is something that has worked for me as well, and I don't think a lot of businesses or brands do it, is to take care of their customer service unit and department a lot. You see people, you chat them up these days, they are almost rude to you, customer, that they want to beat you. Like, I want to make an encouragement. I'm the one bringing money to buy something from you. So that first approach that people have with your brand creates an impression, and a lasting one at that. Sometimes I've had to jump into the DM myself to say, I understand you are trying to respond professionally. I need to quickly respond to this person myself because I know I'm the one losing money, not you. People want to do their job and then move on. So as a business owner, your eyes must be on the communication department or unit or channel of your business. You need to ensure that your brand is being communicated in the way that you want it to communicate. Sometimes I'm seeing my business page, maybe one of them is liking a particular post or a particular comment. You cannot do that with a business page. Maybe something went viral on the blog, you are liking it with a business page. What if it's something that is counter to the brand that you are building and the culture that you are building? You liking it and responding means you endorse it. And people don't care whether it was a customer service person that did it or not. So you must pay attention to how your brand is being communicated, how it is being seen. All of this might not sound like the traditional sales techniques, like run ads, like, get a brand ambassador. No, but this is the core and the foundation that really helps us, because you have a job. Let's not forget, you have a job that you are doing and you have something on the side. So you must be able to manage them with the little resources and the time attention that you can. And you must build something solid at the end of the day that can help you transition eventually to full-time entrepreneurship, if that is what you want. I hope that answers the question.
Temitope, that was fantastic. Thank you for wrapping up the conversation. Really good. I just want to, time is no longer on our side, and you can see the way I'm excited because it has been an awesome conversation so far. Thank you all for sharing your expertise and all of that. I just want Damola and Nkechi to wrap up the conversation with this last question, which is just, what is one advice you would give to a business person listening to us right now? What advice will you give to the person or someone who is looking forward to starting their own business in no time? Let's start with you, Damola.
All right, thank you. So what I would advise, I think, is similar to what Timmy just said. I think a lot of times people focus on logo and all those other things, and your branding is more than your logo, is more than your website and all those things. Your user experience is part of your branding. So the perception that you have. Focus on maintaining good relationships with the clients that you have. You don't know how important one small opportunity was to create. So for me, I'll say the majority of the clients that I have now are referrals. And when you can't compete with money, you can't compete with size and all those things. It's relationship that's going to sway it. So let's say Temi was coming to Nigeria or something, or maybe she's in Lagos or something. Well, maybe I come to Texas or before now, she won't have, there will be no rapport. So she doesn't know me, I'm just a stranger. But because we've had this meeting, like I just sent her a message, oh, remember me from our BusinessDay Connect. That's to open a door for me, a door that wouldn't have opened in the past, just because we've built a relationship. So I think that building relationships is very important. And people are your doors. People are the biggest doors for a business. So don't treat any opportunity you get lightly. Take them, maximize every opportunity you get. Understand that perception is reality. It doesn't matter what you think. You may say, oh, my business is great. Because your customers are the ones that determine that. And what people have to say when they're not seeing your blog. When they think of your brand, what do they think of? You'll think of their last experiences with you. So for me, I think that would be my advice, my closing advice. Thank you. Don't speak.
Thank you, Damola. Thank you for that's awesome advice. From Damola, you shouldn't focus on just the physical aspect of your branding. Focus on building relationship. Thank you. Over to you, Nkechi.
Okay, thank you. So in conclusion, I'll just say that if you're looking to start a business, you need to start with clarity. Be very clear. And I would also say, ensure you're solving a real problem. Don't just, solve a problem that you think is peculiar to just you, because you are not your own market. So be sure that what you're solving is actually a real problem. And I'll now say that you need to learn to be able to build momentum. When you're starting a business, there's this excitement, family and friends might support you in the beginning, everything is rosy, but you need to learn to be able to keep doing things. Like every day, you have to continue to move. There are days that you don't feel like it, but you have to keep moving. The excitement is not going to be there all the time. So you need to learn to drive yourself, to hype yourself, to push yourself forward, right? And learn fast, take your notes quickly, learn from the mistakes and ensure you don't make yesterday's mistakes today. And whatever you learn from today, you're able to apply tomorrow. And also ensure you quickly identify what your weaknesses are. Be very clear on them so that when you're hiring people, you hire people who have your weaknesses as strengths and you're able to complement and quickly build fast. So those are the things that I would say to anyone looking to start a new business. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Nkechi. I would like to quickly thank our panelists. Thank you, Damola. Thank you, Temitope. Thank you, Nkechi. Thank you, Ebunolowa. And finally, thank you, Peter. Thank you all for sharing your invaluable insight and practical advice. I also want to say a huge thank you to everyone who joined us today. This conversation has highlighted that turning your passion into profit isn't just about finding the perfect balance, but about creating a rhythm that works for you. Remember, your journey is your own, whether you're just starting a side hustle, planning to transition into a full-time entrepreneurship, or looking for a way to grow your business. The key is to stay consistent. Don't just plan, but also celebrate every win along the way. Thank you once again. And until next time, I am Ethel Adorno, your host here on the Millennial Hangout. Have a great day. Hi, everyone.
National Identity Abuja by the National Identity Management Commission. The event highlighted the importance of digital identity for security, inclusion, and national development. President Bola Tinubu represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, praised NIMC for enrolling over 126 million Nigerians and clearing a 2.5 million backlog. He said the NIN SIM linkage had reduced fraud, improved national security, and made NIN central to services like pension, healthcare, student loans, and elections.
We are today united in spirit and purpose to celebrate this year 2025 National Day of Identity. I'm supposed to recognize the exceptional leadership of Engineer Dr. Abishoye Koka Odushote, the Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the National Identity Management Commission. In just over 1 year, she has transformed NIMC into a world-class institution through innovation, discipline, and vision. From clearing backlogs that once frustrated citizens to expanding enrollment nationwide and in the diaspora to safeguarding our systems with global security standards, our impact has been both profound and enduring.
NIMC Director General Abisoye Koka Odusote spoke about reforms under her leadership. She mentioned mobile enrollment devices, stronger partnerships, and better staff conditions.
As an institution mandated by the National Identity Management Commission Act 23 of 2007 to establish, maintain, and regulate Nigeria's national identity database and ensure the issuance of legal identification to all citizens and legal residents. The NIMC is dedicated to expanding its national identity database and enhancing inclusivity through innovative technology. At the heart of this effort is the integration of PKI, which ensures the security, privacy, and accessibility of personal data, laying the foundation for a digital economy that benefits all Nigerians.
Minister of Interior Olubunmi Tunji Ojo said digital identity is key to national security and economic independence. He highlighted investments in data centers, public key infrastructure, and the new technology complex.
Me as your minister, with what I've seen, I know I believe in your capacity, I believe in what you can do, and I know you have the will and the zeal to deliver. So NIMC, my last charge to you, your ministerial charge, go, deliver, keep making us proud, let Nigeria be greater for it. Let renewed hope not be a dream, let it be a reality in identity journey. God bless you.
Chief Executive Officer of Verify Me Nigeria has highlighted the critical role of digital identity in driving Nigeria's economic growth, national security, and development planning.
The significance of today really is to anchor us to the fact that digital identity is key and it's the foundation of our economy, our security, and also our capital planning as well. So, every September 16th is obviously an international day. We come together to really assess the infrastructure that we're building and talk about where we want to go and what we want to do with digital ID, whether it's within our country to power financial inclusion or for cross-border interoperability or for whether it's a digital public infrastructure. Really look at those things together, talk about those things, and also celebrate our achievements, on this day. The famous person said, I'll take nothing from my journey now. It's really been a great journey to work with the team in Nigeria, the government, the civil servants. It's great to see so many, I would say, inspired people inside that really want to do something great in the country. Particularly this time, in this, tenure of NIMC, I do see a significant tightening in terms of security and seriousness in terms of lack of proliferation of identity data and bringing in experts. So this is a very welcome change, and we obviously continue to support and promote that. There's always room for improvement, and they have an implementation plan for that improvement. So as you can see, there's NIN Auth repositories for more security. They have a more intelligent framework than the last time to allow for industry growth and allow for industry private sector players like us to build products. So the advice I would say is just continue to do what you're doing to work with private sector. We're a real partner, and I think that I can say that we're seeing that, so I'm very encouraged.
Other speakers agree that NIN is now a must for national planning, business registration, and social programs. They called for more investment and partnerships to ensure every Nigerian is captured in the system.
Well, the day itself, I think, is to create awareness. It is also to celebrate progress, and very importantly, it is also to evaluate what we can do better. Because in all things in life, what you find is that you do need to ask yourself 3 questions. What have you done right? What could you have done better? This is the learning. And of course, you have to now look forward to what do you think is next. So I think this is part of the idea behind National Identity Day worldwide. In the old days, when you go as a trader from somewhere to a village, nobody knows you. So somebody has to stand up and say, oh, I know this person, or I know his brother, or he has come here before. Somebody has to vouch for you so that you have that trust. And everything we're talking about revolves around that single word, trust. Now, in the modern era, if you have a trader in Malumfashi and another trader in Kigali, Rwanda, certainly they may not be able to meet. So you need a different mechanism, and that mechanism is the PKI. And the way it works, think of it like a padlock with 2 keys. You have a public key which allows any of us to create the message and lock the message so nobody else can see it. But no other person except the person with the private key, one single key, can unlock and read and receive the message. And that way you are enable trust. And again, it's back to what the underlying purpose, very similar to NIMSI's underlying purpose, which is, are you who you say you are? I will not trade with you if I'm not sure about you. Neither will you trade with me if you are not sure about me, and so on and so forth.
The regulators need to do a lot more in terms of awareness. That is given. And then also the citizens need to do a lot more in terms of listening. It's not that the awareness campaigns are not there. It's just that people tend to prioritize convenience over security, which is it's just a natural way of doing things. But it's important for every citizen to understand that once you expose yourself digitally, you never know where your records will end. We've had instances, I'll give you an example of people who have taken nude pictures, for example, and say, oh, it's in my phone. You don't know where your phone is going to end up with. You don't know when your phone is going to get missing. The same thing also, to have that kind of awareness whenever you're dealing with the digital environment. If you're putting out your personal data out there, ensure that whoever is taking your personal data has some form of responsibility on how to manage your personal data. And if you're uncomfortable about how your personal data is used, maybe for example you give it to company A and all of a sudden from nowhere company B contacts you and you don't want the contact from company B, don't just ignore it, because it's going to continue escalating. Complain about it to company B, and where you find out that company B has done nothing about it, complain to the appropriate authorities, and in this instance the Data Protection Commission. So it's important for us to understand that your footprint on the internet hardly ever goes away, so you have to be careful where you put that your footprint and who manages that identity for you.
By the close of National Identity Day 2025, the takeaway was: a secure and trusted identity system is Nigeria's pathway to opportunity, development, and stronger governance. Norma Obona for BusinessDay Television. Nigeria celebrated National Identity Day in Abuja, organized by the National Identity Management Commission. The event highlighted the importance of digital identity for security, inclusion, and national development. President Bola Tinubu, represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, praised NIMC for enrolling over 126 million Nigerians and clearing a 2.5 million backlog. He said the NIN-SIM linkage had reduced fraud, improved national security, and made NIN central to services like pension, healthcare, student loans, and elections.
We are today united in spirit and purpose to celebrate this year 2025 National Day of Identity. I'm supposed to recognize the exceptional leadership of Engineer Dr. Abishoye Koka Odushote, the Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the National Identity Management Commission. In just over 1 year, she has transformed NIMSI into a world-class institution through innovation, discipline, and vision. From clearing backlogs that once frustrated citizens to expanding enrollment nationwide and in the diaspora to safeguarding our systems with global security standards, our impact has been both profound and enduring.
NIMC Director General Abisoye Koka Odusote spoke about reforms under her leadership. She mentioned mobile enrollment devices, stronger partnerships, and better staff conditions.
As an institution mandated by the National Identity Management Commission Act 23 of 2007 to establish, maintain, and regulate Nigeria's national identity database and ensure the issuance of legal identification to all citizens and legal residents. The NIMC is dedicated to expanding its national identity database and enhancing inclusivity through innovative technology. At the heart of this effort is the integration of PKI, which ensures the security, privacy, and accessibility of personal data, laying the foundation for a digital economy that benefits all Nigerians.
Minister of Interior Olubunmi Tunji Ojo said digital identity is key to national security and economic independence. He highlighted investments in data centers, public key infrastructure, and the new technology complex.
Me as your minister, with what I've seen, I know I believe in your capacity, I believe in what you can do, and I know you have the will and the zeal to deliver. So NIMSI, my last charge to you, your ministerial charge, go, deliver, keep making us proud, let Nigeria be greater for it. There we need hope, not be a dream, let it be a reality in identity journey. God bless you.
Chief Executive Officer of Verify Me Nigeria has highlighted the critical role of digital identity in driving Nigeria's economic growth, national security, and development planning.
The significance of today really is to anchor us to the fact that digital identity is key and it's the foundation of our economy, our security, and also our capital planning as well. So, every September 16th is obviously it's an international day. We come together to really assess the infrastructure that we're building and talk about where we want to go and what we want to do with digital ID, whether it's within our country to power financial inclusion or for cross-border interoperability or for whether it's a digital public infrastructure. Really look at those things together, talk about those things, and also celebrate our achievements, on this day. The famous person said, I'll take nothing from my journey now. It's really been a great journey to work with the team in Nigeria, the government, the civil servants. It's great to see so many, I would say, inspired people inside that really want to do something great in the country. Particularly this time, in this tenure of NIMSI, I do see a significant tightening in terms of security and seriousness in terms of lack of proliferation of identity data and bringing in experts. So this is a very welcome change, and we obviously continue to support and promote that. There's always room for improvement, and they have an implementation plan for that improvement. So as you can see, there's NIN auth repositories for more security. They have a more intelligent framework than the last time to allow for industry growth and allow for industry private sector players like us to build products. So the advice I would say is just continue to do what you're doing to work with private sector. We're a real partner, and I think that I can say that we're seeing that, so I'm very encouraged.
Other speakers agree that NIN is now a must for national planning, business registration, and social programs. They called for more investment and partnerships to ensure every Nigerian is captured in the system.
Well, the day itself, I think, is to create awareness. It is also to celebrate progress, and very importantly, it is also to evaluate what we can do better. Because in all things in life, what you find is that you do need to ask yourself 3 questions. What have you done right? What could you have done better? This is the learning. And of course, you have to now look forward to what do you think is next. So I think this is part of the idea behind National Identity Day worldwide. In the old days, when you go as a trader from somewhere to a village, nobody knows you. So somebody has to stand up and say, oh, I know this person, or I know his brother, or he has come here before. Somebody has to vouch for you so that you have that trust. And everything we're talking about revolves around that single word, trust. Now, in the modern era, if you have a trader in Malumfashi and another trader in Kigali, Rwanda, certainly they may not be able to meet. So you need a different mechanism, and that mechanism is the PKI. And the way it works, think of it like a padlock with 2 keys. You have a public key which allows any of us to create the message and lock the message so nobody else can see it. But no other person except the person with the private key, one single key, can unlock and read and receive the message. And that way you enable trust. And again, it's back to what the underlying purpose, very similar to NIMSI's underlying purpose, which is, are you who you say you are? I will not trade with you if I'm not sure about you. Neither will you trade with me if you are not sure about me, and so on and so forth.
The regulators need to do a lot more in terms of awareness. That is given. And then also the citizens need to do a lot more in terms of listening. It's not that the awareness campaigns are not there. It's just that people tend to prioritize convenience over security, which is it's just a natural way of doing things. But it's important for every citizen to understand that once you expose yourself digitally, you never know where your records will end. We've had instances, I'll give you an example of people who have taken nude pictures, for example, and say, oh, it's in my phone. You don't know where your phone is going to end up with. You don't know when your phone is going to get missing. The same.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello, this is News Update, reaching you live from Business Day Television News Studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, Nigeria's PMI climbs to 54.0 in September 2025. NUPRC unveils gas development roadmap, attracts $4.9 billion capex investments. The federal government scraps revenue collection deductions, pledges fiscal transparency. Natal facilitates a 70 billion naira commercial credit for agribusiness. Thank you for joining us in News Update. I am Destiny Momo. Nigeria's economy continued its upward trend in September 2025 as the central bank's purchasing managers index rose to 54.0 points, up from 51.7 in August, signaling stronger business growth and marking the 10th consecutive month of expansion. The report released in Abuja reflects renewed confidence across key sectors, including industry, services, and agriculture, with firms reporting higher output, stronger demand, and faster supplier deliveries. Of the 36 subsectors surveyed, 28 showed expansion, led by forestry at 73.6 points, while only 8 recorded mild contractions. The central bank highlighted that the services and agriculture sectors drove much of the growth, supported by rising production employment and new orders. The industry sector also returned to expansion, boosted by improved factory activity and better supply chain performance. And moving on, the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission (NUPRC) has unveiled a new gas development roadmap in Lagos designed to unlock more than 55 trillion cubic feet of uncommitted gas reserves and attract fresh investment into the sector. Announced at the third gas investment forum, the roadmap has already drawn about $4.9 billion in capital expenditure across the gas value chain. The initiative aims to boost infrastructure, monetize Nigeria's vast gas resources, and expand the nation's energy base. So far, the Commission has approved over 25 gas field development plans, unlocking nearly 9,800 billion standard cubic feet of reserves. Commission Chief Executive Engineer Gbenga Komolafe, represented by Engineer Honorense Amadasu, said Nigeria's proven gas reserves now stand at 210 trillion cubic feet, with 26% yet to be committed to any project. He added that the roadmap will help enhance domestic supply, ensure long-term energy security, and drive industrial growth. The NUPRC also reported that Nigeria's reserves replacement ratio now stands at 1.56, reflecting renewed investor confidence. Gas production has risen to 7.6 billion standard cubic feet per day, supported by 19 active projects supplying pipelines, LNG plants, and fertilizer facilities nationwide. Also, the federal government has announced plans to permanently halt deductions for the cost of revenue collection paid to agencies such as the Federal Inland Revenue Service, the Nigerian Customs Service, and the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission. Finance Minister and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, said President Bola Tinubu aims to enhance fiscal transparency, improve efficiency to ensure that more resources reach all tiers of government for development projects. The World Bank, in its latest report, confirmed that Nigeria's revenue performance has improved and commended ongoing reforms that have reduced the fiscal deficit to 2.5% of GDP. The World Bank projects that Nigeria's GDP growth will rise to 4.4% by 2027, with inflation expected to ease below 16%, supported by reforms in agriculture, services, and non-oil sectors. Up ahead, NASA facilitates a 70 billion naira commercial credit for agribusiness. We'll bring you more details after this timeout. Stay with us.
Answer God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
Stanbic, we financing that helps you expand expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer or the art of a troupe. One distinct voice or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
You're welcome back. The Nigerian incentive-based risk-sharing system for agricultural lending, Nasal says it has facilitated over 70 billion naira in commercial financing for agribusinesses as of the third quarter of 2025. The institution established by the Central Bank of Nigeria, the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, and the Bankers Committee said the milestone marks a turnaround for agricultural renewed confidence in the sector. While Managing Director Saad Hamidu described the development as proof that agriculture can be sustainably financed and expressed optimism that NASAL will hit its 150 billion naira financing target before year-end. NASAL attributed the achievement to its revamped strategy with methods that have restored lender confidence and channeled fresh funding into key agricultural value chains. And looking ahead, NASAL announced plans to launch a digital platform and ecosystem connecting agricultural stakeholders from research to markets to enhance rural productivity and strengthen Nigeria's transition toward a $1 trillion economy. And also fresh data from the National Bureau of Statistics show that internally generated revenue across 36 states and the FCT rose by 50% to 3.63 trillion naira in 2024, even as dependence on monthly allocations from the Federation account remained high. 12 states recorded more than 50% growth, and the FCT accounted for over 40% of the national total. And the Nigerian Labour Congress has, however, described the surge as paper gains, saying it has not translated into better salaries, pensions, or social services, while others call for audit. Analysts say the contrasting performance highlights the uneven fiscal discipline among states and the need for stronger transparency frameworks. Economists stress that without accountability and structural reforms, Nigeria's revenue surge may continue to deliver little real impact on citizens' welfare. And now, away from that story, the Bank of Industry has launched a 2 billion naira entrepreneurship program for members of the National Youth Service Corps aimed at providing affordable business loans and reducing youth unemployment across Nigeria. Unveiled on Wednesday in Abuja, the scheme will allow Corps members access up to 5 million naira each at a single-digit interest rate of 9%, repayable over 3 years with a 3-month grace period. Speaking at the event, the BOI Managing Director, Dr. Olashupo Olusi, represented by Executive Director for MSMEs, Shakarau Omar, said the initiative is designed to help young Nigerians transition from job seekers to job creators. He added that it builds on earlier collaborations with the NYSC, which have trained over 3,000 graduates and financed more than 600 small businesses under the Graduate Entrepreneurship Fund. NYSC Director General Brigadier General Olakunle Olusheye Nephew commended the Bank of Industry and urged that the fund be expanded to 5 billion naira to reach more core members. He said the program will boost youth employment, support small enterprises, and promote inclusive economic growth across the country. And the chairman of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, NESG, Olani Yusuf, has said Africa's economic growth and long-term prosperity depend on stronger regional collaboration and increased cross-border investments. Speaking at the 31st Nigerian Economic Summit in Abuja, Yusuf noted that while African accounts for 17% of the world's population, it contributes only 3% to global trade, with intra-African trade at just 4%.
So though we have institutions like the AFDB, Afrexim Bank and AFC, we need to, as a matter of urgency, deepen regional capital markets and create instruments that de-risk and further promote cross-border investment. If we rise together, our people, particularly the youth of Africa, could become the most significant democracy and demographic dividend in modern history. So therefore, our economic reform and our transformation agenda must be anchored not only on domestic reforms, but also on regional and continental transformation and ambition. Reforming at home without aligning with Africa will leave our progress incomplete and fragile.
At the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we recognize that foreign policy must serve economic policy. Our diplomacy continues to unlock trade corridors, attract investment, secure partnerships, and expand opportunities for Nigerian businesses. We're committed to strengthening economic diplomacy as a core pillar of our international engagement, driven by our 4D foreign policy agenda, which focuses on, or the pillars, I should say, are democracy, development, demography, and diaspora. The Tinubu administration has developed a foreign policy agenda defined by Nigeria's aspiration. We avoid entangling alliances with other countries and instead focus on shared interests, not shared obligations. So remember, President Tinubu's strategic autonomy is for partnerships of purpose, not alliances of obligations. So though we have...
And the 10th edition of the International Cake Expo, organized by the International Cake Expo Society of Nigeria in collaboration with Golden Penny, took place in Lagos on October 8, 2025. And this year's event, themed Sensational Wedding Cakes, a peek into the future, brought together top bakers, sugar artists, and industry enthusiasts from across the country. Delivering the welcome address, Segun Waluba, Deputy Director at the Ministry of Commerce, Cooperative, Trade and Investment, who represented the Commissioner, described the expo as a visionary platform for MSMEs to showcase their creativity and innovation in the baking industry. He noted that the baking sector has continued to create employment opportunities, adding that the Lagos State government has made available 10 billion naira in financial support for small businesses to enhance productivity. Analysts say the expo continues to play a vital role in promoting entrepreneurship and stimulating economic growth, and they believe the platform will attract even greater support from the government and private sector partners in the year ahead.
One thing is a very organized group, and you also see that it's a national body and they have centers all across different states in Nigeria. So for us, that gives us a platform where you can meet the target audience, people that really need our flour in one place. So they are the right people, they are the ones using the flour, and they are very organized.
I think as this has grown over the years, they've been very vibrant, and I can see that today's event is also an indication that they are actually working stronger. We can see a lot of exhibitors there. We can see virtually all the states in Nigeria being represented. We can see stakeholders in the different industry and the MSME ecosystem being represented here. We can also see government present. I can see a number of commissioners and ministries here being represented. And that shows that they have come to stay.
ICIS is about cakes, about bakery, about baking stuff. So when we talk about a sensational wedding cakes, we want to showcase to the world what we can do. Beautiful, simple wedding cakes that you can do, put on your table, and it's beautiful. So it's a time when all of us gather together. But this is special because when you say wedding cake, it's limitless. If you go to that table, you see a lot of ideas, people popping in and out with so many ideas.
One thing
still to come. South African rand holds gains from gold rally ahead of manufacturing data. These and more after this commercial break. Stay with us.
Okay now. Dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back to the news update. Now, moving on to foreign news. Oil prices were steady on Thursday as investors weighed a Gaza ceasefire deal against stalled Ukraine peace talks. At 8:21 GMT, Brent crude rose 13 cents to 66.38 a barrel, while WTI gained 11 cents to $62.66. U.S. President Donald Trump had said Israel and Hamas had agreed to a ceasefire and hostage release, with signing expected at noon Israel time. Analysts say the deal could ease tensions in the Middle East, though previous attempts have failed. Meanwhile, the OPEC Plus group's smaller than expected November output hike helped calm oversupply fears. Oil gained 1% on Wednesday, supported by signs that sanctions on Russia will stay in place as Ukraine peace talks stall. And also in the United States, the Internal Revenue Service will follow more than 34,000 employees beginning Wednesday as the government shutdown drags on. The fellows represent 46% of the agency's workforce, effectively shutting down taxpayer call centers and sending home most IT and headquarters staff. Only employees implementing the new tax and spending law signed by President Donald Trump in July will remain on duty. The shutdown stems from a failure by Congress and President Trump to agree on government spending, leading to widespread service disruptions across federal agencies. The IRS had earlier warned it would begin follows if the shutdown extended beyond 5 business days, closures that began on October 1. In a letter to workers, IRS official David Traynor said followed employees will receive back pay once operations resume, as required by a 2019 law that contrasts with a recent Trump administration proposal suggesting such payments are not automatic. Meanwhile, federal workers' unions are urging lawmakers to end the impasse. Everett Kelly, president of the American Federation of Government Employees, called on Congress to reopen the government immediately, saying debate over health care should follow later. Up next is sports news after this break. Stay with us. And out to sports news, Manchester United minority owner Sir Jim Ratcliffe says he wants to give head coach Ruben Amorim at least 3 years to prove himself despite mounting pressure over poor results. Amorim is nearing his first anniversary at Old Trafford, but his tenure has faced constant scrutiny since he took charge on November 1st last year. Under his leadership, United have failed to secure back-to-back Premier League wins and finished 15th last season, their worst top-flight result since 1974. And the season has shown little improvement with an early Carabao Cup exit to League Two side Grimsby adding to the frustration. Despite the criticism, Ratcliffe described Amorim as a good guy and insisted he will be given time to turn things around. To end the news, Steven Gerrard is set to meet Rangers owners in London over the coming days to discuss a possible return to Ibrox as head coach. The former Rangers boss, who guided the club to the Scottish Premiership title in 2021, arrived in London on Wednesday evening and is expected to meet with American owners Andrew Kavanagh and Parag Marathi, who are leading this search for a new manager. Gerrard is among several credible candidates being considered to replace Russell Martin, who was sacked after Sunday's draw at Falkirk. Although Gerrard is currently out of work following his stint with Al Ettifaq in Saudi Arabia, talks are expected to be complex. The two sides failed to reach an agreement during the summer before Martin's appointment. The club is still drawing up a short list of potential managers, with former Everton boss Sean Dyche reportedly not interested in the role. Gerrard, who now lives with his family in Bahrain, is said to be open to a return, but only if he is convinced that the Rangers project aligns with his career goals. And that is the much we have for you on news update at this hour. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and on YouTube to get more updates from Business Day Television. I am Destiny Mama. Many thanks for watching. Good afternoon.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
IBTC. We are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
Okay now. Dependable insurance. After God, like the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Credible entrepreneurs and business leaders who are walking this path and can share practical insight with us today. So, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to introduce our brilliant speakers for today's program. First, we have Onavi Daniel, founder of Precept and Mentors. With over 12 years of experience in project management, strategy, and mentoring, Onavi has worked with leading organizations across Africa, helping them to build systems that drive growth and resilience. He is passionate about equipping entrepreneurs with practical tools in finance and leadership, and his track record in mentoring SMEs makes his insights very valuable for today's conversation. Welcome, Onavi. It's great to have you here with us today. Next,
thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Thank you for being here with us. Next, we have Omolola Akimbode, the founder and CEO of Lola Express Hair. Lola Express Hair is one of the African leading luxury hair brands, and she is not only building a premium beauty empire, but also empowering women through LEH Academy and empowerment initiatives. Her story is proof that creativity and strategies can drive profitability even in uncertain times. Welcome. We are excited to have you here with us, Omolola.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here too.
Thank you. Joining us as well is Ozioma Okonkwo, founder and CEO of Obiuku Clothing. Ozioma is a fast-rising fashion entrepreneur redefining creativity and craftsmanship in the industry. She understands firsthand the importance of adapting to consumer behavior and the demand of staying agile in tough markets. Ozioma, it's a pleasure to have you here with us today. Thank you for being on this panel.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm excited to be here.
Thank you. And finally, we have Success Abasiama Ajilore, the founder of Success Transformation Network and the creator of the Accelerated Plus program. She is a chartered accountant and strategist with over a decade of experience in consulting, and also Success is known for helping SMEs simplify complex financial challenges and remain profitable through resilience-focused strategies. Thank you for being here with us, Success. We can't wait to have and learn from your expertise.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you everyone for tuning in. This SME clinic is designed to give you not just ideas, but also practical strategies you can apply right away. And with the incredible panelists we have today, I know you will be leaving here with insights that can move your business to the next level. So having said that, let's dive in and tackle some of the most pressing questions SMEs are facing right now. Okay, permit me to start with cash flow management, and I'll be taking the questions in no particular order. So one of the biggest challenges SMEs face, especially in tough times, is keeping cash flow under control. And that will bring us to the first question for today's program. That will be for you, Onavi. How can Nigerian SMEs effectively manage their cash flow during challenging economic times? Should I take the question again, Onavi?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, okay, yes. I didn't get that.
Okay, let me take the question again. How can Nigerian SMEs effectively manage their cash flow during challenging economic times?
Basically, just look at how you get. Hold on. Okay, yeah. So basically, managing cash flow just has to do with your finances, right? The way you actually get funds, right? You want to be able to find out how, the processes, the systems that are in your business, right? And you want to find out the areas where, the areas where your business is actually moving and the areas where, you need improvement basically in. So you check out all those systems in place.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Onavi. Thank you for, starting off the conversation with that brilliant answer. So let's even look at, having looked at cash flow, let's also look at adapting to the market changes. We have seen consumer behaviors shift a lot recently, and SMEs have to adjust quickly or, risk being left behind. So my question is for Ozioma. I mean, having grown your business for a while now, how can Nigerian SMEs adapt to the changes in market demand and also consumer behavior?
Thank you so much for these questions. First, you need to do research on your brand, the industry you're in. You need to make a lot of research so you know what's happening and how the business is moving. Because for example, for a fashion designer like me, fashion evolves. So the fashion that we do today, like the fashion that people have been doing last year, is different from what we're doing today. So you need to keep doing your research and monitoring the markets. Read a lot. I know a lot of people are very, very, very lazy when it comes to reading about their field. So it's important that you get to read a lot. You also need to have social media presence, which is very important for your brand. TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, whatever works for you. It's very important that as a business person, you need to have a social media presence. It will help you reach international client, the global markets and all. Then partnership. We need to partner in terms of collaboration. So when I say collaboration, I'll use my line as an example. As a fashion designer, we collaborate with makeup artists and hairstylists because you can't wear you can't wear an outfit without styling your hair. You can't wear a bridal dress without styling your hair and doing makeup. So it's important to collaborate with people in your field. It will help you adjust to the demand faster. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Omolola. That was brilliant. Because I was also even thinking about when I was, going through the questions, I knew I wanted to ask you this particular question because fashion industry is something that has evolved over time here in Nigeria. I mean, how we moved from sewing normal bridal clothes to, everybody's swifting changing to sewing corset and all of that. So thank you for providing that brilliant answer. So let's look at reducing cost and, staying profitable while running your business. So this would be for you success. What strategies can SMEs use to reduce costs while still maintaining profitability?
Well, thank you so much for that question. With the high inflation and volatile effects we have in Nigeria, rising energy costs, so the game of business has to be very agile. And so to be able to reduce costs and maintain profitability, one has to now look into your operations and optimize your operations. If you were not digitalizing your operation, you are going to be taken unawares as costs are rising. So it is we want to look into digitalizing any manual process and making it automated using affordable tools. They're actually cheap tools to use. Flutterware, Wave Store, Soul Books, and also WhatsApp Business. You can also look at leaning your staffing, cross-train employees, so fewer people can handle multiple functions, Then also energy efficiency. Because of the rising energy costs, the truth is that many people are pulling out from the national grid and now rather investing in solar so that at the long run, you save energy costs. Also, you have to look into your vendor and your supply chain system, smarter procurement system. You have to now implement smarter procurement systems. If it's possible to join associations who can help with pool orders, negotiate wholesale discounts, so you don't have to spend so much to get your supplies, and also renegotiate with your suppliers. Also, you can also look at your inventory management. Most people now adopt just in time, so we don't just stock up goods and start and lose it out when the season of that goods, because there's always a seasonal goods. So after that season passes, what happens? So one has to adopt more of just in time, and this actually boils down to what my colleague says, because you have to understand the market very well and also understand the numbers of your business. So if you have not even taken track of the numbers of, how many people ordered in the last 6 months, so do you not overstock? And also review your subscriptions. If there's any unnecessary software that you are subscribing to and just deducting from your cash flow, you look at that as well. Adjust products and services for profitability. If it's possible to offer smaller, affordable packs that move faster, and that can work, and reduce working capital needs as well. Prioritize your products. And I won't overemphasize, as my colleague has mentioned, collaboration, shared spaces, instead of spending so much on rent, because the truth is that it's what you bring out there, your social media presence, that matters, and your orders based on the kind of brand that you are building on social media. People will not care. Some people are looking for easy ways to get what you are doing, your services and your products. They don't have to come to your office. So as a small business, you just want to be strong. Your brand has to be strong on social media, and you have to now cut down on rent space. You don't need to rent one big space if you don't have the capacity to do that. Also, leverage technology, marketing automations. We have marketing automations now. New apps are coming up and all that. And I think the major thing here is actually financial discipline, because most entrepreneurs have not even perfected their own personal finance. And so when they are starting business, they meddle up their business finance and their own personal finance. And maybe their personal lifestyle is also cropping negatively on the business. So financial discipline is very important. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Success. Thank you for, highlighting the importance of financial discipline. And also, one thing that also like stood out from all you said is digital tools. And I also know that Ozoma also highlighted it. So let's look at digital tools and how SMEs can leverage it for their e-commerce marketing. So my question would be for you, Omolola. How can small businesses leverage digital marketing and e-commerce to reach new customers and grow sales?
Okay, thank you so much for the question. Firstly, I would like to emphasize that you have to create an online presence through social media platforms, your website and search engines. Majorly, Instagram is what most Nigerians use. TikTok, Facebook, those are the social media platforms that you need to, establish your presence on to be able to reach your client, your international client, your local client. Then you also run targeted ads, sharing engaging content, and using customers reviews to attract new customers and also build trust amongst your community. Because you can't just create an online store without looking for ways and expect people to find you. That is not possible. So you have to be able to utilize all the digital marketing tools available to you to be able to reach your client. And Instagram ads is one of that. It's one of those numerous digital marketing tools that you can use. It might be quite expensive, but we know that it converts most of the time. Of late, it has been expensive, but it also converts. So that's one of the things that you need to consider. And other e-commerce platforms and online payment solutions make it easy for your customers to be able to browse, order, and pay conveniently online. You have to have a working website. It makes it easier for international clients to order from your platforms. I always talk about the fact that most Nigerians don't like ordering from the website, but international clients, they love ordering from the website. It gives you a level of credibility with people that are outside Nigeria. And if you're looking to be a global brand, this is one of the things that you need to utilize. You need to consider using frequently to be able to attract international clients. So combining existing online visibility with seamless shopping experience helps SMEs to reach wider audience and boost their sales. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Omolola. Thank you for highlighting how SMEs can grow their global visibility, talking about having a good working website, because I see that also as a major problem here in Nigeria, where, a lot of small businesses, people want to order something from them, but because they're not really sure of sending them a DM on Instagram, they prefer to use the ones that have websites, just so that their mind would be at rest. So thank you so much.
Just use the credibility. Yeah.
Thank you. That was brilliant. Thank you. So let's also look at building resilience and agility. That will be for you, Onavi, having been in the business and also as a founder of Precepts and Mentors. This question, I think you would provide more insight for it. So how can Nigerian SMEs build agility to survive and thrive despite economic uncertainties? We have seen a lot. Yes.
Thank you very much for that question. So basically, resilience has to do about preparation, right? Agility has to do about being able to make changes, right? Being able to adapt very quickly. So you don't have to wait for perfect conditions basically before you can make informed decisions, right? You don't have to wait. So to do that, you need to document your processes, right? You need to document your processes, your people, your tools, everything, so that you can actually adapt without causing problems in your business.
Thank you so much, Onavi. Thank you for that brilliant answer. Let's look at digital transformation. Technology is no longer optional for SMEs. So, I mean, we have to like find a way to spread the news of small businesses to adopt it really good this time. So my question would be for you, Ozioma. What are some practical ways? What are some practical ways to implement digital transformation in a small business?
Okay, thank you so much. So first I'll say every business should have the basics, and it's WhatsApp. WhatsApp is one of the basic ways to actually communicate with your clients. So I would suggest that every business person should have like WhatsApp business or WhatsApp to communicate easily with your clients. Also, I'll say email. It's really important because not everyone, based on my experience, I would say um, not everyone use WhatsApp actively. A lot of people, especially the corporate people, they use emails to communicate, because we have a lot of people reaching out to us through emails. That's via emails, sending us inquiries and all. So it just shows that people use emails too and use WhatsApp. So it's important that you communicate to your clients through those means. Then also I'll go back to social media. I know we've spoken so much about social media today, but social media is very important in the business of today. If you're running a business in Nigeria or anywhere in the world, social media is very important. So as a business person, you need to take clear content of your work, of your products, post regularly. I always tell people to show up regularly. The same way you wake up in the morning, get dressed for work, and go to work every day, is important that you show up that way on social media. So showing up means that posting regularly. That means you have to like post regularly, whether on your story or on your page, that's on your main post. So it's important that you post regularly to engage prospective customers and clients. It also helps drive engagement. So digital transformation is very important in every business of today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ozioma. Thank you for that
Thank you so
amazing
much.
answer. Yes. So as a business owner, if you're a business owner listening to us right now, this is your wake-up call to take your social media presence very important.
seriously.
I mean, you have heard all that have been said
Yeah.
today. So if you're not taking it serious, start taking it serious right now.
Mhm.
All right,
Yeah.
let's look up at partnership and collaboration. I know somehow some of our guest speakers had already mentioned the importance of partnership and collaboration, because I mean, no business succeeds in isolation. So let's look at it in depth. This would be for you success. How can Nigerian SMEs build strategic partnership and collaboration to drive growth?
Yeah, I think the issue that we have here in Nigeria is sometimes this issue of lack of trust and one man show. So yes, building a business, the truth is that it should outrun you. So if it's something has to outrun you, you have to understand that there's a bigger picture. There are people that have gone ahead of you, and there are people that you can use leverage. Leverage is what makes you stand out amongst every other entrepreneur. You want to leverage on people that already have the network, the maybe the capital, even the market too as well. So when you are looking at strategic partnership, you are looking at long term. We want your business to outrun you. So it's very important to consider strategic partnership. First of all, we should even know that it's very important. And if we want to go about it, we have to be careful to ensure that we are not dealing with our competitors. We are dealing with non-competing but related businesses. So for instance, fashion brand partnering with photographer or stylist and all that. So the truth is that some people that are in the fashion industry, there are specific people that are the ones just styling, doing the design and all that. They are not necessarily the one doing everything, sewing, design, everything. So they are partnering with photographer so that the photographer can do nice pictures. So it's good for social media presence. Also, cross-industry alliance is important, like bakery collaborating with coffee shop for combo deals and all that. Then tech partnerships, we are looking at maybe SMEs can integrate with fintech solutions, Paystack, Flutterwave to offer flexible payment options. Also, the reason why we need to partner is maybe you are, as I mentioned, shared spaces, so that you don't have to take taking all the overheads. Then also bulk buying, because you are now working with somebody, another company, so you are buying things in bulk, then joint logistics, sometimes delivery of items. It's when it is so high, you can consider partnership in that regard. And also joint marketing and customer acquisition, like co-branding campaigns, two brands promoting each other's products. You are working in sync. A very simple example can be salon and skincare brands together, working together, co-branding campaigns. Sometimes some campaigns are expensive, so you can work together in collaboration to do that. And also looking at referral agreements. For instance, a real estate agent giving referrals to a furniture SME, all that. So maybe a big real estate brand, so you have a discussion with the really big real estate brand, so they can showcase your products and all that. So, and also joint exhibitions. So it's good to go for events collaborations. So some people that organize events, you go to their events, you have a discussion with them, and so that you can showcase your product. And also expand distribution channels, so like retail collaborations, like clothing SMEs selling through lifestyle stores, or food SMEs facing markets. Issue of knowledge and skill partnership is one aspect people may not really it may not be so popular, but it's important. Training and mentorship. SMEs can collaborate with consultants or industry experts to build capacity, and also industry associations. It's very important as an SME to be a member of associations, established associations. So membership creates, access to collective advocacy, funding, networking. Networking is big when it comes to your business. So let's look at industry associations and all that. Then financial and investment collaborations. Let's look at cooperatives and clusters. So you can pool funds for, maybe capital intensive kind of procurement and all that, in partnership with fintech. So these are just areas of partnership one can consider and look into. For instance, I'll just give an example. Maybe a company, let me just use a lady runs an healthy snacks company, maybe here in Lagos, and so she can partner with local farmers, with local nuts and fruits farmers, and then you can partner with fitness centers, healthy cafe. She can partner with, so there are many options. So one has to just look at the option that works for you and is really a leverage for your business. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Omodola. Thank you for that extensive details about how to leverage collaboration and network. I think you mentioned about networking and leveraging your network as a business, trying to join some organizations and associations. So let's look at that. I know industry associations and support system, they are something that is really good, and we have quite a number of them here in Nigeria. So let's look at how SMEs can leverage it. My question will be for Onavi. How can SMEs leverage industry associations and trade organizations to access resources and support?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Okay, you said how can SMEs leverage resources, right?
Yeah, leverage industry associations and trade organizations to access resources and support.
Because I think because these these associations or these bodies, they're actually gold mines of knowledge, right? So some of them actually provide support, some provide mentoring, like SMIDAM, some provide training, advocacy, some even provide funding opportunities, right? And so you want to go there because they have the resources that you don't have, right? And sometimes you should not discount your own resource as well. You should not discount your own resource because some of these associations also need your services, right? So you could actually, as an SME, as a small business owner, partner with some of all these. So, for example, when I was in Abuja, I did a training for SMIDAN, right? And I was able to, to connect with their own shared resources as well. So anytime I needed support or anytime I needed a speaker, I needed resources, to share or to use personally or to share with my community, I could, it was easy for me to just, ask, right? So, when you are part of all these industry associations and trade organizations, right? And if you look at it, you find out that most of them membership is actually not that high, right? So the membership fees are actually low, so it's easy to join. Some of them join chambers of what do you call it now? Trade commerce, and all of that. All these associations, so that you can amplify your voice. You can also open doors. You can also have access to open doors to opportunities that may come your way. From the government sector, also from the private, sector as well.
Thank you so much, Onavi. Thank you for highlighting the role of association and how SMEs can leverage it to grow their business. Thank you. Let's look at government support and incentives. This would be for you, Ozioma. So as someone in the fashion industry, what are the roles of government and what support or incentives are available to Nigerian SMEs and how can they tap into it effectively? I mean, I don't know so much about fashion industry, but I believe there are some there will be some government incentive out there for SMEs. So how do you think they can tap into it and even discover one?
Okay, thank you so much for the question. But to be honest, I really don't know any government incentive because I've not used one. But I know that the government gives loan and grants to SMEs. That's people that actually need them. There are mediums where you can get loans, grants, like banks. I know Central Bank does that. And other bank, and there are different opportunities for grants. But personally, my business, I've not had to use any form of grants, loans to run the business. So yeah.
Thank you.
You can do a research.
Okay.
You can do a research.
Can I chip in?
Thank
Can
you.
I chip in?
Sure, you
Yes,
can.
please,
Sure, you can.
help out.
All right, and there is this one, since you said, there is this one I worked on, a popular fashion brand. We helped her to create a financial model. So it's called Creative Economic Development Fund. So if you go to cedf.gov.ng, you'll see the resource. I wanted to mention the name, but I don't think I'm allowed to. The name of that fashion brand, I think she was going for about 500 million, right? Yeah, so it's a grant. So you could go to the Creative Economic Development Fund. There are other funds as well. Bank of Industry, there is Development Bank of Nigeria as well. The CBN also has some, some incentives and some, some grants and all of that. Even NISARA, but I think NISARA has to do with agriculture, right? But there are a lot of opportunities, statewide as well as nationwide as well. That provide funding and grants and loans, investments, out there.
Thank
so
you.
For the fashion industry, you can actually leverage on CVL.
All right. Thank you so much, Onavi. Thank you for, chipping in and also highlighting ways that SMEs can access government grants and loans. Thank you. And for any for SMEs listening to us right now, you can do some personal research, and also you heard all that they have said. You can look them up online and see how you can leverage that, tap into that, and access it to grow your business. So let's look further into networking and relationship building. Relationship, they are often the currency of business. Like Success mentioned, you have to build relationship. You can't do a one-man business. So Success, I would like you to still put in more light into this question. What are some effective ways SMEs can network and build strong relationship with stakeholders?
Oh, thank you so much. So for SMEs, especially in Nigeria's dynamic and unpredictable environment, networking isn't just about exchanging contacts. It's about building trust-based relationships that leads to opportunities, that leads to partnership, that leads to growth. So in leveraging relationship, we have to understand that you should understand your industry. So as I mentioned earlier, join associations that people in that same industry join. Like Nigerian Association of Small Scale Industrialists, NASI, like Nigerian Association of Small and Medium Enterprises, NASME, Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, if you are in that field. Then some sector-specific groups. We have some sector-specific groups in fashion, agribusiness, in fintech, and all that. So also don't just join the association if you have to even be in the executive position. The truth is that when you are in that executive position, you see things that other members on the background don't see. So actively participate, volunteer for committee membership, attend their AGM, attend their events. So in preparing your business calendar for a year, you should draw out a plan that, okay, this association, we are having this event, So you put it in your calendar and you are planning to be actively involved in it. Attend business conferences, fairs, exhibitions. There are hubs for meeting suppliers. There are hubs for meeting distributors. There are hubs for meeting investors and even customers. And as we said, building online networking presence. On LinkedIn, so many people have gotten offers if you are in the professional field. And not only professional field these days, I've seen that LinkedIn is actually open to just beyond the professional field. So on LinkedIn, you can connect with industry leaders. You can connect with potential clients. I think even sometimes the way you put your profile on LinkedIn will let people know, in fact, will attract the kind of clients that you are looking for. If it's possible to share I think it's very important. It's very important to share your success stories on these same platforms, LinkedIn, and also these events that you're going for. Attend workshops. Workshops increase your knowledge and awareness of what's happening. And I think my colleague has mentioned SMEDAN. So BOI, or Tony Elumelu Foundation is one foundation that supports, entrepreneurs and innovators. So you like to, be actively involved in those kind of associations. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I just wanted to mention CSR.
Okay.
Build your brand in such a way that you are trying to give back and publicize those CSR. So this actually brings a lot of attraction. The market is attracted to you when you are involved in those community developments. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Success. Thank you for highlighting all those opportunities. So my next question would be for you, Success. I know one of the speakers already mentioned something about leveraging fairs to promote your business. So as someone who is building a thriving hair business, how can SMEs leverage fairs and other opportunities to promote their business?
Hi, my name is Omolola, not Success, by the way, because I think you've been mixing the names up. My name is
My apologies, please. Omolola, thank you so much.
Problem.
Thank you.
It's fine. It's fine. So I personally do not go for fairs because of the cost, the selling price of my product. But I always recommend for small business owners that sell affordable items to please leverage on trade fairs. You would sell a lot, you would get a lot of customers, you will meet a lot of business owners, and you will learn so much from attending trade fairs because it opens your eyes to the products that most of your clients love to get. For instance, if you're running an online store and you go for trade fairs, the people, right, once you display your items, people come there, they see what it is exactly you're selling. It gives you legibility. People know that, oh, you're legit, even for the fact that you're running an online business. If you do not have a walk-in store, they get to trust you. They see you everywhere. Other business, and you know the way it works for trade fairs, when a particular individual or company is advertising or about to have a trade fair, every other vendors begin to push each other. You begin to advertise for one another because you're coming, this other person is coming, you get to shoot adverts together. So it helps you, build connection with other brands, with other business owner, other business owners, you network with them, you meet your customers, you have personal relationship with your customers that way. So trade fairs is one important aspect I would really recommend so many social media, so many small business owners to please leverage on, especially if your items are quite affordable to buy.
Thank you so much, Omolola. Yes, thank you. That was really beautiful. Thank you so much. So my next question is around mitigating risk. That will be for you, Onavi. What best practices can small businesses adopt to manage cyber security threats? I know we've spoke a lot about leveraging digital tools. So how can they mitigate cyber security threats?
Okay, so basically, especially if your business is online and you have resources online, or you have content online or digital products online, and you want to be able to safeguard them, right? You don't want people attacking, virtually and all of that. The basic one is just, training everybody in your team, right, on cybersecurity best practices, basically, right? Phishing, passwords, and all of that. Use multi-level authentication for your business. Almost all the apps I have two-factor authentication. In fact, some I have 3. There are some that I even have up to 4 because of what's the inside, and all of that. So the best practice is just to ensure that there are multi-level authentication, right? Apart from your general username or password, basically. Then also you want to be able to back up your data, regularly back up your data just in case of anything, even content on your website as well, right? You want to be able to update your software, back up your data, right? And you want to work with trusted vendors, trusted payment solutions, right? These days, even because I order a lot these days, when I see an ad on Instagram that I like, I click, it takes me to maybe a Paystack or a Flutterwave page, and all of that. These days, people are becoming very smart. I've been scammed on Instagram before, so people are becoming very smart. So you want to ensure that you double check on the vendors that you're working with, right? So when you're ordering for something that you like, there was a time, because I love guinea fowl a lot, so I just saw this ad, and this person was, selling guinea fowl and palm wine, and I loved it, but I was scammed. So you just have to, work with trusted vendors for everything, especially your payment solutions and all that, right? And small and medium scale enterprises should begin to invest in cybersecurity, right? There's cybersecurity solutions out there, antiviruses. There are some other products, right? Cybersecurity products that can help them safeguard, like Cloudflare, and all of that. So when you are, paying for your domain name and extension, your domain name, your what do you call it now, hosting and all of that, you could also just pay a little fee for protecting, your domain, and all of that, because you cannot afford to lose your reputation, right? Your digital reputation because of some careless or some preventable, breaches and all of that. So yeah, that's it. Basically, just the simple things, just understanding the risks that are out there and planning on how you can actually mitigate those risks. And those will actually help you to manage threats.
Thank you so much, Onavi. Thank you. I think you had even highlighted one of the risks, which is people getting scammed day by day and all of that. So, and I also think some businesses are already putting some measures around that, just so they don't get their customers get scammed all the time. So thank you so much. My next question will be for you, Success. As someone who is building a thriving fashion business here in Nigeria, let's look at customer retention and loyalty. I know it's something that you are really good at, looking at the kind of brand you're building. So winning customers is tough, but keeping them is even tougher. So what strategies can SMEs use to build loyalty and keep customers coming back?
So that question is not for me. You said the air branch of fashion business. It's not for Success.
Oh, my apologies. The question is for Ozioma. Thank you for that quick call out. Thank you so much. It is for Ozioma Obiku Clothing. Yes. Thank you. Ozioma, please, if you can hear me, the question. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for the question. Okay, so when it comes to customer communicate properly, I know a lot of people, a lot of businesses don't put in effort in terms of customer relationship, which is very important as a business person. So first, I would say you need to communicate to your clients regularly. These are people that trusted you with their funds, trusted you with their money. So it's important that we all try and communicate with them. I always suggest for WhatsApp, I always suggest quick response, because there are some times that you can't respond. When someone sends you a message, you cannot respond immediately. Maybe you're busy or you're engaged, but with quick response, it helps you just respond to the client, so that they know that, oh, this business is actually active. And also it's important that you respond to the clients fast as much as you can. Then also when it comes to delivering their products, for us, I would say that because I make a custom-made bridal dress, their processes. So there's fabric sourcing, there's first consultation, there's fabric sourcing, there's sketch, then there's production. So it's important that you put your clients through the process. So for every step you are in producing their outfits, in every step you are in producing the products that they request for, it's important that you take them through the process, because it gives them a form of peace. You will not want them paying a particular amount for a product and they don't have peace. They are worried. They are, oh, is she going to deliver or is she not going to deliver and all? So you need to create a platform where your customer are very, very relaxed whenever they order your product, or whenever they patronize you. So communication is very important. Putting them through every process is very important. Then when it comes to delivery, I think we should also try and build your brand in a way that is your word is your word. For example, if you tell a client that, oh, I'm going to deliver your product in 2 to 3 working days, it's important that we work towards delivering that product in 2 to 3 working days, because your integrity is important as a brand. Keeping your integrity is important as a brand. So you need to constantly communicate. It all boils down to communicating. If you deliver, it's important that you communicate with them. If you're having delivery issues or production, please, we're going to deliver, ask for extension if you need one. So yes, it helps in building customer relationship as a brand, and also keeping your integrity as a brand. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ozioma. That was amazing. Thank you for sharing that practical tips of how SMEs can keep their customer loyalty and make them to keep coming back to patronize them. So my next question would be for you, Success, as a consultant and someone who specializes in helping SMEs simplify financial problems and all of that. What are when we talk about scaling, let's look at scaling and how SMEs can, expand their business. So what are the lessons Nigerian SMEs can learn from those who have successfully scaled their business beyond local market? I know a lot of businesses right now, some of them not really afraid of scaling, but they don't even know the point at which they should start aiming to position their brands as a global brand. So what are the common lessons you think they can learn from those who have crossed that bridge?
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes. So as an SME, first of all, the vision has to be plain. You may start small now, but the question is, where are you going to? Some SMEs don't even have a vision statement or mission statement, and that is like you have not even set the goal ahead of you. Because if the vision is not known, then you might just be enjoying mediocrity when you are getting small change. So let us look at maybe brands that have gone ahead of you and see, and let that networking also play a major role. You network with them, try and ask questions. Sometimes the quality of the questions you ask, they themselves are past through a certain stage. So that's how they were able to scale. Because why I have to mention this, because that was like making your journey shorter. You are learning by asking the right questions, and you're asking them how they're able to pass through their teaching stage and scale up. But generally, as a business, to be able to scale up your business, you have to understand you have a solid business model, have a clear value proposition, have your target customers, so that you know where your revenue stream, where you are expecting your revenue to come from at all times. Then also try and make your processes efficient, automate repetitive tasks. The management of your energy and the management of your time is very important as a business to be able to scale. Major in major and minor in minor. Don't major in minor. And also to be able to scale in business, apply digital tools, leverage on e-commerce and digital payments. Also, when it say marketing automation and all that, then we need to also maybe invest more in, like, every business should have R&D, research and development units. You may start as you doing it, but you might also consider having somebody doing it for you, because you want to keep researching about your industry, about your business, about how to increase scale up. And so expand your market reach so that you can expand your market reach. Also, be able to scale, you might consider diversifying your sales channel. Don't just sell offline. Don't just sell online on a particular platform. Look at other platforms you can use through distributorship and partnership. Some people can actually be your personal distributors, so you don't have to incur so much cost on logistics. Also, as usual, leverage social media. And as a business, consider having a very strong team. Very strong team. At least your financial, someone that's working in your handling your finances, somebody that is handling your customer support. Have a strong team. Don't do it all by yourself. And also be patient to train and retrain those that are working with you, so that the business is not all roving around you. As somebody who is the real innovator of that business, you need more time to think. But if you are doing the small things, you cannot channel your energy to think, ahead, because there will always be something you can add as a new innovation to your business. So you have to retrain your staff so that people that are working with you can focus on those small things and administrative, areas, and while you keep, thinking ahead, keep innovating. Reinvest your profits, at least for now, so that you can scale higher. Somebody said that you can do investments outside, you can do treasury bills, you can do government bonds, you can do mutual funds, and all that. You will get a particular percentage. But when you reinvest into your business, it's not limited. You can even get 300% to invest. So also, let us, make research about how to get grants, cheaper source of getting capital, so that we can reinvest it into the business. But take note that anybody that wants to give you loan or grant has to see the effort you are putting into the business. And investor partnership, investor relations is very important. If you can partner with angel investors, that would be great. That will scale up your business a lot. We go back to strategic partnership and collaboration and all that. Then stay agile. So the truth is that the customer demands, tastes, keep changing. So we have to stay agile, monitor trends, know your numbers, so that we can do better when you understand how your market trend is going and how your consumer behavior is going. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Success. This has really been an interesting conversation, and it's also been an interesting and a practical one for that matter. Thank you so much to our amazing panelists today. Thank you. They have really done justice to all the questions, and time is no longer on our side. So I would just like to walk around the room to get a final take from all our speakers today. So I will start with you, Omolola. If you could give Nigerian SMEs just one piece of advice today to stay resilient and position for a long-term growth in today's economy, what would that be?
Okay, I'll make this quick. So everything we've discussed there on this clinic would not matter if you do not put systems in place. Systems in place that can track your inventory, basically, because of nowadays it's so rampant that so many small business owners employ staff that ends up stealing from them, because you as the business owner is either not fully present. Even when you're fully present, you don't have systems in place that is tracking your inventory, tracking your finances. So all this effort will just be to a waste if you don't put that in place. And most importantly, your faith in God really matters. You have to commit your business into God's hands for success and continuity. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Omolola. Thank you for, from Omolola, you have to put a quick question I directed to one of you, or should I take it again? Hi, Ozioma. If you can hear me, please indicate. All right. Let me just take one quick advice from Success. What mindset shift do you think Nigerian SMEs need most to survive and thrive in uncertain time? All right, thank you so much. Apologies for that quick glitch from our side. Thank you so much. I want to really say a very big thank you to our amazing panelists today. Thank you, Onavi. Thank you, Omolola. Thank you, Ozioma. And thank you, Success, for sharing such practical strategies and real-world experience with us today. It has really been an incredible conversation. And to our audience, thank you for joining this SME Clinic. Remember, thriving in tough times isn't about waiting for the storm to pass. It is about building resilience, system and strategies that will help you, your business to stand strong no matter the season. Thank you all for joining us for this conversation today. And until the next time, I am Ethel Adonu, your moderator here at Business Day SME Clinic. Stay focused, stay innovative, and keep thriving. Thank you, and do have a wonderful day. Credible entrepreneurs and business leaders who are walking this path.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. if you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Oladabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs